Hello, everybody. Welcome in. It's finally time. It's All-Star Weekend of the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars Initiative. We're excited to be here with you. My name is Bearlight, and joining me on the desk all weekend long is Lemon Kiwi, and I hold shift. Excited to get things going because the students are hyped, the colleges are engaged, and Shift, we're in for an electric weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I expect that the gameplay is actually going to be really, really solid as well, even though, again, it is a lot of players that maybe not have a lot of familiarity with one another. Lots of talent on our rosters this weekend.
And this is like the first step to their journey, or maybe the next step. What an amazing opportunity, because like back when I was in high school, like esports wasn't a thing. Colleges just started to get going. And now recruiters are here looking for the best talent from high school.
That's right. And when they look at talent, to your point, I mean, it is about gameplay first and foremost to some degree, but you do have some outside of the game qualities as well that they look for. And honestly, Shift is quite the process because as a student, you have to balance student life. You got to balance your gameplay and make sure you grow in all aspects. And that's what the All-Stars Initiative is all about.
Yeah, I mean, we're really taking a huge step towards this being not just you play video games and you're
right.
No, it's like a real thing. And, you know, the really cool process here is that for all of our high school upperclassmen, juniors, and seniors, they were able to essentially self-nominate themselves. But then we had a full panel of judges to be able to decide, based on in-game and out-of-game qualities, who makes the overall ballpark of an all-star. And we ended up finishing with 40 total students across both Rocket League and Valorant, two of the biggest esports in the world.
And important, very important about those out-of-game qualities, okay? We're still going to college at the end of the day, at least that's the hope. So GPA, extracurriculars, personality, the All-Stars had to submit videos about themselves and what would make them the best candidate, because being an All-Star is not about just how good of a player you are, but how good of a student you can be at the end of the day.
And public speaking is one of the most difficult things in human nature.
I
so to
know.
put yourself in that aspect in a video itself is pretty crazy too. Plus asking for letters of recommendation, that's never easy, not even to this day for me, honestly. So respect to all these students. Let's take a look at the timeline here to get to this point. And of course, it all started back all the way. This is a process, y'all. I mean, it started mid-August when nominations opened. Of course, you want to bolster those nominations along the way, so that way when you get to the selection committee, who were announced on September 24th, once nominations closed on October 27th, they had some decisions to make. Who actually makes an all-star, right? Who's these juniors and seniors who really do show themselves in-game and outs? And at that point in time, we saw some awesome reactions when the all-stars were announced on November 7th, which brings us to the Coca-Cola Real Magic moments here. We got to see a little bit of the reactions. Listen, some of the students, they had a lot to say, some of them a little bit, but either way, you can tell all of them were excited.
Yeah, I mean, again, 40 total players across just two esports. That's not a lot. And the amount of applications and nominations that were submitted were pretty crazy. So, yeah, being able to stand out on paper, not just be what you were able to do in school, but also being able to showcase your skills inside a game, it really is an honor to be here, I think, for all these players.
Yeah, because the toughest part about starting your esports career is those connections and your presence on social media, building your brand, because it's important to find teammates. That's usually the biggest struggle. So you could see that everyone who got to be an all-star got support from their crew. They had to rally some votes, and they also can start to prove to their parents, their family, that this is the real deal. This is the start to an actual career, and this could be what leads them to an amazing college.
That's right. Speaking of teammates, we saw an example of that when Leone brought up his reaction and said,
yeah,
I'm going to be facing off with some of my teammates. A unique experience here at the all-star level.
Yeah, a couple of back-to-back all-stars from last year into this year again. So it's really cool to see the players that were labeled as all-stars as juniors can hold that, not moving out to their senior year.
No doubt. Well, let's fast forward now to the timeline from the draft, which happened just a week ago, by the way. They got to find out their teams, and that's esports leaders across the collegiate scene got to select these players. Then along the way to fast forward again to yesterday, where we saw recruiting day, where all of these colleges that come in and are connecting with Stay Plugged In members at the end of the day on a regular basis, they got to speak to some all-stars. That one-on-one talk within the Discord channel, being able to find out, is this a place where I want to make my home for the next 4 years and study?
Yeah, it's important to ask those questions. It's very rare to have a one-on-one opportunity because usually you're just like a face on a resume or an application. So they got to ask not only about, okay, what are the ambitions of this esports program? Where do you want to end up? What is the support, the funding? What does your program even look like? How many computers you got? What's the equipment? You know, there's a lot of questions around just what your esports career could look like at that school, but also you're there for an education. So what is the success of your school in certain majors? managers and stuff. Like, what an amazing opportunity to just answer any and all questions.
Yeah, and that's a super important part. I mean, just kind of speaking to myself, like I was initially going to go to Iowa when I was going to go to school, and then I visited Indiana, and I actually got like a hands-on tour with one of the people in the education school. That swayed me to go the other direction. So it is important to hear from people who are at the university about what their campus is all about.
No doubt. And then draft day, I got to join the lovely Spaceman and Dazarin, and we got to hear from some of the coaches as well, which is super cool, which brings us to draft day a week ago. When they were selecting their picks, one of the coolest things that I noticed along the way was they gave us some unique insights. It's not just about who do I want on my team here for All-Star Weekend. It's who do I want on my team when I'm looking for high schoolers to get to college. And that was one of the coolest things that I experienced here throughout the end of the day, because really the high schoolers are bringing some value to some of these teams that are already good, can make them even a little bit better. So let's move on to the next point. Again, draft day highlights are next. So let's check out, of course, what we got to experience along the way. Check this out. Second iteration of the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars this year. Stay Plugged In partnered with Coca-Cola back in July 2022, and since then they've been a big supporter of the mission of Stay Plugged In to provide as many opportunities for students as they possibly can. Let's take a look at the details. Let's take a look at the overview of draft day.
This was the best possible opportunity for young All-Stars to get their chance to work under a brand like Coca-Cola and to get a chance to meet some collegiate influencers. And Daz, that's what this is all about.
Of course, on All-Star Weekend, All-Stars are competing for $20,000 in scholarship prizes, but everyone's a winner here with $250 and a care package guaranteed for every All-Star.
Each participant naturally gets one selection per round. Round one timer set it up for 120 seconds or 2 minutes, if you will, per pick. But then after that, following rounds, you better be on your game. 90 seconds per pick from round 2 on. That applies for both the Rocket League and the Valorant drafts as well. You heard it from him first. Wavy is going to be the senior from New York off the board first. Wavy has definitely earned it, like we mentioned, from all aspects of being an all-star. We have Rocket. Rocket is off the board next at number 3.
Wow. Didn't expect that. I like where this draft's going, because it shows that there's a different perspective and a different interest from all of our coaches on how they want to form this roster. I would be shocked, legitimately shocked, if Nick Davic does not get picked up in the first round.
Yeah, we have Adam Stanley on the clock next, and Nick Davic is going to go off the board here.
Yeah, absolutely, because we don't have 3 months to kind of work through some of those dynamics of how are we going to put things together, right? So you need a group of guys who are willing to look honestly at themselves, at what they have to offer, and understand that their teammates bring a lot of real value. So our second pick is going to be Phoebes, last year's MVP, really strong player, a lot of great experience coming out of that guy as well.
Have a solid core base and are well-rounded, so we wanted to look for somebody who kind of fit that mold.
It'll be Jujuy off the clock here. That's a great compliment. Let's listen. We've got the Rocket League draft locked in, loaded here for the Coca-Cola All-Stars, so it's been fantastic to see this in action.
It's a testament to all the All-Stars who were submitted and selected. The competition's very good, but because it just feels like everybody has a good roster, now the pressure's on the coaches.
This time around, we got Valorant cooking.
Yeah, look, the draft that you're going to experience is called a snake draft. For the All-Stars program here, we wanted to keep that tradition going, continuing to build out rosters that are not just about fielding a roster in-game, but also giving players an opportunity to learn from each other.
We have a 2-timer. Chicken the Lord, your selection here, and I got to see him last year, so I'll be the first to tell you, Coach Blake, that you made a great choice here.
I will be going with Komi Bomi. As long as you peak once and you have a really good understanding of your competitive play styles, if you have good ADR and your specific champs and roles, I'm excited to have both Leone and Komi as my first 2 picks.
Everybody's starting off pretty strong. I think I'm in a really good spot in the order. Maybe see more of what the other rosters are building before I get to make my picks.
Realistically for me, I've got that flex senior, and now I'm looking for a little bit of spice. With that, my pick is definitely going to be Bob Starr.
The senior from California, the 2-timers coming up in big form here, Spaceman.
Definitely, it seems like you're in a great spot, especially if you can utilize Scarecrow and a Cypher. Trust me, a good Cypher makes all the difference.
No, I'm super excited. I have former VCT Challengers players on my varsity team right now that definitely come, and one's definitely a Senti player as well.
Yeah, so for this last pick, we have all the roles filled. I think Tag is a good fit for my team. I think Tag can fit in wherever we need him to, and I think a really, really strong roster to go into the tournament with.
I think that my team is super stacked. I mean, like I said, I ain't got all these.
I really did go into this mostly picking role and trying to figure out like who's going to be the most competitive team overall. A couple things went my way, a couple things didn't, but that's how life goes. And I'm just excited to have this next week with these players and help them out.
I couldn't be happier. I'm super excited to begin working with all of them. And while we might not have many rings, I'll be excited to be the one to host the trip.
I mean, I think, you know, we're bringing a lot of not just passion from the players, but passion from the coaching side. Like I said earlier, I want this tournament to speak for itself. This is going to be an accolade not just for us, but for the players, and happy to kind of continue this competition.
Some confidence coming out of those coaches, no doubt about it. But Lemon Kiwi, what I heard was draft strategy surrounding variety is important at the end of the day.
Yeah, for Valorant, you're looking at compositions. What are the players responsible for, their roles? You saw some people, okay, they need a sentinel player, and they're looking at also the flexibility of certain players, one that they can kind of insert wherever. So I think the flexible players had to be the first ones to go. And on the Rocket League side, you don't have a lot of time to build up these players. So as much as maybe a potential player could look good, you want someone who's ready today, or at least with very short amount of time. Those were the high priority picks for this one.
And that was from the college perspective. We want to see from the players' perspective as they got selected as well. They have some pretty funny reactions. We'll start with Hunter from the, we'll start from Blocks from the Valorant side, hop over to Hunter from the Rocket League side, but I wanted to pull these up because I wanted to get your reaction on those. So production, pull it up. Again, Blocks was watch partying this, so this is from his personal stream, y'all. Quite the attire that we got to see from him.
He's like having a pep talk with his dog and just starts beating up his chair. Like, this is the embodiment of a college like student, like to be, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. And on the other side, you want to take a little more official, get the full film crew at home, get the hat on the head. It's exciting stuff, man. It's awesome. 4.4 GPA as well for Hunter. This guy, he's an AP student.
Well, they do it different in Texas. You know, they've got some of those AP classes, and obviously, you know, as an all-star, you're going to take advantage of those. Hunter did exactly that, so cool to see their reactions along the way, too. This might actually not be the last time they get selected by a college at the end of the day.
And it's cool to see the family support there.
Yeah, of course.
They're just along for the ride, and they made that a really special experience for Hunter, and I don't know, it just kind of warms my heart. And those are just two examples that were recorded. I'm sure all of our students were ecstatic to be chosen for this.
And then, of course, we went to recruiting day, which happened just last night. Like I mentioned, the colleges in the Discord server being able to connect one-on-one with the colleges. And, of course, we saw an example of with Stay Plugged In. You know, one of the things that they focus on is that recruiting process. Going to staypluggedin.com, first creating an account will do wonders for you for a high school student. We've already seen $40+ million in scholarships facilitated over the course of the 4 years with Stay Plugged In, and that's connections with over 450+ colleges that are verified on our program as well. So if you're a high school student, you play esports, it's not just Rocket League and Valorant, it also goes into Overwatch there, Lemon, it goes into Call of Duty there, Shipped, right? These are titles that are all adopted at the collegiate level.
It's just an amazing opportunity, and this is such a big platform to be part of because, again, opportunities like this are so rare. So big shout out to Stay Plugged In, Coca-Cola, everyone for making dreams come true.
Listen, we saw this last year as well. We saw the seniors advance, get to that next level. They had that conversation on recruiting day, and guess what was next? They found some pretty cool locations too. So let's check out where the seniors ended up here. There's some pretty big names on this list here, Chip.
Yeah, I think just overall, the diversity across the entirety of the country for this Rocket League experience for all the seniors that were there. Because, yeah, there are a handful of coaches from specific schools that are going to be really focused and honed in on what these guys are going to be able to do today. But that doesn't just exclusively mean that those are the only 4 schools involved.
Cosmic is a big name that stands out here. If you know CRL, you know who this guy is. Part of the biggest team in the CRL scene with Redbirds, Illinois State, and of course a lot of memorable schools here like Akron, like Bruton Parker, but you're lucky to go to any of these schools if you're in Rocket League. And for the Valorant side, same thing, Shift.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, 3 of the 4 schools that are listed here have routinely and continually been in the top 25, if not top 10, in the college Valorant space, talking about Mizzou, Converse, and St. Clair. And then College DuPage, a little regional hometown bias. I actually grew up like 5 minutes away from College DuPage. So it's cool to see that they're getting involved in the esports front as well.
100%. It's across the country. It's a wave that's been hitting, and we love to see it here at Stay Plugged In. There's no doubt about it. I saw a lot of D1 schools on there, too. One thing to notice, you used to be just these smaller schools that wanted to get ahead of the game as far as D1 D1 goes, but D1's really been establishing their programs and getting to the next level from their development, finding and being able to offer some scholarships as well. And then we fast forward to, of course, yesterday. These are just some of the colleges that we saw on recruiting day, including one that stands out to me, Lemon. It's Ball State University.
Oh, yeah, they're a big one in the collegiate Rocket League scene. And if I'm gunning for any of these schools and I want to be a top Rocket League player, I'm going to Fisher 100%. There's Bruin Parker again. But like I said, there is just a shout out to all these colleges here that are trying to recruit the best talent for Rocket League, Valorant, for any of their teams that they have. Right?
Yeah, that's the thing is, looking across the list of all the schools that are in attendance, it's not just that they participate in one or the other, or just both. A lot of these schools have well fleshed out esports programs that are competing in a multitude of titles. So it's just awesome to see that they're really taking the next step towards finding good recruitment.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of colleges here. I mean, all these colleges are obviously verified members. We work with them on a regular basis here at Stay Plugged In, but throwback to Shenandoah, one of the first live events that we did was Stay Plugged In and what they've been able to accomplish now. They've got Alyssa Duran there as the director, and she's been doing a great job of facilitating not only events at their location, but also across the United States. I got to see it firsthand at Boost on the Beach as well, which is super cool. Well, if you didn't make the draft, we'll let you know at this point in time that we had a little bit of a change in the format as well coming into this one. Last year, it was skills challenges where we got to see the All-Stars go one-on-one in some instances, and deathmatch, for example, on the Valorant side. But this year, it's a little bit different. We start with the group stage this time. So more matches means more opportunity to play in front of your colleges. 4 teams per game title means that it's going to be all one group for each game. That's the Rocket League teams that you see on your list right now. Then the Valorant side as well, it's just the same. Best of 1 on the Valorant side, by the way, so that's got to start off pretty quickly. Best of 5 on the Rocket League side, but at the end of the day, every single All-Star, we'll see every other All-Star here in the group stage.
And this is tight competition. There's only a couple of teams, and you got to play everyone, and only top 2 move on to Championship Sunday tomorrow. I'm very excited, and that means what? Basically 3 wins, and you're in, and not a lot of room for mistakes.
And of course, it already kicks off, rather, with Rocket League. So check out the schedule here at noon Eastern time. That's just in the next 12 minutes or so. So it's kicking up pretty early here. Then down the line, 3:30 is when we'll start to see Valorant. That kicks off on the A stream with Crosshair Champs facing off with Spike Surge. So keep an eye on that. But of course, the ultimate goal is to get to the final shift where we'll see some prizing along the way, some money on the line here tonight, starting off with a guaranteed $250.
Yeah, that's great.
Per player.
That's per player, which is, I think, the most surprising part about it because, yeah, it's not just that this is going to be something that you look towards potentially building your future at the higher education level, but you get to, boost your pockets a little bit as well, make, that freshman year feel a little bit easier in terms of buying books or whatever else you might be buying when you get to the university side of things. So, yeah, great stuff to be able to see everyone walk away with some money. And
most importantly, the impression that you're making, not just at the school you're gunning for, but all the schools that are watching. We already listed all the colleges in attendance. What really matters is showing up, and the money, that helps, of course.
Yeah, of course. Money's always great, right?
Yeah.
Money will help along the way, especially college these days, and that's why we're here to help here at Stay Plugged In. But, money's nice at the end of the day, and it will help, but if you've been following Stay Plugged In, you know that it's a little bit more than that for us. So, of course, we've been happy to announce the Brightspeed Fiber Internet has partnered with Stay Plugged In. Yes, you see it on your screen right now. It's an official sponsor of Coca-Cola All-Stars, the Golden Ticket Initiative. Bright Futures Golden Ticket Initiative is a partnership. 2 exceptional All-Stars will be selected to receive a $1,000 reimbursement for college tour within the Stay Plugged In network, along with $1,000 extra in scholarships from Brightspeed Fiber Internet. We're committed to supporting education and helping students achieve their goals through esports and beyond. We are proud to work with Brightspeed Fiber Internet in providing high school students with the tools and resources they need to succeed both in college and in their careers. So a big shout out to Brightspeed Fiber Internet for this amazing initiative. As we also had a video created from Leone. He won the Golden Ticket last year, guys. And we're able to at least see some of that video editing work that he put together here in this video. Check this out.
Excited for my first ever college visit. We're leaving straight from New York to Detroit to check out Siena Heights University and their esports program. Getting connected with Stay Plugged In has been such a blessing for me as a person and as a player. Getting to meet so many collegiate coaches, teammates, and players has been really an amazing experience. And the All-Star event last year really helped me take my next step into the collegiate scene, and the really nice surprise of winning that golden ticket allowed me to visit Siena Heights, which I wouldn't have been able to otherwise, and just getting to see what's going on behind the scenes and in person as well.
How's it going, everybody? This is Coach Rob, Director of Esports at Siena Heights University. As always, a pleasure, a true honor to have a student athlete here. Super excited to have Landon here with us today and Dad. Hoping to get some good stuff situated to have a great conversation and to see if we can make another state.
Just heading back to New Jersey after a great couple days at Siena Heights. I want to give a great thanks to Stay Plugged In and Coca-Cola for the amazing opportunity and this golden ticket. And I hope to see you guys soon in the next All-Star event.
Well, of course, I mean, that's just one of the many ways Stay Plugged In is being able to connect with you with colleges as an athlete. So it's cool to see you get on campus and talk to that college director.
Yeah, to meet the director in person. It's like a mini interview, but you get to experience the program in person. And also the city.
Yeah.
To see, is this a place I want to live in for the next 2 to 4 years? That's important.
No, absolutely. I mean, campus culture is everything. It literally is when it comes down to being at university, not just being a student, not just being an athlete, but finding a way to balance the two is very, very important. So it's awesome to see if you get some hands-on experience.
Absolutely. So big shout out again to Brightspeed, and you can scan the QR code on your screen right now and check out if Brightspeed Fiber Internet is available in your area. We also have a surprise for y'all. We've got Oakley on board with us as well, which means we'll do a little bit of an unboxing. So without further ado, oh, look at you helping out. Always a good time. Let me see. I guess I'll get my own.
Unboxing video. Oh my God. Everyone check this out.
So what we got over there, Shift?
Whoa, okay. These look clean.
We gotta take off our glasses though.
That's true, yeah.
Oh.
These are outdated, honestly.
Like, I don't have
These ones are, those are the past.
No, these are clean. Wait, we the same ones. Twins!
Yeah, twins!
Meanwhile, if you want to stand out, you got to get to a world-renowned name here.
Dude, you look good.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, man. Only possible with Oakley. So scan the QR code here. Now it's your chance to win a pair of these Oakley glasses, and you see it on us right now. But without further ado, again, thank you, Oakley. We've got one more sponsor as well to thank.
We need to see.
Yeah.
I see just fine. This is you guys.
Okay,
problem.
you can keep it on.
Was that shift?
Mine on.
Wait, yeah, no doubt about it. It's time for the jersey reveal for the All-Star. We got new jerseys coming in. We wouldn't just recycle the same old jerseys. That's not us at Stay Plugged In. We got to look fresh here. So shipped, yep, exactly. Shipped on that side. I love that, yo, with flags and everything. That red one for all the Valorant players. So get hyped. That's awesome. Blue for Rocket League, but it's also personalized. So your name is not All-Star, but you are one. But you do get your name on the back of it. It's pretty cool, guys.
Hey, now you're an All-Star. Because you got the jersey.
There's actually, like, the camera doesn't pick it up all that well, and now that I've got my Oakleys on so I can see a little better, there's some really cool subtle work with, like, the flag design in the back, too. It's actually really sick.
Yeah, shout out to Matt, our creative director, and also the owner of Emerge Apparel, who does a great job with designs. No exception here, as he's able to put something together pretty special. As, of course, we want to give a shout out to Coca-Cola as well for theirs. Oh, it looks like you're wearing it right now, actually.
I know.
It's pretty dope.
It's really comfy. And I was going to say, it's very light material. And I like that they really thought this through. So when you're gaming, you're sweating, this thing is good. It's airy.
So honestly, you love to see it. Hey, we're giving away 4 mini fridges, by the way. So if you want to spice up your stream room, you can absolutely
cool these babies down?
Yeah, 100, exactly. Cool them down. Be chill. Ice in the veins. You're going to need it for All-Star Weekend at the end of the day. And let's listen. We're giving away 4 of them. So scan the QR code again on your screen. Which direction? There we go. Down this way. Yeah, that's where you want. When you scan it, of course, you'll fill out a quick form for us. And when you do, you'll be entered to win 4 mini fridges. And I need something for my background. I haven't streamed in a long time, but listen, I'm trying to spice that up a little bit. So, all right, well, that's going to wrap up the pre-show here with us. But, of course, Rocket League starts on the top of the hour at noon. So you're not going to want to miss it. Stay right here on this channel. Actually, you know, let's give some love to the watch party host as well. I don't know where's my manners, guys, because we've got some pretty big names on this list. You might know Musty. You might know some former pros there in Squishy and Reynolds too.
Huge. We got RMC in the house. Shout out to Reynolds. Excited to see what happens to him and the team in RLCS. A lot of rumors. Squishy retirement, but content creation still goes strong. And, you know, Musty's supporting the new Diamond Company. Shout out to Musty supporting the stream. And, you know, the Valorant peeps, they're cool too.
Yeah, no pressure. You got Curry, Cammy watching you. Like, I know for a fact Curry's going to be judging anyone who doesn't have a Sentinels bundle ready to go. So
So obviously we want you to open up this stream in 2 different ways. All for all the watch party hosts, just go ahead and open a tab, get them going, and show them some support and love as they have come on board through the kindness of their hearts to check out some awesome gameplay here on the All-Stars side also. Well, we have the A stream going on, all of our matchups here, like we mentioned, starting off with Rocket League, twitch.tv/staypluggedin. Obviously you're here, but a B stream happening as well. So if you haven't already, twitch.tv/staypluggedinb is where you want to go. Well, the group stage is up next for Rocket League. You're not going to want to go anywhere. It starts in just 1 minute.
Ah, come on. Come on. Before I switched to Brightspeed fiber internet, things like slow speeds and random dead spots really brought out the troll in me. I mean, I spent hours causing trouble. But then I switched to Brightspeed's fast, reliable fiber internet, and the rest is sunshine and unicorns.
Hi, I'm Dylan Pettis. I go by Wavy, and I'm a Rocket League student athlete from New York. One word that best describes my playstyle is calculative. I analyze and understand my opponent's and teammates' positioning to make the most optimal decision in every scenario. Being calculative has given me significant success so far, especially in the 1 scene. With my playstyle and experience, I work towards bringing out the best of my teammates as we achieve the common goal of victory. Advice that I'd give the high school upperclassmen about the collegiate recruitment process is to put themselves out there in a positive light. Having a social media presence is a great way to market yourself and to make your own portfolio. At the same time, make sure to keep an honorable reputation with community, and ultimately we should be lifting each other up.
Hi, my name is Hunter. I'm a senior from Texas, and I am a Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Star. I would say my biggest strength is passing. You know, it's not like the thing that's gonna, get you noticed, get you, on TV and everybody talk about you. But I think passing is definitely my strength. Making my teammates look good. If we win the game, I think that's just what makes it worth it. So passing is definitely my strength. I have Tiz on my team, Nick. I love Nick. Everyone else is good, but I think this team is where we have the most chemistry. Last year was definitely a big motivation. I didn't get the receive, I didn't get the bid, and so I think over the past year, I definitely worked harder and put in the hours, and it was just a big motivation that I needed. It was great. This might be the only time I get drafted to something, so I was like, why don't I just show out? And so whenever I get picked, I put on the hat, give my mom a hug, handshake my dad, and I think, it was just like I was going to an NFL draft, and so definitely something to remember, and I'm glad that everyone got to see it.
The stage is set. Rocket League groups begins now. Best of 5 scenario here as we kick off our first block of 3. Again, introducing the crowd, we've got Lemon Kiwi, I Hold Ship, my name is Bear Lights, and let's roll into the first matchup, which will be Gold Diggers facing off with Panic at the Demo. First, I gotta say, clever team names here. But Lemon Kiwi, we kick off, and everybody's talking about Wavy, because obviously, naturally, #1 overall, and there's more to him than that.
The #1 pick for a good reason. First, I've been casting the guy. I had no idea he was still in high school, okay? Insane talent. If you've been watching RLCS, you know the guy. Top prospect after watching him on TSM. He's been competing since he's 14 years old and now a senior. So all the colleges are going to be looking at this guy and how they can convince Wavy to go to their school. But this is going to be the #1 player, best mechanics by far, most experience when it comes, look at that ground pinch, most experience when it comes to just the competitive scene as well. And he's surrounded by Cloud, Crypto, and Haz, who have gotten championships under their belt. They all have competitive experience.
And when you have that, that's incredibly important. And they're younger every day, like you mentioned too. There's so much talent there shift as far as like age. You know, it's kind of younger players are getting better every day.
No, 100%. You know, just to kind of speak to the other team on the page here for Panic at the Demo, you know, some pressure here onto Adam because he was the 4th team in the draft process.
Yeah.
So you get back-to-back picks. So you get Nick and Tiz as kind of side-by-side talent to try to take down Wavy. And I think, you know, just generally speaking, you know, Rocket League, you do get the opportunity of fielding 66% of your starting roster right back-to-back. So a lot of pressure, I think, on Tiz in particular.
Tiz, the best player on Panic at the, I almost said Panic at the band name, but Panic at the Demo. I got to not slip up on this one. He competes in a ton of community tournaments. He just won the RVA Esports Championship LAN. His very first LAN, he took home a trophy, almost 2,200 in twos, but he really needs help to make those connections to find a team. It's not the talent that lacks, it's teammates, and now he's surrounded by amazing talent, and also basketball, football, tennis, lifeguard, piano, journalist. Tiz literally does it all. Very active student. This is a student you want part of your college.
Well, listen, there's so much talent here. Well, we've set the stage. There's nothing else left to do here in round 1 but toss it over to Spaceman and Daz. Spaceman, how y'all doing?
Doing fantastic. It's a wonderful day for some Rocket League. And listen, let's be honest. Everybody gets a chance to submit, but a select few actually get to this stage. And we want to welcome you into the first match of the day. It's going to be a fun one. We had a lot of conversations during the draft as about Wavy. How do you build around this kid? How do you kind of keep him in the slot if you're a defense? Now let's actually do the dance. Let's find out who's got the best style.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to the coaches, too, on draft day, Sean, and a lot of them very confident in their team. This is where you put that to work. It'll be interesting to see. I think Panic at the Demo, they know exactly what they're getting into, but it comes down to if they have, in their time, been able to assemble the right roster for this challenge, I would say. Because it is going to be a challenge going up against Wavy in general, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, if you're new to Rocket League and you're wondering what Wavy brings to the table, we could talk about the fact that he's an RLCS pro. He's had extensive experience at the top level against the best players in the world, especially in North America, for the better half of about a year and a half now. He's one of the captains of TSM when that organization was still around in Rocket League, but specifically, it's his ones play. We saw it in some of the highlight packages of his submission. He loves styling on top 100 SSL players, so he's going to be a problem in this matchup, let alone for this entire event. This is a problem for defenses. If they cannot keep him contained, he will break you down. 1v3 doesn't matter. He's that good.
Well, it might be in a 1v1 situation. Actually, no, that was a good clear out, too. You got to be careful. Lots of opportunities for players to be able to get that little break-in chance. But I would say in terms of managing the pace, Panic at the Demo have done a great job. They even get the first goal. It's Tiz off of Die For You with the assist.
I know Reynolds is watching, so he's probably liking this little highlight, able to get the Demo in the back line, clears it off the backboard, and a nice setup. So again, we have some special members watch partying this entire program today and tomorrow. So for anybody who's playing in this, you're expecting to be hearing maybe some extra DMs of, hey, guess what, you played really well. We'll try to keep our eyes on you as the program continues. But this is going to be a tough task. However, that 50 is just absurd from the offensive third. Die For You gets the second, already up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at this challenge, though, from Nick DeVic. Kind of sees the pass go up, and that's just, honestly, that was lucky. Die For You kind of flows forward. The pinch goes his way from the 50 between Nick DeVic, and they actually pay up big time there with another goal here. So 2-0, Panic at the Demo. Such a great start. It just feels like Gold Diggers playing very fast-paced and almost so fast to where they're kind of putting themselves in some real tough spots versus just like kind of picking their battles, picking when they should challenge the ball.
There definitely needs to be an adjustment period. It's just taking a little bit of time to get there, but about a minute and a half burned in game one. Still plenty of time in the series, let alone this one. You're expecting it to be a bit of a back-and-forth tug-of-war. However, it has been 2 offensive wins on those early kickoffs, and Panic at the Demo has been very clean with their second touches off the back wall. That will be something to keep an eye on. But speaking of, Nick DeVic is a player that we have highlighted in the draft as maybe a counter to Wavy. This guy just went through some of the Salt Mine qualifiers and took a series off of KV1, which is not easy to do.
Exactly. And you can kind of tell just, too, from the way the challenges on the ball have worked. He's not been one to put the shots on so far this game, but it's definitely been good in moving the ball forward and putting his team in the right positions. So you got to watch out for that man there. Wavy, big strike here. This one just, I like Crypto keeping locked in on the ball. Tiz tries to turn back. I mean, there is a bit of a double commit there in the corner. Then ball gets away from Tiz, and Crypto and Wavy just barreling in on it, making sure not to miss that opportunity.
Crypto, of course, a freestyler who was highlighted during the mock draft for being so passionate about that style of Rocket League, so keep an eye on him in this entire event. You expect a lot of those solo challenges to be in favor of Panic at the demo with how they're going to try to set things up, but Crypto can really stop that with his control of the ball specifically, trying to clear it off the back wall will do so. A bit of pressure early on as Panic at the demo were more than happy to send 2 at a time, but they had relied on the demo to clear space. Not been the case in the last 30. Very much keeping the ball back on the ground, and that control that Gold Diggers were looking for in the early half of this game now coming to fruition as they continue to press through the corner.
Yeah, they're just more spread out. I like it. I mean, again, that double commit early on just did them no favors. Now they have a little bit of room to work with, and you're starting to see what they can do with space. Maybe just shaking off a little bit of the first game jitters, so to speak. And now things have kind of been a little bit different. You're starting to see Panic at the demo more reserved.
Yeah.
And we haven't really seen too much physicality from them this game, actually. So now things have been kind of working in favor of Gold Diggers. They're getting that free space in the air, and they're taking full advantage of it.
Cloud had to track back essentially from the midfield and cut his rotation short and try to get to that ball. So it tells me just to start, Gold Diggers are not necessarily rotating entirely the way they would want. Panic at the demo doing a nice job of kind of bunching up on possession and making it as contested as possible. We'll try to poke it free. Can't win the challenge to the corner. That's fine. Give away into a full boost grab for Crypto. But how do you spread here? You got Wavy waiting in the wing. He'll try to get the pass off and connects for enough, but Cloud is still waiting in the back line. And he's not going to press unless there's a free touch. And even here, you get 1 or 2 slots there if you're Gold Diggers for a quality shot. But other than that, the offense just really hasn't been able to click. Panic at the demo doing a nice job of continuing to contain that ball back at the midfield.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of containing, but it does start to feel like they're playing a little bit more but from behind, not as aggressive as they were earlier on, which can, if they don't break out and really start putting that offensive pressure on Gold Diggers, it's only going to be a matter of time. I mean, they can only hold this defense up for so long. They're already low on boost here. Now with that clearance, it's just making the most of that, really challenging the midfield, which they're not doing. Final minute here, Panic at the demo, trying to keep that early 2-goal lead they had alive as Gold Diggers looking for that equalizer.
Oh, good for Tiz, able to get the grab. So again, we'll buy some resources, extra space for the second challenge. Finally, it comes through. Just winning the 50, keeping this play slow. It forces the defense to overexert just a bit. Crypto's going to be upfield. One demo helps. The lane was open, but quickly cut down as Crypto got in immediately to put his hand up, and they're trying to fight for possession through the corner. 30 to go here in game 1. Still a lot of time, and look, this is not going to be a series where if you lose it, you're done in the tournament. No. You still got plenty of opportunities, but you certainly want to turn things around as you have all the pressure building.
Yeah, definitely. Pressure is mounting here. So a little bit of a double commit. Got me a little worried. Cloud, though, with a shot. No, blocked away from Tiz. Now time starting to tick down. We're in the final 10 of game 1. Panic at the demo is starting to panic. Gold Diggers is trying to figure out a way to capitalize. Nick DeVic, no boost. That one off the sidewall. Here's Wavy. 50 middle, no one's going to be there. That ball will hit the ground, and Panic at the demo survived game 1.
You know, we've talked many times about whether it's RLCS pros, high school up-and-comers, collegiate level as well. Like, the second most important thing in Rocket League outside of winning the 50 is, like, battling for the second touch and, again, just stalling an offense when they start to get some momentum. That's what we saw Panic at the demo really do well here in this game 1. It was outside of the midfield pressure. They were doing a nice job of, again, being able to work off their own backboard and shut down that second touch that really Gold Diggers would have to rely on to keep the offense pushed up. And after that first 2-goal swing, they just did a really good job of keeping the game contained, Daz.
Yeah, I enjoyed that too. Just that level of making sure not to overexert yourself, making sure not to put yourself in a tough spot. I think it was something that I think was very key in order for them to take that first game. Want to see them build a little bit more on it because I don't know if it's going to go the same way in game 2. Like I said, a lot of touches went their way in those earlier goals. It kind of did feel like a little bit of luck because they weren't able to expand on it more versus Gold Diggers when they got kind of set up.
Yeah.
They weren't letting up on that offensive pressure at all. I feel like they could definitely make those adjustments to take game 2.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier to kind of turtle back, play defense when you have the lead. You can prevent the loss versus feeling the pressure of having to feed somebody like Wavy or Cloud or Crypto and tell them we need a play, we need to score. Granted, they got one eventually, but it was a big task for being down 2-0 early and against a team that was not relinquishing too much defensively. They did a really nice job again, playing containment, keeping Wavy especially past the midfield, really eliminated the sidewall space that Wavy likes to use for popping and playing solo. It's what he does in ones. He didn't have that access here in game 1. Now, Game 2 is a very different story, and let's jump into it because I'm curious how Gold Diggers will respond and change some of their gameplay.
Right. I mean, especially, you got Wavy sitting there. He can definitely talk through a lot of these things with his teammates.
There it is.
But there's a counter, and there's Tiz. First goal for Panic at the demo again. They're unfazed. Great challenge from Nick DeVeg, but it's Tiz. That cut is so important. Getting the B on their second man gives them a nice open net. Well, technically third man back there. Panic at the demo now in front. And we're starting to see a trend. Maybe.
Yeah, I think third man was kind of sitting at the midfield hoping that 50 connected. So your second man becomes your third man the moment you lose the cut. And unfortunately, again, Panic at the demo just already finding first blood here. And it's situations like this where if you're Gold Diggers, you need somebody like Wavy to kind of be that IGL to kind of reestablish a baseline for this team. Nick DeVic working towards the backboard, and he's going to be a danger for the rest of this series, like we talked about in his success in the Salt Mine series. Shout out Johnny Boy, again, able to take a series off KV1. Not an easy thing to do for any professional in Rocket League, and it shows you the level of mechanics that's required to play at that level. Nick DeVic could really become a problem for this defense if they keep giving him so much space towards the back wall.
Yeah, I mean, I like what I've seen from Nick, but I've also liked what I've seen from Tiz and Die For You. They've been doing really well just getting that follow-up challenge that you needed, especially, almost trying to connect on that, but it'll go in anyways. Die For You, just again, they have really good field awareness as well. To be able to see, okay, ball downfield, Crypto's way too far forward. I'm going to make you pay the price. I'll try to find Tiz, but if Tiz can't get there, I'm at least making sure that's going in the goal. So 2 goals early again for Panic at the demo, as Gold Diggers are now starting to really struggle on developing some strong offense here.
Yeah, it's a good poke and just kind of getting the defense to respect you a little bit more, as we've seen many offenses find success with that strat. Just throw something downfield. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then you can fall back to the fundamentals of, all right, we're going to air dribble bump and just see how that goes. That's just the meta. It's the way it goes these days. But, hey, it works. And for a 2-0 lead and a healthy one as well, you fall back into the same patterns you had in Game 1 where you can continue just to go for these booming clears, focus on the boost grab, and keep, again, the resources out of the hands of Gold Diggers as they look to fight back down to the ground. Wavy can't win the 50, but will get it in space for Cloud. Rips a shot, a little bit wide, and Tiz will play the ball.
Oh, there's that for you. Good cut there as well. Good 52, trying to just get that past Wavy, but Wavy, used to being in 1v1 situations, great handle on that because he gets that initial 50 but doesn't get himself too much separation from the ball, able to get another 50 back in, making sure that this game does not get out of hand. That being said, we're going to need to see more offensively, but look at that. Every time he goes up, they're going to jump early for him to make sure to shut him down, not to give him room. And then is Nick DeVic going to score that? No, too high. He doesn't have the boost. Tiz, bad read on the play. So halfway through Game 2, still 2-0, Panic at the demo.
Yeah, unlucky bounce for sure, but you're right. I mean, every time Wavy goes up, they're clamping. They're not letting that man get a free look, and that's really how you want to approach it. So when we talked with the coaches earlier about how their draft went and what their game plan was, they said, look, we only have like a week to really figure out how things are going to go. It's clear in that week, Panic at the demo realized if their matchup against Gold Diggers was going to be reliant on Waving having possession for that offense, they're going to have to shut him down. And if they do that, they have a really good chance of controlling the pace of the game. And that's really been the case here. They have controlled the pace even with their 2-0 lead, even when playing defensive for the last 2 minutes. They've done a really nice job being able to poke the ball downfield and, again, limit the amount of opportunities, even with full boost, that Gold Diggers can capitalize on. They just haven't been able to find much. Wavy, looking for the second, at least plays the 50. Crypto's going to come out from essentially midfield and work towards the crossbar. But, again, there's really not much there.
Yeah, it's been really tough for Gold Diggers to try to break in. I mean, that pressure offensively has kind of shown signs. You're starting to see the passing come through as well, but just not enough. Defense has been pretty set as we got 1:20 to go, and not just enough. That one, though, from Crypto works out. I like that pop-up that we see. I think that's Wavy there. Yeah, wow. This one gets straight to Wavy. Great pop. Crypto, so quick. He needed to go for that, and, man, did he bank his opportunity.
That 50 by Cloud's actually absurd. You don't see that too often, especially one low boost. Just being able to, again, have great car control. Fennec, so easy at times being able to work through the 50s, but even for younger players, that becomes a challenge. That's a ridiculous win to get his team back within striking distance. 65, trying to bounce it through. It'll get it. Little Garrett G special. Cloud able to get the second, and we're all tied up.
Like this pop-up here. Wavy wants to get a piece of it, but Cloud follows it up, and it's smart to get the follow too, because again, it is a hard read, and the defense just not set for it. So even with those too early, they give up too late, and it's anybody's game.
Well, they needed a change. It just wasn't working through the air. Luckily, off the kickoff, they didn't have a lot of boost to work with, so Tiz was like, okay, I'll just take the free possession, and they'll try to fight through the midfield. Both teams crashing, but in traffic pops out for Cloud. Crypto going to meet the catch. Here comes the freestyle capabilities that this kid brings to the table. Wavy now going to get the call and play through. We'll be able to center it nicely. One more crash on the goal line, but everybody kicks it back out in possession here for Tiz. So everybody throwing the sink there, everything in the kitchen sink for Gold Diggers, but Panic at the Demo do a nice job of holding on.
Wavy with a free ball, wants to kind of leave it, not able to do really too much there. Oh, they just dropped, good pass. You see it develop there, but now Panic at the Demo just under so much pressure now, and now they're trying to look for that counter. Good pass to Tiz, but Tiz's touch unable to really help his team out. Final 10 seconds again.
Nice
Strong clearance downfield, but Crypto able to get the cutoff. And maybe a last chance play. Ball up. Can Wavy get the beat? 50's really good from Nick DeVic. Ball will hit the ground, and we got OT.
There's no way there's a Spanish coming. I mean, maybe, if we're feeling a little bit different, maybe. Nick DeVic in a 1v1. I'll lose the 50, but hey, it was still interesting. Panic at the Demo win the kickoff, and now they keep the pressure moving into the blue half. Tiz going to get the call. Has Nick DeVic working. Pushes up, but really nothing there. It was nicely covered defensively as Wavy held his spot.
Yep, now he's trying to carry it towards his teammate. Lubbock with a good cutoff. And now we're seeing Tiz try to get some of that forward, looking again for a nice additional touch. Tiz may have a shot here, but it's off target. And Crypto able to make the stop here as well. That one all the way downfield. Good save, but can you get the follow-up? No! Crypto scores in OT, and we got a tied-up series.
You just need a lucky bounce sometimes, but you also need a strong 50 from Cloud. Great save in the goal line, but guess what? A better roller to the right post, and it works out beautifully in the end for Gold Diggers. They've been hunting for something to break their way since game one, and now we got ourselves a tie series, which is exactly what we would want. But after that opening kickoff, I was thinking, you know, you got a 1v1 for Nick DeVic. Panic might have an opportunity to go up 2-0 in the series. Gold Diggers fight back. Great defensive efforts from Wavy. Cloud really stepped up, though. 4 shots, a save, a goal, and assist across the board. Did a phenomenal job on his 50s in this game. You have one that sets up the goal initially for Crypto, and then the second in the OT, Daz, that kind of really just broke that thing open and eventually led to the goal. This was a team effort here in this game, too.
Yeah, definitely a team effort from Gold Diggers as well. I mean, team effort along both sides, just to be honest, because we can always talk about star player power, but especially even in high-level Rocket League, you do need a good supporting cast, and we are seeing that out of everyone. I mean, everyone kind of stars in their own rights, looking at some of these plays that did go in. Even there for Crypto, just getting that initial pressure, getting a great follow-up there as well. You have to be able to perform at a high level, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're seeing these guys do. So it has been very impressive. I like the adjustments that we saw out of Gold Diggers, especially just, okay, let's coordinate a little bit more passing plays. Let's try to take some space and go for solos if we need to. And then if we just need to just throw something on net to see if the defense is there and reacting well, let's do that here. So anybody's ball game. Panic at the Demo. Again, we've seen them hot start, but as the game continues on, they slow down big time. Do they recognize that, and will they be able to make some adjustments here in a big swing game 3?
And Gold Diggers finally winning that challenge game, right? Being able to win some of those 50s has really pulled a lot of pressure off of like Wavy and Cloud and Crypto being able to use their space at the sidewall. It's something that just wasn't working in game 1, and that's why they were constantly trying to funnel the possession right up the gut. They got shut down. However, in game 2, they have a little bit more space. They're winning some of the challenges on the backboard, and things begin to open up offensively. That's what this team can excel at. And for Panic at the Demo, now the adjustment has to come in with, all right, we're not winning the 50s anymore. And when it came to booming the ball downfield, we were kind of losing some of those early transitions. Panic at the Demo probably looking to, again, get back to that game 1 rhythm of out-starving Gold Diggers and making sure that they always have somebody in the position to cut down that second touch. That's where they have a lot of success. We'll see if they have it in game 3. Tie series, here we go. Already through the corner and looking for the clear back to the midfield. Crypto's going to be successful. Foot race to the corner for now. Boost grab by Nick DeVic, and he's very dangerous in space. Got to start calling his number as well.
Starting to see a little bit more of that pressure come out too on the side of Gold Diggers. Things are getting a little close. Couple of demos though. And now they've got to play from their own back end. Like Die For You, just being able to go off the ceiling. Can we see something here from Tiz? Oh, does he get the flip, Tiz? Oh, it was so close. Just hit the post. Great solo play out of Tiz, but not able to find that one. But if Tiz keeps, creating like that, could be some game-changing plays coming up.
Just tell him to keep taking the shot as well. And if you feed the hot hand, one of these times it's going to land. Nick Vick circles out just a bit too far. Has to small pad his way back. Nice pathing, but Wavy better shot. Set up perfectly in the box. I mean, this is just a 1-2 give and go special.
I mean, it's a good transition play. Again, you see Lubbock in the back trying to see if he can make a solid challenge, and then he's not able to because he can't get a read on the ball, and he's barreling back. He's got to time it perfectly. Can't get that timing. Pass goes mid. If it's Wavy taking the shot, you better be ready to cover the entire net. Otherwise, you see the result. First goal to Gold Diggers.
Yeah, that's the danger of, again, like running out of boost when you're out of position and having to path back, is that you give yourself up, especially defensively. There's so much space that Gold Diggers can work through. And for the first time in this series, they've been able to take the opening goal and the lead up 1-0 with 2:50 to go.
And they could extend on it too. Ooh, Wavy, if he had a little bit more time, was looking for that bump on Tiz on the back end. It's going to be up for Panic at the demo now. They've got to play from behind, which, again, first game they had to maintain the lead. Second game they couldn't maintain the lead. Now we're seeing them get down early. Just not a good sign. Can Wavy get this bump here? No. Tiz able to get the save again. Been very elusive dodging those bumps because, again, Tiz has been the difference maker on if this game is going to be a 2-goal lead, 3-goal lead. He's been able to shut things down every time.
And watching how Crypto's been taking a lot of these free possessions from the sidewall when Wavy's upfield, he's not dead jumping into the ball, which usually means he's going to look for the reset and try to play it solo. He's looking for Wavy. He's always just following momentum and then throwing it towards the back wall. So it's clear that Gold Diggers offensively just want to get the ball to Wavy. Whether or not it works is a different conversation. As upfield, Nick Vick is able to take advantage. A free ball in the midfield. Tiz sets it up on a dime, and Nick Vick closes the deal.
And Cloud's just in a tough spot there in the back end. No boost. Tries to go off the ceiling of the goal and not able to get the squishy save. So now, again, you just see... Wait, hold on. Crypto right off the kickoff. Ooh, almost tried to get a little pop off there to get a quick one, take the lead. But Panic at the demo being able to get that equalizing goal here. Very big for them. Minute 45 can be a long or short amount of time depending on where you're at. I think for both of these players who are... or both of these teams who are trying to take the lead in the series... Again, just not making crucial mistakes, but also trying to make that big play. You got to be able to make that balance here.
Tough read.
Yes.
I mean, that's, again, Wavy defensively doesn't get enough credit for what he does in NA, and let alone just how good he is at being able to, again, stop second touches. He can face plant on the ball better than anybody. That's a pretty decent shot. Low boost. Will still kick it out. A minute 10 to go. Wavy might try to take this solo and just buy enough time for Cloud to sneak up into the box and does just that, and it works out perfectly in the end. Cloud was ready for it and gets the handoff.
Tiz and I think Nick, they both double committed on that play. They need some communication there because now they both removed themselves. It's an open look. Lubbock was going for the corner boost. He wasn't able to grab it, and now you just given the lead away. Now a minute to go, they've got to be able to fight back here.
Wavy from the ceiling has the reset, tries to slot it, gets it to the upper 90. Cloud's not going to overextend, but he has Tiz in connection. Into the corner, got to win this 50. Does just that. Nick Vick can't get a second hand on it. Crypto going to clear. Crypto trying to follow. Wavy waiting in the back, and he's the back line here, right? While you're waiting for spawn, just continue to buy time, and Shadow Possession does it and clears off for one. Cloud taking control. Eats one, plays it through the corner, but a lot of pressure here for Gold Diggers. They got to be careful if they overextend.
They do. You see Wavy here, gets a flip, tries to buy time for his team to get boost back. Not too much boost on the side of Gold Diggers. The clock ticks down. You see Nick trying to push forward. Panic at the demo, need to go. Lubbock trying to put that shot on, but it's blocked away by Crypto. Oh, a bit of a double commit here in the corner, and if it gets cleared away, I don't know if they can bring it back. Crypto with the shot. That one too high. 5 seconds on the clock. Wavy knows he can kill it here if he stays on top of the ball. And that's exactly what he does. But wait, Crypto, that touch. Now it keeps it up. And now we play on. Tiz trying to set up Nick. Couldn't get the right 50. And Gold Diggers will put the series on match point.
Yeah, it's a saying as old as time, but when the ball's up at 0, the last thing you want to do is start playing laterally. You're going to run out of boost, you're going to run out of chances to keep it up, but however, Gold Diggers do a phenomenal job of, again, kind of playing the offense through Wavy in this one, but really it was the setup from Crypto and Cloud, who, again, in back-to-back games have made the difference. One perfect slot from the center box, then you get a couple of rebounds offensively after you give up this goal. It was really about this setup, right? Constantly winning the challenge and then getting your teammates in a position to find success on the goal line. That is where this team has started to make their mark after game 1, and Daz, now they're in control of this series 2-1. It's not bad.
Yeah, no, it's not bad at all. Just, picking their moments, taking their time. Again, I think this one is kind of, the series is starting to be more indicative on the approach of Panic at the Demo in terms of how they're holding on to their offense possession. Because with that third man, kind of does push up a little bit more aggressively sometimes to try to keep the offense alive. But they might want to pull him back a little bit more to keep the play in, because they've been caught on a couple counterattacks here and there. And the best offensive positionings that they've had have either been when they have either counterattack Gold Diggers or when they caught them out low on boost in low boost situations. But you're not going to get that if those clears go over your head time and time again. So they need to focus on being able to keep that pressure.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Like, look, their counterattacks have been more reliant in those situations when Gold Diggers are low on boost, or just simply when they're losing that 50 at the midfield. It's way easier to keep your numbers up and to feel a little more confident in those challenges because the game state says you can. This is a very different scenario, though. You're down 2-1. You're on Coliseum. We know that comebacks are always possible, but in this instance, is there one specific thing, maybe one player, Daz, that you're looking at and saying if they get going, if this certain situation begins to happen, Panic at the Demo are going to send this to 5?
I think it's Tiz. I've liked what I've seen from Tiz this entire series so far. There have been a couple of moments where he's been off, but especially considering last game where there was that miscomm with him and Nick DeFick. Like, if they can get that communication right and Tiz starts shooting,
what are you saying?
Hey, like I was saying, you see the result there. I mean, of course, it's a good setup for Lubbock. Gets that one, also gets the bump on Wavy, but Wavy didn't really have a good read on the ball anyways. So it was just an open look for Tiz, and Tiz just being there at the right time to bank the shot important.
I mean, that was such a quick counterattack. Nick DeVick was already back in the orange half. Didn't really need to push up to midfield. And these are the instances where, again, just having somebody kind of be a catalyst for the offense can really propel a team into Champions Field. We would love it if we get to go there. I don't know if we will, but anything's possible. As Crypto, again, one of the freestyle players in this entire program. And the highlight being that if you're that passionate about Rocket League freestyling, again, it shows the amount of control he has on ball, but also the commitment to that level of play. It's certainly slotted in nicely with this team. And after the game 1 worries, 2 and 3 have been very, very solid into 4. Wavy going to clear it away, and Wavy defensively is going to be a problem for Panic at the Demo in this game, knowing how much time he can kill and how quickly he can get a clean possession. Daz, he could really be the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell a little bit of like their game plan has been kind of disrupting Wavy, making sure he doesn't have a lot of time to work with. Oh, wow. Interesting double commit there from Gold Diggers. But now, especially when he's going to be back on that defensive end, he's the last person you want full boost on back wall, because he is going to be able to buy a lot of time and just kind of shut down any offensive play you have. Now, that being said, he is down by 1, so you are going to see a little bit more aggression as they are going to try to see if they can find that tying goal. And then I think that if you're Panic at the Demo, that's where you strike, but you got to be able to stop the man. Like, oh my goodness, Wavy.
This is back-to-back games where the back wall's completely open. They take advantage of the space. They give it to Wavy, and he puts it away. I mean, a 2v1 in the goal. Good Lord. Good Lord. Oh. Yeah, he's number 1 in the draft for a reason.
That's a poster.
We get it.
We just saw a poster.
All right, we'll shake it off. New kickoff.
Yeah,
You're fine.
Right.
Yeah, you can't. You have to have a short memory on
Are you fine?
Coliseum.
Are you fine?
No.
Oh my God. You almost weren't fine. Wavy almost with a free double there. Good on the defense, making that shot hard, but Panic at the Demo is panicking. Again, they have to get out of this zone, otherwise it'll be tying goal. They have no boost. They barely have possession of the ball. Oh, Wavy missed the mid. So he just tries to throw it on net. That's actually really good for them, because now, okay, they've got time. They can reset. And at the perfect time, too, as well, halfway through game 4.
Yeah, the offense of Gold Diggers was starting to hit their timing on the boost grabs as well, but Wavy just a second was like, look, I need to go challenge. We're not going to get the grab. And now you start to give some abilities here for Panic at the Demo to break out of the stranglehold. But It has to come through a booming clear. They finally do get it, and they can stack the left side and continue this pressure into the corner. Back to the midfield. Juggling as Crypto gets one over, looking for the second. Still has a reset, and almost made it look pretty, but in the end, with 2 minutes to go, it's still a tie game. And yet again, Panic and the Demo have been able to hold on, clawing their way back to the midfield.
Oh, man, but we're seeing another double commit between Nick DeVic and Tiz. Again, got to keep that communication. Of course, the pace of game has started to speed up here a bit, and that's exactly when communication is going to be the most important here. A lot of no boost situations here for Panic at the Demo. They're trying to see if they can break out. Meanwhile, Gold Diggers is trying to fight their way in possession by possession, 50 by 50. And it's been that just constant contestation of the midfield.
Still a lot of time to be played. And a danger, it feels like, in Crypto with how quickly he's gotten up on possession and been able to poke the ball through the corner, looking towards that back wall space. That's going to be a problem if nobody's able to shut it down. Wavy on the goal line has been an insurance policy right now for Gold Diggers. They continue to get out. Back touch, Wavy. We'll call it like a half Brezzy. I don't know if that was really that close, but still looked nice. Crypto, backboard, and clears it laterally as Wavy will pick up possession. 2 to beat. Nick DeVic the first. Cloud comes up for the follow-up. Centered nicely. And back into the midfield, and Panic at the Demo not going to give up much.
Now that 50 seconds left, and we're seeing Gold Diggers try to use this one through from the air with 40 seconds to go. And it's just been really, really tough kind of situation here in that midfield, especially considering that nobody wants to overcommit.
That's the danger, right? It's like the first team to make the mistake going to get punished for it, and with how close the series has been, you don't want to be that team. Crypto's going to get caught just briefly rotating back. Wavy does another nice job, again, playing out in front. Half musty, why not? Nick DeVic going to catch and play it low on the pop. Ball still alive for anyone's grab. Tiz, long clear into the corner. It's kind of been like this for the last 30 seconds or so. But do we go to OT again in game 4? Yes, we will. Let's go to golden goal.
Big goal here. Gold Diggers, they score, they win the series. Panic at the Demo trying to force a game 5. Already a good start here initially off the kickoff. Everybody has started to spread out a bit as the time has kind of slowed down. Or the time expired, I'm sorry. But now we're starting to see, again, more pressure come out. As Panic at the Demo know they need this next one.
The only worry right now that I think, Daz, is that Panic at the Demo just look like they're chasing just a little bit too much, especially when they're rotating through the midfield. They look like they just are not exactly on ball. That's a great shot and a better follow-up from Crypto. Again, the backboard pressure has been theirs the entire series. Wavy sets it up perfectly, and they'll find the win on this touch from Crypto.
Yeah, Crypto, again, being there in the right time and getting a good read on where the ball's going as well. But I mean, of course, good setup, good initial challenge from Cloud to be able to just get the ball to Wavy. Wavy, great first touch, gets a solid follow-up on it, and that follow-up was so big because the defense had to guess quickly, is this going in or not from the angle? And then, oh, it's not. Where is it going? By the time they even recognized it, I mean, Crypto was already there. Tiz tried to get there, but he just too little too late. And that's the series.
Just really good execution team-wise all the way around from Gold Diggers, which, again, for only having about a week or so, really shows you just, one, how versatile, again, Wavy continues to be in all of the Rocket League scene, but two, how well this team was put together. And one of the conversations, Daz, that we had with the coaches during the draft was, yes, we expected certain players to be taken in the first round, but those who weren't, does that change how the composition of these rosters might look and maybe what the game plan is going to be? Clearly it was, we want a roster that can complement Wavy, but they can also set up for each other, which is something you strive for every team, but it's really working with the play style that Crypto and Cloud bring to this table. And they got Spaceman swept. So, Gold Digger, shout out to you. Daz, talk to me, though.
I forgot about that.
That's right, man. Talk to me, though. Cloud and Crypto specifically, what was one thing that stood out from these players to you that really helped this team make it through that game 4?
I think it's Crypto's ability to be able to read the play. That's definitely very big. And I would also probably say Cloud's selflessness on the ball. Those are definitely very important qualities because Crypto, it was there for really, minuscule situations where you have to be there at the right time in order for this to be a goal. So he was always there for that. And then for Cloud, just again getting some of these proper challenges to keep the play alive, keep that possession going. And you didn't really see him too much on the forefront except for the goal he scored in game number 2. But afterwards, you were able to kind of see that like complete I guess team package with everyone kind of working together. So I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was fun to watch for the first series. Again, neither team, whether they lost, is going to be done just yet. Still a lot of Rocket League to be played. We thought Wavy would be number 1 in the draft, and we were correct. But now I want to know what the hosts think, because after that series going to 4, not a bad way to start Rocket League. Let's throw it back over to Bearlight.
A 3-1 victory here from Gold Diggers, and honestly, Lemon, it seemed like Wavy had a little bit of a slower start, but then you saw Crypto start to come alive as well for that squad.
Yeah, you can have the best player in the world on your team, but this is still a 3v3 environment, and I think that's what the slow start out of Gold Diggers was how to find themselves on the field, who's going for it, and really communicating. So it was slow between Crypto and Wavy to find that chemistry, and then for Panic, I mean, they took full advantage of that. We really liked what Tiz did, by the way. Die for You is aka Lubbock, for anyone who didn't know. Yep. And Panic just came in an immediate flow state. It was great to see. Their defense, though, got very panicky. They gave away a lead in game 3, which I didn't like. And Gold Diggers, once they had Wavy in these one-on-one scenarios, he was able to slot it in great places and eventually give Gold Diggers the lead.
Panic at the defense, maybe more like at the start. No, I do think, again, for Nick and Tiz, they had a really good opener. But I think the overall arching point is, like, after that first game, I really did feel like Gold Diggers understood that Wavy's going to move the ball quickly upfield. So you need to be there. There needs to be some trust to make sure he's not just doing it all himself. And that's when we started to see Crypto and Cloud really come to life up through the midfield.
Yeah, that's what it felt like, right? It felt like Wavy had to put the weight on his shoulders. I feel like Crypto was a good indicator that he didn't have to do it all. And so we saw many instances there. And although Panic did eventually get on the board later here in this series to try to even things up, and eventually it looked like they might have forced that game number 5 until we got to overtime. And then, of course, you have Crypto doing what he did best, really finding himself in that goal scoring role. Well, we still have a game going on, a match going on in the B stream as well. So if you haven't already, go ahead and pull up twitch.tv/staypluggedinb, where Nitro Knights and Ball Chasers, every single game on that channel, Lemon, has gone to overtime. That's how close that series has been.
Yeah, and even our mainstream match went to a few overtimes. This is great to see. So I love that the competition out of the gates has been really tough for everybody. And I wanted to also give some love to Cloud, because we were talking a lot about Crypto and Wavy and how they're syncing up on the front lines. But Cloud also knew how to insert himself up close to the net to be kind of this unnoticed threat who was able to give them goals. And I really like that. Gold Diggers, we thought this was going to be like a Wavy show, but this ended up being a really well-rounded roster.
No, it certainly was. Well, guess it's a 2-1 series lead right now for the Nitro Knights, so they will keep an eye on that. Of course, you can open that up again. Stay plugged in B, so make sure you have that going on. All the Watch Party hosts as well have transitioned over there to watch it. It's been a close one right now, a 3-1 lead as well for those leaders looking to close it out. But we're going to take a short break before we crank up the second round of matches here on the Rocket League side of the 2024 Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars. Don't go anywhere.
on! Before I switched to Brightspeed fiber internet, things like slow speeds and random dead spots really brought out the troll in me. I mean, I spent hours causing trouble. But then I switched to Brightspeed's fast, reliable fiber internet, and the rest is sunshine and unicorns. Looks amazing, Barbara.
Ultra-fast, Brightspeed fiber internet. Switch to the bright side.
Hi, my name is Cohen, or in game I'm Haz. I play Rocky League, and I am a senior out of Ohio, and I am a 2024 Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Star. As a kid, you know, you play video games at the time, hoping to be one day just like playing from a big stage. We drove 19 and a half hours from Canada to North Carolina, and I played in a LAN event there, and then that led me to applying for All-Stars last year. Fortunately, did not get it last year. When I didn't get it, it just kind of motivated me to play even more, get even better. Going as last pick definitely wasn't what I was hoping for, but I think definitely going last it's honestly kind of fueled my passion more. As I'm going to All-Star again, I got something to prove to you guys. All the people who could have taken me, and I just want to keep pushing forward and do better and prove everyone wrong. I think that's just the main thing I want to do.
Absolutely excellent. Round one, something else. I mean, every game basically within one goal as far as both A stream and B stream. So let's take a look at the standings right now and see where we're at. Obviously, just through one series played, Gold Diggers and Nitro Knights respectively getting the wins here early, which is super important to kind of build and establish your momentum. The 3-0 is always what you're after at this point in time. And in fact, we'll get to see a sneak peek of the two best that got the wins in the first round. It'll be Gold Diggers facing off with Nitro Knights, and we got to hear a little bit from Haz, rather. We'll hear from Daz later. Heard from Haz here recently, and the Gold Diggers, of course, they'll be playing Haz this time around. He'll be taking Cloud's spot this time around, but I mean, Gold Diggers, what they're able to do in the first block there, Lemon, something special.
I'm hoping we don't see that slow start and now having to incorporate a new third. We'll see how they adjust without Cloud. But Haz, this is some big talent you're bringing on. He's a high school national champion, a 4-time Spinland winner, and he does a ton of extracurriculars, and he loves competition. That's why he plays all the sports. He's also an extremely hard worker. He's had 3 jobs to try and support his family and to support this endeavor. So I'm a big fan of Haz and wondering how he's going to fit into this lineup.
And I think it's going to be, well, we heard in the interview, he's got a chip on his shoulder being picked last, very last at the end of this draft. He knows he's better than that, and he knows that he has something to prove there, Shift. And when you're in that state of being where you're picked last, you really do perform a little bit better. It can motivate you as a player.
I think a lot of the normal cliches is sometimes you just have to play to the level of your competition, but this is a unique situation because he has to play up to the level of his teammates. Being picked as #1 overall for Wavy, of course, we already talked about his rapport that comes with his name, but Cloud and Crypto really did play very well in that first series. So there is a little bit of weight in the shoulders here for Haz to step up and be a good contributor, but some players do rise to the occasion when they're surrounded by greatness.
And Nitro Knights, we got to see a prime example of them rising to the occasion as well, as they got their first win of the group stage as well. This team led by Mercy.
Oh, I'm excited to see Mercy in action because I don't think he's going to be giving any mercy. He was #1 in the world in threes at one point last year. He streams, he competes in community tournaments like Saltmine. He just won a trophy with Fanta Esports at LAN, and he's not currently playing for a team that I know of, but he's really hungry to land in a good spot, and this is a great place to make a good impression.
And you said it yourself at the draft, Lemon. So much talent from the Rocket side out of Texas. So now, of course, Nitro Knights looking to advance to 2-0. Same with Gold Diggers. Let's go down to the pitch now. Spaceman and Daz to take you away.
Well, we're into round 2, and if we're talking parallel matchups like we did in the first series, I mean, Wavy and Mercy have to be at the front of the conversation. Mercy, SSL in 2s and 3s, and Daz, he's within the top 100 of 2s, right behind Sosa, so you're getting in quality reps against the best in the world, but Mercy could be the difference maker in this offense, go differential-wise, +5 coming off their first series. They got a lot riding on their offense in this one.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this roster is going to stamp up against Gold Diggers here, especially with the kind of change that has been made here on the field. It does seem like we're going to see a lot of an entirely different dynamic in this matchup compared to the last one. So
yeah,
I mean, we'll find out. We'll see what Haz has to offer as well.
Yeah, the question for Haz coming in after, again, the performance from Gold Diggers in the last series was really Cloud and Crypto doing a really nice job of keeping this offense upfield and finding one another. It's very simple, but tough to do. But early on, it seems like the change hasn't been anything that they can't handle because Wavy already finds the first shot and the goal.
I like that speed from Wavy there. It was a very close challenge. He got there really quickly. Made sure you get that beat out. I mean, that's what you expect from a player like Wavy. So you really just have to set him up and he's going to knock it down.
We'll at least get the boost grab there from Haz, but when it comes to slotting into this team, I think the big thing, again, is trying to keep the game simple, especially for a new edition. That's why we had both Valorant and Rocket League draft an additional all-star to the rosters, because we want to get these players an opportunity to compete in this entire program, but also to get them a chance to learn from the best. And what better way to do it than maybe with a drop down from Wavy as your captain. Wavy, coming off hot from that first series, gets it going again. 2 back-to-back goals from the midfield.
Oh, look at that. Great follow-up there from Wavy. Beautiful. That one goes off the post a little bit. Gets a little spin on it into the net. I mean, again, just it's a simple game plan. They're just very effective on it. But also, you have to pay attention. Their offensive output has been a lot better than it was in the last series. They're getting things started really early. And maybe that is something that happens when you make some certain swaps. You get like a new level of energy. But also it could be on Nitro Nights here as well. Getting kind of settled here and learning how to cut things off and make sure Gold Diggers don't get as much space on that transition is going to be something that takes a little bit of time to get into.
Yeah, we said it in Game 1 of last series, but we've said it many times for Rocket League. Sometimes Game 1s of a best-of-5 don't really mean much. Both players, I should say teams, are just getting their footing. And that's where things can change going into Game 2 and 3 and so on. We saw that from Gold Diggers. They came out flat-footed in the first game, go to Forbidden Temple. They started to turn things around. Cloud and Crypto, the reasons why that offense started to get going. And Wavy can live up to the moniker of tap-in merchant, whether he likes it or not. Sometimes he's just in the right place at the right time. This is one of those instances where they can build on this lead by just controlling the clock. Continue to keep these possessions through the corner, and they'll have a really easy day of being able to break down defenses. They've done a nice job so far keeping Nitro Knights low on boost as they look for the follow-up touch, but it just won't be there.
Yeah. Now we need to see a little bit more of that pressure coming out of Nitro Knights here. Been a slow start in Game 1. Took a couple of opportunities, but nothing really doing here for them is Mercy, good touch out towards that side corner. Trying to see if they can get that solid follow-up. But Jujui, who's last bag, actually that's a great win. Runs out of boost though, and the offensive possession still trying to survive.
Yeah, and they've really tried to force the issue, especially through this back corner. They haven't been able to get the boost. That's fine though. Keep the numbers pressed, and again, the worry now comes in. If you're winning the 50s, you're fine to stay up with all 3 men. If you're not, you got to worry about a boom and clear, let alone the counterattack that could essentially come from it. Wins the first touch. It was a shallow shot, but still looked dangerous, and Haz will try to escape and buy some time for the defense of Gold Diggers to break out. Does just that. But this has been a pretty good stretch of swings from Nitro Knights, doing a nice job of not only winning the 50s at the midfield, but again, getting chances in the offensive third. Second man can't find the angle, and right off the backboard again it goes before Crypto finds the clear.
So good chances here and there. They are getting more room here forward in the front, but you got to be careful with that double commit here again. Gold Diggers in a great spot. They look kind of comfortable on the field here a little bit as Wavy stays on top of the ball, flies it over 1/52, and gets a little bit of room. And look at them pass. 1, 2, almost 3 there for the shot. And still keeping that pressure. Their transition game is so good.
Starting to see Mercy jump a little bit too early on some of these reads, but doing a nice job of, again, staying down on the play and not getting caught out. One of the big dangers at times, you start to chase just a bit too much. Jabera looking for the bump, can't connect, set up nicely. Haz will read it, and again, defense is your best offense sometimes for a new player jumping in. Making, no mistakes is the best way to kind of slot into a team. Mercy can't get the second, and again, Wavy at the midfield, able to cut down this first push. Nitro Knights can't really establish much when they don't hold on to the ball.
They're trying to establish just some offensive presence. They're able to get the ball upfield, but not too many shot opportunities. Pitch goes forward, and chance here for Wavy. Actually, he's passing to Haz, and now you just see again, Gold Diggers maintaining the field presence, maintaining that offensive zone. Not letting Nitro Knights do too much of anything when they do get upfield, and when they do, it's only short-lived. I mean, look, these challengers in the corner are just so strong.
Yeah, and every time they kick it out on these like booming touches, you're just playing it into space where Nitro Knights have to recover, burn the last that they have of their boost to get back on the ball, and maybe they're lucky to hold on to a full tank, but this is one of the first times they've really had a good look. High off the backboard, Mercy gonna try to slot in, will do just that, cuts the lead within one. This continuous pressure we were seeing from Nitro Knights finally pays off in the end. It took a bit of time to get going, but with 14 on the clock, they got a chance.
Still time, like you said, 14 on the clock. We just need to see what happens here right off this kickoff. It's going to be really big on kind of dictating where this is going to go.
Free ball. Crypto can kill it here. I mean,
Oh,
one goal
Jared,
kind of
no
ends
boost.
this.
Mercy tries to keep this one up, and yeah, they got to go to the length of the field. That one hits the corner, and yeah, it's going to be game one of Gold Diggers.
I mean, they kept it simple. They kept it easy. At the end of the day, Wavy did everything he had to. 2 goals, 2 shots, 2 saves, perfect from the field. And Crypto and Has, again, combining defensively, just continuing to allow this offense to feel at ease upfield, the space that they were creating. But this defense can really pull them through a series if they can rely on a hot shooter like Wavy to get the job done. And that's exactly what they did. But when we look back at how Nitro Knights really played things, right, it was the utilization of their boost. Really, they were kind of using all their boost defensively to catch up to the ball. And Daz, when you're starting to chase defensively, that means you're out of sync offensively because you're not really establishing a lot of pressure. It didn't seem like they were really able to get much going until the end there. Again, only game one, but how are we feeling so far after Gold Diggers continue to go on this roll?
I think it's really we're gonna see Nitro Knights make some adjustments here in game 2. They go into this one with the 5+ game goal differential, which will I think matter later on, where Gold Diggers have a +2 goal differential. Their defense has been pretty solid. Once those early goals came in, they did stop the bleeding. But again, the issue does lie with their offense. It just has not been as much as they've needed just to be, in a more general stance. But as we get into game 2, I think also the fact that Gold Diggers did make the change is so interesting because imagine if Nitro Knights were watching the last game. Okay, yeah, this is their style of play. You add a different player in that, it changes things completely.
Yeah.
But now we'll see if they can make some of those adjustments here. Here we go, game 2 on your screen.
Definitely a different comp and maybe a different conversation about what might happen. Xsync, however, will finally find the opening goal here that this team had been hunting for in game 1. Nitro Knights on the board first, and Xsync was a player in the draft who talked about being adaptable, being an anchor, being able to play offense when his teammates play defense, and vice versa. These are situations where you need a player like Xsync to really step up, kind of lead the charge, and maybe kind of bring back some middle ground for his squad that had been hunting for so much opportunity in game 1, but really just couldn't find much.
Right. And it's a good solid rotation too as well on him, just to be able to make sure he gets there quickly. So now off to a great start, and now we're going to see Wavy just take matters into his own hands. Take a look at it one more time if you missed it. Wavy gets involved, plays that one off the ceiling, got the flip, activated it, and defense just wasn't ready for that. But you got to be ready if you're going to get someone like Wavy.
Yeah, the 1v2s today from Wavy have been pretty precise. So once more, if you're like Daz said, if you're going against a player like Wavy, you kind of have to expect that there's going to be an extra read from the ceiling. Doesn't matter where he's at. In situations like this, you want to keep boost out of his hands for as long as possible. Another dangerous read that ricochets back out into the hands of Has. And from the sidewall we go again. You got Jujui waiting on the backboard. Crypto going to try to sneak it in, but the defense a little bit too aware. Wavy once more off the sidewall, hits the dead jump, but just can't get the follow-up touch. However, the pressure continuing at the midfield as more boost in the pockets of Gold Diggers, and they are not slowing down.
They aren't. They're trying to speed up and capitalize on this momentum that they've got. Nitro Knights on their side of things, really trying to just reset, take more control of things. As you see, again, Jared Bear here on top of the ball. Nice touch forward. Not able to get the double, no boost. Homicide coming through with a shot, and Jujui. As Xsync there. Double commit, though, from Has and Crypto, so that's going to slow things down. You see Wavy pulling off. He doesn't have the boost. He does have it now, and now he's just going to sit there, wait at the goal line, get a long clear to try to force Nitro Knights back. They've got the demo, but this ball floating, not going to be too much room here for them to set up any play. But they've got Gold Diggers in a good spot. They just have to make sure to not give them too many opportunities for a long clear.
If I'm reading it correctly, it should be Xsync who's now in, I believe, in Game 2 for Mercy. We'll get double confirmation on that. But if that's the case, we're already seeing some changes from Nitro Knights. And
yeah,
again,
mid-game substitution is nice.
You don't see it too often in Rocket League. And, you're afforded that luxury because of drafting 4 players. But, this is something that even in RLCS, while it hasn't been a significant conversation, there just has been general interest and inquiry more so of what would happen if you have mid-game substitutions? What would it really look like? Well, now we actually get a chance to find out.
Exactly. More pressure, though. We're pushing that halfway point. See, Jerbear has Xsync in mid, but not going to be able to get it there, especially I believe Jujui was also trying to get involved in that play, so more of a wide swing on the play. Now we have more battle, more possession. Both teams trying to fight for control here in game 2. There's a chance for Jerbear. Looks for the infield pass, but Jujui a little hezzy, but also the shot comes through. Jerbear stay with the play, and it paid off big time.
Yeah, don't panic in the play, right? Just stay in front. Make sure your teammates can help assist. You get a couple extra cheeky touches, and Jerbear there to essentially close this one down. Nicely done all the way upfield. Everybody gets a touch around the world. Nitro Knights take a 2-1 lead with plenty of time here in Game 2, but a nice adjustment after that Game 1 struggle. And this is what we wanted to see, a little bit more tug-of-war, a little bit more boomer ball at times where both teams are getting a look, but reading the defenses on the ground. And finally, it seems like the offense of Nitro Knights has showed up in this series.
Jujui with the pop, and Jerbear trying to get there in time. Wavy has also been pretty kind of shut down this game. I haven't seen too much out of him. You do want to see a little bit more as the clock starts to tick, but this is good on Nitro Knights. You can show that they're able to kind of handle that, and they also have their offense kind of set down. I enjoyed seeing those passing plays between them. Will we see a little bit more? Is again, there may be a chance here. Wavy shot, not the best shot. They cleared away. Jerbear now has enough boost for another touch. Went for a flip reset. Lost a little control of that. So now Crypto will clear it out. And man, he stays on top of the ball. So well done. Gives Wavy a chance for a solo. This is exactly what you need. But look at that. Jujui so quick to get that cutout. Just eliminating any potential threats here on the side of Gold Diggers. But they got to be careful. Defense is not perfect. They're starting to let things seep in.
Yeah, and when the defense is low on boost, they start to scramble, which means they're panicking and they're going to double commit. So you got to keep the pressure going if you're Gold Diggers. This is a golden opportunity to tie up the game, but you got to tip your cap to how Nitro Knights have not only played on the other end and how they've rotated out to the midfield. They're doing a really good job on low resources, staying in front and winning 50s. It cannot be overstated how important that is to keeping this game too viable. As Jerbear from the side wall will just try to buy enough space. Beautiful little pinch. The defense would have given it for free, but he couldn't close it. And at the end of the day, those are the kind of opportunities that Nitro Knights have to keep going for.
Yeah, they do. I mean, very clean, almost able to get that one on target. But this is also going to keep Gold Diggers from getting more offensive chances. Just make them feel like they have to be the team that just is stuck on that defensive end. It's good pressure, really good pressure. They're trying to force a mistake. Again, a 2-goal lead here would be a very nice cushion. But as time ticks down, opportunities are starting to arise for Gold Diggers.
Double commit pays off. Gets him back to the midfield. Xsync is low. Jujui's going to grab everything he needs to keep this play moving. Now try to extend through the corner. Weird ricochet. Crypto pops it off the backboard. Has watching as Wavy went out for the challenge. Can Jujui recover on this and put it on target? No, it's not going to happen. 2 seconds to go, trying to hold on to the lead. Wavy has to go the length of the field. And they'll keep it up. Crypto from the corner, but a nice defensive effort from Nitro Knights will keep it out and keep this game 2 secure as Xsync steps up massively in this one with a big save and helped his offense get going as well. A 2-1 lead in a tied series.
Like you said, 2-1 lead, tied series here. Nitro Knights definitely a much stronger performance out of them than we saw in game 1. Again, Has, who also had a lot of energy in game 1, kind of showed up a little quiet in this game, but that's fine because, again, tied up series now. But you look at this, and this was like, I would say, the big impact play there. Wavy getting that tying goal, but the passing and then the positioning on Nitro Knights. Very well done on that last attack. And it really did show, okay, this team has a lot of structure to them, which makes them a threat in their own right.
Yeah, there was that one 30-second swing that Gold Diggers really had an opportunity when they had boost-starved Nitro Knights defensively. They were winning the 50s. Nitro Knights started to double commit on a couple of their challenges on the goal line. That's your window right there. You get about 15, 20 seconds to really try to keep the offense up and capitalize. And for Nitro Knights, you got to give them credit. They didn't falter defensively. They had some double commits, but it didn't cost them because they were winning through their 50s and keeping the ball on the ground. Again, meaning they're not burning boost just to recover back to the backboard. This was a nice job by Nitro Knights defensively, and just keeping them in the game, Daz, allowed them to secure this win. So now, like the first series, we find ourselves tied up at 1 apiece, and this is another instance where we kind of look over towards Wavy's shoulders and say, okay, you found the opening couple of goals, but as an IGL, how do you get these young players on the same page and get them ready for a long series?
Yeah, because you got to make some adjustments here. You've definitely had time to figure out exactly where you want to go in terms of your own play style. You've had a couple reps and things like that, but then when you introduce new players, again, it kind of introduces new challenges. I think a lot of people think, okay, this is good for the people to mix things up, as Nitro Knights have also had a mix as well here. They have Mercy, that's in, with X-Sync and Jujui. So Jerbear will be taking a step out here as we see the numbers too, guys, don't worry. But we also see X-Sync and Jujui, so you can do a little bit of figuring out there. But as this game continues on, now we see just, again, more adaptations on the field, which really does kind of shake things up for both teams.
Yeah, and it'll be fun to see what Mercy can do falling back into the offense. As speaking of, he finds the opening goal as Nitro Knights back-to-back games will find the first. X-Sync was getting a bit blue ball up on the goal line, and Mercy took advantage of the space. Nobody else around. Hello, it's wide open. Mercy finds the first.
With that first goal here, we'll see how things kind of start to shake up. Nitro Knights continuing on their path. Great touch out from X-Sync. He's trying to set that one up in the midfield. A little bit of double commits, but man. Mercy with the double. Oh, he's got it. He's got it all day. Great assist, great goal. Nitro Knights up by 2.
And you need a flat touch here if you're Mercy, because you got one player crossing in. Just keep it simple. Play it shallow. Sneaks it under, and Mercy steps up offensively, comes right back into this team from game 2. Took a breather and already has 2 goals, just like what Wavy was doing in the last series. Things are going to get very, very interesting in this best of 5 as we watch Crypto, the freestyler, trying to clear it away, and we'll do so. But all of a sudden, Nitro Knights feeling like the momentum's now swung over to their side as Mercy again will try to call possession, but gets beaten off the ball, and we'll see him back on respawn.
50 on the play. Jui trying to set that one up. A little bit sent away. This is Wavy. Got the flip over 1. Quick cutout from Mercy. Ball gets sent to the side. Bit of a double commit there, and you gotta watch Wavy here. He's on that back wall, looking to see if he can get the right touch. But another backflip. Mercy was trying to set up the double. Jujui wanted to get there in time, but just not fast enough. A lot of energy and pace here early on in game 3 from Nitro Knights. They just gotta make sure to keep their foot on the gas.
Yeah, they're really testing the integrity of the Gold Diggers defense. They're just kind of peppering the upper 90 a couple times, just seeing who's going to bite, who's going to double commit. And then we'll see if they make those adjustments, because at times you can go for those weathering shots and then try to adjust your gameplay around it. Other teams just keep going for it by brute force. Not sure what the decision will be for Nitro Knights, but for a 2-0 lead, you allow yourself a lot of opportunities and, chances for different kinds of offense, for different creativities, and this is where this team can really start to pull away in this series. Already tied at 1-1 after game 2, continuing to fight through the 50s. Wavy trying to clear it by going backwards through the corner, and eventually this team going to look to slow this one down, but Gold Diggers have not had control of this game, let alone possession, Daz. They have been starved out and pushed back on the defensive end for the last minute.
Yeah, now they're trying to find their way to get out here. And it's been really tough, because look at that pressure. Look at that counterattack from Nitro Knights. Just so strong. You get this pass here. Mercy's able to kind of set it up. You see Jujui, low boost, still going for it. Just understands the space between him and the ball, and then, of course, the ball and the opponent, and just applies that extra layer of pressure, saying, if you're not going to play ball, then I will, and punish you for it.
This is where offenses can get a little too overconfident, because you start sending multiple numbers. You're like, we're already beating them at the midfield. We're beating them on their own side. We can just continue to stay aggressive, which is true if you're scoring, and they are. But you got to wonder if Gold Diggers are now, reassessing their game plan, because it clearly has not worked. This solo defense playing man-to-man at the midfield just isn't cutting it. They're not winning through the 50s. Maybe think about keeping it on the ground. Nice little redirect to keep Mercy honest in the front of the box and set back towards the blue half. Jujui following in pursuit. And now what does the defense do of Nitro Knights as they look to slow it down, able to get 2 to bite? Jujui getting everybody off their anchor, and he's just making it look easy.
Yeah, he is. Being able to have somebody who can cut through defenses like that is so important. No chance, though. Oh, Jujui! Oh, no. Crypto's going to be credited here for the goal, but I think this does bounce a little bit off of Jujui's car. Because it goes off the bar. Yep, you can see it. Taps the octane, rolls in. Jujui's everywhere. Okay.
It's the LG special. Score it on your own net. Up and down the net. Sometimes it rolls that way. You had a little bit of a flat double from Mercy earlier on. This time you get lucky with the crossbar bounce, but back within 2. No way. That's a great read from Crypto, and Crypto has continued to be one of the stars so far today of day 1. Just a perfect read downfield, wins the 50, and it puts it through.
You could not tell me if you initially looked at his approach, he was winning at 50. That's a great 50 out of Crypto. And to be able to turn that into an opportunity to really bring Gold Diggers back in this game, this is a very winnable position for them. We'll just have to see if they can capitalize one more time. I'm expecting defense to really kind of clamp down on the side of Nitro Knights here.
You know, just listening to Crypto's interview and just kind of hearing kind of his personality, I know like the communications that are just, I'm going to win this 50. And then just he does it and it's over. It's very straight to the point, very, very self-assured in his skills, and why not, the way he's been playing today. Looks like he might be the X factor.
We're starting to see the bumps on the play. Wavy getting physical. They're trying to see if they can throw Nitro Knights off of their rotation, get them some room. They're trying to still boost as well. You see Jujui in the back, no boost. So now we're seeing a little bit of extra no boost challenges. Wavy, big win, big double touch. But now a little bit of panic on the goal line. Has can't keep it in. Final 15 seconds. Seeing the boost grabs there. Here's Wavy. He wants to get one last touch, one last play. Oh, plays it low. Has a teammate there on the wing. Has. Wants to be able to get it across the Crypto. Can't do it. It's blocked out. No time on the clock. No room for error, and that one will just hit the ground. And Nitro Knights, wow. Big win there for them. Match point situation.
And they're doing it by switching players in and out. And this is where things get really interesting, which, again, I doubt that this is going to become a staple of how the game maybe is played in the CRL or LCS level. Who knows? But it's definitely making a case just by this event alone, how we have been seeing players, again, utilizing their strengths, Xing defensively and offensively, was able to do both in game 2, able to continue to be a catalyst for the team like he talked about in his interview. And then you bring Mercy back in to continue to challenge the Wavy matchup, and he's doing it. He finds the opening 2 goals and they build their lead healthily. This is a very interesting spot to be in for Gold Diggers, because it seems that even though their offense, I should say, at times is working as intended like it did in the first series, Daz, it has not been as efficient. It has not been as potent by just sheer volume of shots, and they're looking like they're struggling at times to kind of make those reads upfield and break down the defense, which credit is to Nitro Knights still. This is not what I expected with a team in Nitro Knights that's just making changes every other game.
Exactly. I don't think a lot of us would really kind of expect to see the way Nitro Knights was going to approach the field, that they would take that style of approach here as well. But also, I also didn't expect Gold Diggers to be kind of like as slow as we have seen them. I think I was expecting a little bit more speed to the play. They have been getting beat out a lot. Credit to Nitro Knights for their speed. And now we get into a situation too where, okay, they're letting things in that definitely have kind of shown a little bit of miscommunication here and there. But at the same time, they do have what it takes to at least keep the games close down to the final few seconds, which could make things very interesting as we get ready for Game 4.
Hey now, guess what? You can win a Coca-Cola mini fridge by staying involved and watching the stream, because at times we're going to have a QR code that's bouncing around the screen.
Me?
I mean, as long as you scan the QR code. If the QR code's bouncing around the screen and you have a phone and a camera on that phone that's attached, you can scan that QR code and get involved and have a chance to win a mini fridge, which will be giving away a bunch of different prizes. Do you have a mini fridge? I have a mini fridge.
I don't have a mini fridge. Oh my God!
There it is. Look at that.
I'm scanning.
Scan the QR code for a chance to win a Coca-Cola mini fridge, and keep your drinks ice cold. You can put drinks in there. You can put anything that fits in a mini fridge in there. I will.
There's a form. I'll fill it out later.
Fill out the form. Listen, folks. You can win a lot of things, okay?
You can. But who's going to win this game?
Okay.
Mercy saying it's Nitro Knights. That's a good pass from Jerbear to the midfield. Look at this. That's a good bounce off the corner as well. Crypto knew he was in a tough spot, wanted to slow down, and Jerbear knew it. Said, okay, we're going to speed things up here. Get it straight to the midfield. And Mercy, what positioning there. Jerbear, Mercy, X-Sync shaking things up here. And what could be Nitro Knights' final game of this series.
What a crazy turn of events. We already had one Spaceman sweep. If we get another, I'm going to scream. But then, I'm going to scan the QR code. But guess what? This is all down to the wire here in Coliseum. Should we go 5? We'd love it to go 5. Gold Diggers have the opportunity to bring this one back from the brink, but for now, it has been the Nitro Knights defense. I say that, I'm going to shut up, as Wavy pokes it over the last defender and ties us up.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, see, I think you kind of cast a curse at that one. I'm not going to lie.
I love when I do that.
Because you said defense, and then we got to watch that backflip. That one that's rough, man. That's all I'm going to say. It's rough.
Off the kickoff. X-Sync back in it. The anchor for Nitro Knights. A combination. As
Combination.
Crypto looks for the possession, but we'll keep it wide. X-Sync doing a nice job again, shadowing on ball. Jerbear has boost if he wants it, but still fighting through the 50s. Gold Diggers a little bit out of position for now, but will be just fine as they have found a demo to even out the numbers and keep them at bay.
Oh, nice flip reset there from Crypto. Couldn't keep the ball close. Oh, that's a good shot, though, from Wavy. Wavy make a couple card changes. He's on the Octane now. I like the lead there, but Jerbear was able to read it. Great read, but still chance here for Gold Diggers. They're just trying to get one. But Nitro Knights, oh my, the transitional passes have been just so good. They've been finding each other, and it's been giving them so much room up the field.
Definitely feels like Gold Diggers are fighting through many more of these 50s. Wavy had a free touchdown field. Nice pass by Haz, but it feels like this team is starting to put it together just a little bit more at the right time. X-Sync can have to come up with a huge block. Won't happen. Wavy again wins another touch. But unfortunately for him, we'll have to rotate out. The first step of the offense does not get the look they wanted. And a massive touch by X-Sync. I mean, it clears it right downfield. Jerbear was there for the shot, but gives it away. And now a transition opportunity for Gold Diggers.
Oh, wait, but it's cut away. Nitro Knights, I mean, Mercy did a great job there. Shut down the play, able to make sure you can get a follow-up touch. That's really big in terms of just being able to slow things down, buy your team some room to just make sure they're boosted and in the right position so they can get a cut, just like on that play once again. Gold Diggers, chance here. Can Crypto get that first touch? Look for the follow-up. X-Sync on the back wall, very well positioned. Nitro Knights' defense is certainly up to the task here.
Found a couple of demos late in this game 4, 2 minutes on the clock. This is where the game starts to kind of really slow down defensively. It just feels like every single stretch is taking years. But these are moments where you need your defense to continue to step up on low boost. You're going to be stuck with it. It's just how you break out to the midfield that can change the game. Jerbear looking for the double from the corner. Mercy sets it up, tries to sneak it under. Not going to happen. On no boost, Haz finds the clear through the midfield. X-Sync recovering back on ball. Minute 40 to go. One extra member up. Jerbear plays it wide. And if you're going to chase this, if you're Nitro Knights, you got to make sure you hold on to boost to keep it up.
Good touch from Mercy. Like you said, Nitro Knights is trying to hold on here, but you can see they're knocking on the door on the side of Gold Diggers. That's a good touch off the back wall. Good read there from Jerbear. Got the flip. Staying on top of it. Ooh. Kept boosting there. He could have probably played a 50. Oh, tried to get the bump too, but has. Able to just get up in the air in time.
Doubled.
It's getting real scary here. Like you said, that double commit, bit of panic inside of Gold Diggers. Oh, but that's a big demo. Haz is able to get some space, but no one able to get on top of the ball, so Mercy's able to keep this in front. This is big for Nitro Knights as we hit that final minute.
Yeah, and I'm thinking if I'm Mercy, I'm like slow play this around Wavy and try to buy time for your teammates, but he actually played it correctly. Oh, it's open in the front of the box. Jerbear was right place, right time with the handoff from X-Sync. You get a pass, you get a giveaway from Crypto, and X-Sync in the right spot gets a perfect setup.
Good on Jerbear to be there already, too. You're right. I mean, those cuts are so important, and you can see why. Just completely shook up the defense, got a lane, and made the most of it. Nitro Knights with a chance to take the series. This is big for them.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have expected this, but Wavy downfield. Wavy's downfield.
Wait a second.
He just gets a free touch. They clear this one from their own orange half. Xing plays it through the corner, loses the 50 from Crypto, and he makes up for it on the other end.
Oh, like right off the demo, just not enough time to get back. Wavy played that well. Demo last man back. Pinch goes his way. And now it's anybody's game. We thought this was done. We thought it could have been done. But we play on.
There's no other way to put this than 30 seconds left. This series has come all the way back for Nitro Knights. Gold Diggers steal away a goal downfield from Wavy, but Mercy trying to do the same. Wavy on low boost. And a huge clear on the other end. Crypto following in pursuit. Gives away the touch. Xing plays it from the ceiling. A double commit. A dangerous one. Xing has to burn all his boost to keep this going. And now Crypto will try to get the call.
Mercy. Oh, Mercy. Be careful. That could end that game. Almost at the series. Overtime. Game 4. Gold Diggers, Nitro Knights. You're starting to see a little shakiness on Nitro Knights defensively. And Gold Diggers, like, looking for blood in the water. They are ready to strike at any moment of weakness.
They're getting demos as well. That's going to scare me just a little bit if I'm playing defense. Up to Mercy. Doesn't have enough in the tank to keep up with the ball. I like the idea, but boost will be a problem in OT.
More chances here, but still a little awkward. You're starting to see that awkwardness. And again, a moment's lapse, moment of hesitation makes all the difference.
Who's going to make the first mistake? Who might capitalize? As in, Jerbear out to Mercy. The matchup we wanted to see between Mercy and Wavy has not disappointed, as Wavy had a montage in his opening assessment of how he was going to break down top 100 SSL players, and if he does it here, good luck to the defenses going into Game 5, but Mercy, again, trying to fight through defensively as Xing pops it up, but Wavy will be the first one up for the look.
Oh, that was so close. Crypto almost applied pressure. You can just see Wavy's field presence, just him being upfield there, looking for the bumps, has everybody jumping on Nitro Knights. They're scrambling. Their boost is really low right now. Crypto to Wavy. Wavy, high ball, trying to burn more boost. Follow up from Hess. Mercy, what a save. Another chance, though. Look at this. Wavy's able to get the ball again. He's just trying to get Nitro Knights to use all the boosts to try to make challenges and make these diving saves. So the shot, when it comes through, they can't stop it. And Crypto will send us to Game 5.
Oh, this handoff is excellent. Haz goes up with a lot of boost and calls up Crypto to take the shot. The defense was waiting. The defense was waiting for Haz to come up with the reset, but Crypto flies through the lane and takes the look. And that's just a great little off timing from Gold Diggers to get something different on the table, as Nitro Knights were not prepared. And how could you be with a change up from Gold Diggers? Beautifully played, and we got ourselves a Game 5.
I mean, you're saying it. Calling it like it is, Sean. That's
what we gotta do, man.
Yeah, that's what we gotta do. I mean, it's just the fact that, like, you see Nitro Knights with so much good prowess there, but then you start to see them, like, slow down a little bit more. But also, I honestly think Wavy really stepped up.
Yeah.
Because, again, yeah, sure, you can talk about that first goal. It's a good read on the play. But it's the physicality, and it's utilizing field presence, which is the big thing, right? That demo on the back end was big. And then on top of that, also just having that just field presence that really brought the boost totals down for Nitro Knights, had them scrambling on the back end and opened up a lane for the rest of the team to work in. That is what was big for me.
Yeah, those demos gave Nitro Knights defensively way more to think about, because it's no longer we can kind of pull back, try to play possession, continue to boom ball this. You're going to have to worry about scrambling defensively because of the demos, the man disadvantage. Then you're low on boost, then you're double committing, then you're worried about the constant swing from Wavy on the side wall. These are just small things that kind of add up over the length of a game. And for Gold Diggers, I mean, Daz, that was a swing of offense that they were looking for at the end of Game 2, right? They had that 30-second window they couldn't capitalize on. They get it in Game 4 on the helps of those demos, and it really paid off. And through that golden goal, they find themselves on Champions Field with a chance to go 2-0 on day 1. That's not a bad stretch at all, but these are instances where you have Mercy on your team. This kind of player, he needs to step up and make a difference in this Game 5.
Here we go. Game 5 situation, though. Anybody's series at this point, it's been back and forth. Nitro Knights looked like they were closing it out, but now they're in a tough situation. On top of that, Gold Diggers, especially, you're starting to see everybody kind of play with just a little bit more signs of life, more air, as they've been recognizing that, okay, this is how we're going to get our opportunities. We can really out-pressure our opponent and break the defense down. Now they're going to see what happens if they really just hit this wall with a hammer.
Yeah, the efficiency of the Gold Diggers offense is much more noticeable than it was to start this series. It's still a lot to be impressed by for Nitro Knights, but that's 2 demos, that's an open net, and that's the first goal as Wavy finds the opening pick here in Game 5.
I said there's 1, 2, toodaloo. No one in net, open net for Wavy. This is what I mean. Just breaking the defense down, even if you have to literally push through them.
What does that do to the mentals of the defense, knowing that, again, you can't rotate back cleanly anymore, and anywhere you go on the field, you might get hunted. You got to start prioritizing boost and making sure you're pathing back to net appropriately. Wavy double, just misses it by a hair.
That was clean. You can't give him that space to do that again, because he'll hit it the next time. Oh, man, Wavy pulling out all the stops in Game 5. But this one not over yet. Still so much time for Nitro Knights. They have to be unfazed by this. But how can you be unfazed by this? You have a player who is demoed. Your team's getting demoed. You have someone trying to hit musty doubles. You've got to be able to get on the board here quickly to just mitigate all of this momentum.
And they're leaving so much space open on the right side where Crypto can capitalize. Which, again, you're pulling the defense back into a stack. You're allowing this man-to-man on 50s to keep going the way of Gold Diggers. It's Wavy, it's Crypto who are winning the challenges at the midfield that are making things difficult for Nitro Knights defensively. Mercy's able to poke it free on low boost, a center touch, but Jared Bear not going to be able to get around on it. Played it just a bit shallow, but just not enough spacing at times and reads on these balls. It feels like the game's going by a little bit too quickly for Nitro Knights to deal with.
Yeah, it feels like things have turned up since the ending of Game 4, where for Nitro Knights, things were playing at their pace. Now it feels like they're trying to keep up with the beat Gold Diggers have set. And that's been really tough to work through. I like that from Jared Bear. A little fake challenge there. Plays in the corner. That's going to be a clean shot. And Mercy actually has a defense scrambling. Again, I like what I'm seeing from Nitro Knights because they have not let up on the attack offensively, which is big. If they started to get a little phase, start to play more back defensively, this game will be going a different direction. I mean, it still is going in favor of Gold Diggers, though. Great second goal here. Just, again, that pressure coming through. Wavy with that 50, and Crypto just there so fast.
Wow, I mean, that shot. You're thinking at Mercy, like, he's in the right place, right time, should be able to save it, but the speed behind that shot, I'm going to have to go back in the replay files and look at how fast it was. That's a demoralizing giveaway. Being down 1-0 in Game 5 is an entirely different ball game. Being down 2-0 means that your offense just obviously isn't working, but the speed at which you're playing isn't keeping up, and now you have to send everything. You got nothing to lose now. I'm in at 55, and if you're Gold Diggers, keep that pace of play going. It's working. Mercy, reset, has a second available, looking for the bump, but the defense not going to give it away for free. And Crypto out in open space, has downfield, but they can just kill time here on the double. That should be good enough for the goal, but it just won't connect. Still, though, the pressure continuing for Gold Diggers.
Yeah, so much pace. And Nitro Knights, wait, 1, 2, 3. Oh, what a block from Haz. I thought that was guaranteed. Is this one going in? Jam Bear! What a way to stick it to the play from Nitro Knights. That was impressive.
Stay involved on the redirect, immediately reads it. Jujuy from the side wall found exactly where that ball was going and sent it back to sender. That is a ridiculous read from Nitro Knights.
I've been watching competitive Rocket League for a long time. You do not see that every day. Not just, I mean, it's a great 1, 2, 3 pass play to get up the field, put a shot on, but then to be able to have the positioning to stay in the play, and then turn it into another pass play into another shot was well done. Nitro Knights could turn it around if they keep playing at that level, but right now, low boost, and almost down by 2, a minute to go. Do they have what it takes to muster up another strong offensive push?
Yeah, you just can't give away the gimmies now. Like, the defense just has to find a way to hold ball. Keep possession back at the midfield at least. Wavy playing it to the side, already read by Jujuy. So clearly the Nitro Knights are feeling comfortable enough to go for a lot of those sidewall challenges and to take away the first option that Gold Diggers have relied on offensively in this series. It's working, but can they get out? Can they hold on to boost? Mercy from his own side towards the midfield. Jujuy going to get a touch, but blocked away by Haz, blocked away by a second touch from Haz, and again fights it back through the corner, burning more time. That's another 40 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, now they're trying not to make any mistakes because they're so close to being able to make the tying game, but someone's got to take the risk. You cannot let go here. They're low on boost. Now they're getting demoed. They haven't been able to get possession ever since we've started that last minute off. Every time they get close to the ball, Gold Diggers, they're just, okay, we're going to 50. We're going to bump you. We're going to make sure. But wait, they get a little chance here for a breakout. Final few seconds. Jailbreak gets that one mid. Jujui tried to go, but a little late. Mercy keeps it up, but he's going to get instantly challenged. He has to get this mid. Does get a mid. Jailbreak. Good pop. Who's going to get the extra touch? Mercy keeps this one up, but he bumps his teammate. Needs another one. Sends it forward. There's Wavy. He is able to hit it into the corner, and Jailbreak keeps it up. Jujui with a chance. No, he doesn't have the boost. Oh, he has to watch it fall. And Gold Diggers take the series. Wow.
Boost burns everybody. At the end of the day, boost matters most in Rocket League, and you see it there. A decent setup, right? 0 seconds, there's an opportunity for sure, but if you don't have boost, the likelihood of keeping that ball alive becomes astronomically, more difficult. And it just seemed like no matter what Nitro Knights were able to put together, Gold Diggers defensively on simple stops were making it look easy and breaking down the Nitro Knights offense. And we talked about it a little bit back last week and specifically the past couple of days, Daz, where we said like players like Wavy on low boost defensively in clutch situations, there's rarely anybody better. He brought that same efficiency to the rest of his team. Just simple saves on the goal line on low boost can completely demoralize an offense that feels like they were building some momentum. Same thing there. 10 seconds to go. Simple saves, low boost, kick it to the corner, keep it on the ground. It makes the job harder for everybody else. And once again, Gold Diggers face some adversity, but clearly show that it's no problem.
Yeah, that's a big thing here is the fact that under the adversity, they were able to still keep fighting, still keep pushing the issue. And I think that's going to be like a big factor when you talk about all of this moving forward. But also Nitro Knights, you can see how much of a threat they are, Sean.
Nitro Knights look really good. I mean, it doesn't matter how they played in this series. Obviously, the win would have been great, but they still look like there's a lot left in the tank that we haven't yet seen. But I'm curious what the analyst desk thinks about that as well. Is Wavy just the answer as the #1 overall pick? Bearlight, what's the thought here?
Well, Wavy's been great since the get-go. We pointed that out. There's no doubt about it. And there's no coincidence that they're the only team remaining that's undefeated, Lemon.
Yeah, and this went all the way to Game 5, though. So the competition is catching up. And for Gold Diggers to be as composed as they are, because they were at a deficit in this series and were able to come back. So, yeah, Wavy and Crypto, still the solution to this team for sure. But Crypto having his own moments of being the kin and being on the front lines. And I think Wavy, not only is his mechanics something to watch out for, but the moments he decides to challenge and how smart he is with these 50 timings is what makes Wavy really special. But then Nitro Knights, I thought, did an amazing job, especially, I mean, looking at Mercy and others, it was great.
Yeah, I think the thing about Wavy is that he's all over the pitch at all times. And I think the thing that's most potent about this comeback story for the side of Gold Diggers is that he's punishing mistakes that are happening on the other side. We saw that in the last 3 maps, or last 3 games of our first match that Gold Diggers was able to play. But here in this one, has had a couple of really solid touches to save what looked to be scoreable chances for Nitro Knights. And then all of a sudden you look upfield and Wavy's there ready to punish. He's just so good at taking advantage when there's opportunities in front of him.
And just to reiterate, like, Nitro Knights are swapping players in and out.
Yeah, good point.
And they still were able to take games and look like an overall structured team. And I think Mercy, I mean, we already highlighted them before this series started. What an incredible player. Had the first goal for his team and leads with so much confidence, a true boon, and had the most amount of goals, I want to say. Stole away a ball at one point, had a double tap. Like, Mercy was insane. I think Jujui had some bright moments too of solid placements when it comes to the shots, and to take the time in those moments when it can be really hectic, everyone's on top, and Jujui knows how to think clearly in those moments, and he's very eager to challenge and goes for really great goals, especially in Game 3. I was a big fan of Jujui.
And it kept it so close. It kept it so close. But then one mistake, and we go back to opportunistic team across the pitch. Gold Diggers, again, one mistake at the tail end of that was a difference maker. I also want to highlight Crypto, because Crypto was excellent, almost like a glass cannon here. There were times where he took some risks, and it it really did pay off. So to see that type of aggression here, especially in the biggest stage of your life shift, I mean, that's a big moment for a player.
No, you saw it kind of in the replay package there as well. The 1-2 game between him and Wavy is really starting to come to life. So that communication must really be on par, which is something you love to see, considering that the lack of preparation is going to be, I think, the biggest combatant for a lot of these teams. Is they haven't had the chance to get scrims or play time outside of maybe a couple of pubs. So
no doubt about it. Well, we have another match going on as well. Of course, the other two teams right now, Ball Chasers facing off with Panic at the Demo right now. A 2-0 lead for Panic at the Demo, but you can hop over to twitch.tv/StayPluggedInB to check out the rest of that series. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it'll be the last rounds of Rocket League Group Stage. Don't go anywhere.
Rocket League student athlete from Gilbert, Arizona. I embody kind of a strong sense of leadership and kind of helping people, coaching people. I love helping people, so. I've been the captain of the high school esports team at my high school. It's been amazing. I have so much fun. Just get to help my teammates and coach them here and there and just kind of see how far we go. I was MVP last year. It was tons of fun. I love all the people I run it, and it was tons of fun doing the interviews, all stuff like that. My teammates are great. I just think I have a lot of determination, and I'm willing to work hard for it, and I'm willing to, show what I got this year.
Hi, I'm Preston Redfield, and I go by Rocket. I'm a Rocket League student athlete, and I live in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I'd say I would describe myself as a mechanical player. I love going for resets, going in the air, doing all the cool stuff you see freestylers doing, comp flip hitters. I think the collegiate scene right now is really highly competitive with all the pros in it. I think that would be awesome to compete in, but I really think I would be a good Coca-Cola All-Star because I'm highly ranked, but I'm also highly dependable as a teammate. And lastly, I'd say I'm really well fit for the academic scene. I have 4.0 GPA and front runner for valedictorian.
Welcome back to the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars. We have ourselves an exciting Rocket League finish here in the group stage. Again, my name is Bearlight, joined by Lemon Kiwi. I hold shift here, holding it down with me all weekend long. Let's take a look at the standings right here and see how everything shaped up. And you'll see Gold Diggers on top here, but a couple of teams here, Lemon, at 1-1.
Yeah, our next match is going to be the most important one, Nitro Knights versus Panic at the Demo, to figure out who's going to Championship Sunday. And there's a lot to talk about here. This is going to be, I think it has to be a game 5.
Yeah.
Just starting with Panic at the Demo with Lubbock, who I think was AK2, die for you, dying, and also scoring for you. This guy's insane. Look at that.
Yeah, he's been absolutely dynamic when we talk about it. I know Lubbock has been getting in there, getting into the dirty places, positioning himself correctly, not only defensively to create plays out of his own zone. That's been spectacular to watch. But then just challenging on those 50-50s. This is footage that he's submitted here prior to All-Stars cooking up, and you can tell that same play style is definitely coming through. And as you head into a big match like this shift, I mean, nerves come into play, especially when it's the biggest stage of these players' careers.
Yeah, I mean, the simple matter of this matchup is it's literally a do or die. You win, you're in. You lose, you're done. You get your $250. You said you had a good Saturday. See you next time. But I think the thing about this particular matchup is we've seen a pretty good amount of this Nitro Knights squad. Jerbear and Mercy in particular have been playing super, super well, but they've gotten really good support from Jujui. So kind of using that as a one-for-one comparison as the quote-unquote third guy versus the third guy, this is a really important matchup in this particular head-to-head match.
I think Jujui has performed so well. He's played in a lot of these stayed plugged in tournaments, very strong mechanics, also great at adapting in the moment. He has a very fresh career, no tournaments, no teams. This is the beginning of the Jujui story, and this is going to be my player to watch in this upcoming match.
Well, there's one thing left to do. It's determined who makes it to Championship Sunday in the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars. Spaceman and Daz, as always, to give you the coverage we all deserve. Guy.
Many players are starting their stories, Lemon Kiwi, but unfortunately for some, they're going to have to wait to figure out how it goes because we got to send somebody home at this point in the tournament. It's Nitro Knights versus Panic at the Demo. I'm Spaceman, that's Dazzer, and you know the deal, and this one is going to be fun because we expect it to go 5. Will it actually? Who knows? But the important thing is that both these teams are so evenly matched. We just saw Nitro Knights lose in Game 5 against Gold Diggers, and now Dazzler coming into this series. Everything on the line, backs against the wall. They got to get it done if they don't do it here.
We saw Panic at the Demo. Oops, I did it. I made the mistake. We saw it early. We saw them earlier today playing up against Gold Diggers as well, and we now know, they've been playing over the course of the day. They've had time to make their adjustments. It is coming down to this particular matchup. One last series to close off the day, and for these teams to see which one will continue on and stay plugged in Coca-Cola's All-Stars Rocket League.
And both these teams are rounded out by some of the more impressive talent, I think, in this entire program, which, again, is just a highlight to all the different players who have nominated themselves to be Coca-Cola All-Stars. And, again, the level of dedication we've seen from high school players for Rocket League specifically has continued to grow over the past couple of years. So this is going to be a program that continues to grow and build over the years to come. But this year specifically has been a barn burner of talent. We're seeing some RLCS pros, some players like Nick Vick, who again is finding success in Johnny Boy's Salt Mine tournaments. And I expect this to continue to be the story of everybody's getting better the more series they play, the more reps they get in. But this is going to be a really tough series for both teams, Daz. Is there anything specifically that sticks out to you about what Nitro Knights needs to do in this one to get it done?
Yeah, I think for me, looking at Nitro Knights, just being able to see how they work well together, you are going to look to see them really kind of take that team play into account. Because for me, the team play was such a big level of success for them. If they can continue on that, I mean, they're going to be in a much better spot.
Yeah, the names at the moment flipped. It's going to be Nitro Knights. Again, we'll be rocking Jer-Bear, Mercy, and Jujui, and we'll get that switched around. But early into Game 1, this is going to be an interesting start because a lot of times, like we said, Game 1s tend to kind of just be a way of who shows up at the moment. This, however, is the story of the day so far. It was Mercy setting up, Jer-Bear closing the deal. Mercy was really excellent in the last series, just couldn't quite do it in Game 5. Expect that to be a difference here in this series.
Yeah, especially when you know what Juju and Jer-Bear bring to the table here as well.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time we're seeing Hunter here on Panic at the demo, so this is going to be also a little bit of a shift too. So we could expect to see that, but we could also expect to see some more roster changes over the course of the series. Not going to be the first time we've seen that. Now, again, just kind of looking at how things have been initially in this Game 1, 3:10 to go. Nitro Knights, of course, with the lead, as they're looking to expand upon it. Seeing how the rotation is right now, Panic at the demo just kind of stuck in that back end, low boost, just trying to take their time, get boosted up, reset, and see if they can work their way up the field.
And keys to victory here for Panic at the demo after their first series against Gold Diggers. Again, they took Game 1 and got swept out in the rest of the way. They lose 3-1 in that one. You got to wonder, does it come down to Tiz? He was an X factor in that series, and he was one of the reasons why it seemed like Nick Vick was able to find success offensively. Hunter now coming in to help out round this roster.
What?
This is going to be a tough task for this team to be able to, again, keep the pace of play in front, Daz. They have to find a way to continue winning these challenges.
They got to hit the open nets. Jujui will, but Panic at the demo, they had an open one the other way, and then they get hit with the counterattack. Jer-Bear passes Jujui. Good demo to clear the lane. See you later. And it's an open net goal. Man, that could have been such a good equalizer there for Panic at the demo, but they let it slip by.
Sometimes things just don't go your way. You know what does go your way? Having good internet. That's Brightspeed, by the way. Fiber internet. You can check to see if Brightspeed is available near you with the QR code available on the screen momentarily. That's right. If you want to play better Rocket League and get better and potentially have a chance to compete in the RLCS, you have to do so through Brightspeed. You don't have to, but like, it'd be cool if you did. Check it with that QR code. Go ahead and scan. And while you're doing that, you can continue to watch Mercy using Brightspeed and just light up the defense.
I like that. Great pass from Jer-Bear to Mercy. Mercy just jumping right in front of two. And that one just kind of sneaks by. They weren't expecting to pass out. You could tell the defense was a little slow to get up there. Now Nitro Knights, big opening game for them. Strong 3-goal lead. They show no signs of slowing down. They've been moving the ball. I mean, look at this. They're already past the entire defense, and it's going to be another one for Mercy. Just too efficient.
Yeah, this is way too clean. I mean, the amount of space you give Mercy off the demo as well, it's tough to be able to track back when you lose the last defender, but it's a good little squeeze there for Mercy and a very strong 4-0 lead when they, you know what they say, it rains, it just keeps raining. It's 4-0 with a minute 51. I mean, somebody's got to slow it down.
This is a thunderstorm. This ain't just a low drizzle, okay? The way this is looking, Nitro Knights have just been all in front. Panic at the demo have had chances. It's not to say that they haven't. It's just to convert. It just hasn't been there. But now you're starting to see Nitro Knights take advantage of the space, get more physical, start taking the boost, and really press the advantage, which is exactly what you're looking for in a team like this.
A little pop over one, but if you're Panic at the demo right now, I think the game plan being down 4-0, kind of getting blistered out of this game one, still a best of 5, is let's get back to baseline as a team and figure out what our game plan is going to be and how we want to play for the rest of the series. And that's where you start working on that in this game. It doesn't seem like the tides are going to turn. Momentum has completely shifted for Nitro Knights after those first 2 goals. And for now, you got to just get something on the board, whether it's just a good drive upfield, whether you find a goal, one for the road, something to set up some momentum for game 2.
Exactly. 4 minutes, or with 4-0 with 49 seconds to go. That's all it comes down to at this point. Now we're just looking at things start to shape up. How can Panic at the Demo kind of change the level of play that they're playing at going into the next game? Because again, you do look at this, right? Of course, you got a lot of time left to work with here on the clock in terms of stopping the bleeding. But now, okay, what are the adjustments? Where is those pressure points? That might be one of them. That's a beautiful play between J-Bear and Juchui.
I mean, this pass is pretty easy to read. J-Bear kind of puts it on a silver platter. Tiz should get to this, but just a better, I guess, touch all the way around. You know, one of those instances where you kind of look back and think, we probably should have saved that. Granted, it doesn't hurt you too much. Already down 4-0, but game 1s can be a wash. This might be one of those instances. However, it is something to keep in mind as the offense is very, very calm and collected, as Nitro Knights don't look like they've slowed down at all after that Game 5 loss to Gold Diggers just about 20 minutes ago. They've taken a lot of that anger from, I'm sure, what was a frustrating end of that series and put it all out here on the field for Game 1.
Yes, this one will take down. You already know this one is going to go to Nitro Knights, of course. A strong, dominant Game 1 win. No signs of slowing down. That's exactly what you look for if you're in a clutch situation. Now, the pressure is going to be a Panic at the Demo here because, again, you see where they are in the standings. You know this is a must-win situation. How are you going to be able to kind of turn things around into your own favor? Take a look at some of the replays. I mean, it's just going to be a Nitro Knights highlight reel. Back-to-back goals from them. They just were so effective in front.
And I'm sure Coach Sarikis over at Florida Tech is very happy with how her squad's playing. We had a chance to quickly talk to her just a little bit back in the draft about not only her career into esports, but, you know, how she was kind of evaluating this roster and what she wanted. And she really put an emphasis on both just like individual leadership specifically, but it seemed like, you know, again, the focus was maybe not so much like, Wavy is our number 1 pick and that's it. She wanted to build a roster that could compete long term, and clearly like team-oriented gameplay, building players who are able to communicate with one another with good GPAs, all that kind of stuff. It was very like intrinsic focused. It was very about the small stuff that makes a good player, and clearly it's working. I mean, Daz, this looks like one of the more consistent teams we've seen so far today.
Yeah, the consistency is definitely true. You've been able to see them, even with the roster changes and moving teams around, constantly pushing things forward, playing together, finding each other in the passing lanes, and also just keep that pace over the full 5 minutes of a game. Yep. So for me, seeing how they were working on an individual level, and again, Coach Sarikis, she did have a strong team. We remember talking to her at the draft, just how much went into it, getting 2 coaches, and being able to work with them and trust them on what they're saying. That level of impact definitely is something that is, you're seeing it on the field now.
Yeah, and that conversation definitely played into our perspective of the draft, which was outside of Wavy being number 1 overall, expecting Nick Davick to be within the first round, and then maybe you could have thrown a couple of names around there as well. It was just a testament to the strength of the players that we had as All-Stars, those who nominated themselves and were selected. That shows how strong Rocket League has become at the Tier 3 level, especially as high school then begins to graduate into CRL. Rocket League has continued to blossom and build stronger and stronger talent, and obviously RLCS has lowered the age limit, so 13-year-olds are now playing and breaking the game in ways we didn't expect. This is all just a positive for the future of the competition, but it also gives these coaches, Daz, an opportunity to see what the younger side of Rocket League looks like competitively, and it hasn't ever really looked better. It continues to impress year after year. Speaking of, Nitro Knights have continued to impress game after game the way they're setting up immediately off kickoffs and finding opening goals.
This is very quick here too. With Exing also jumping in immediately on that front offensively, able to shake things up now, pick up where they left off. So it's good to see not only that, but Exing kind of fit into that team, because now they look like so much more of a cohesive unit.
And they did this last series and it worked out quite well, and it's working out again here. Jujuy for 2 in a row. Under 30 killed here in Game 2. Forbidden Temple can punish some teams, but certainly not from Nitro Knights, as Jujuy immediately slots a kind of same position he had off the kickoff. It's a free ball in the offensive third, and Nitro Knights build their lead.
Now second goal here for them. They're going to continue to just press forward. And it's going to be Panic at the Demo now. They're the team that's under that pressure to make the adjustment. Another pass, another goal. Nitro Knights just finding each other. Back-to-back plays.
Well, the anchor pulls up. Third man gets the call. You have all the midfield that you need. Jujui's not going to get over-aggressive. Again, really easy setup from Jer. I feel like there should be more that we can kind of break down about how this game's gone. It's just been a flurry of very simple, standard looks from Nitro Knights. This is not too much of a different caliber offense than what you saw in Game 1, let alone the last series. Panic at the Demo starting to panic just a bit. They have not been able to figure out how to close the deal and keep the defense up at midfield. And this is, just an interesting spot to be in, I guess. There's really no other way to break it down.
Now we get to see some offense come out from Panic at the Demo. Very well done. Nick DeVic comes through. Good turn on the play. He goes in this with 24 boost, and he recognizes Jujui doesn't have the play, but also that Demo opens up so much space there. Otherwise, the defense is going to clear it out. Full trust on Panic at the Demo as they do not panic and make this a 2-goal game.
Feels a bit fitting to see a flurry of demos and then a Furia goal pop out just as it's fitting to see Jujui continue to strike hot while the iron is there. I mean, Xinc plays it perfectly on the pass, and Jujui catches it in rotation. Slots it up for 90. This has been a barn burner of a game, too. We thought Game 1 might be an outlier. Tends to be the same. 4-1, 350 to go. If you're Panic at the Demo, I mean, you have to find a way to stop the bleeding. That has to come through a shot like this from Tiz at the midfield.
Yeah, it's starting to become a shootout now. The offense is leveled up on Panic at the Demo. Again, great demo. Good read on Tiz. Open net. Doesn't miss the shot. Now, again, they are down by 2. Lots of time on the clock for them to turn things around if they can continue to play offensively at this pace. But you're right. You still have to clean up things on the defensive end.
Yeah, 4-2 is so much less pressure than 4-1. It's just getting something going. Looking for the double, just a bit off, but Tiz was the standout in the series earlier today. Has so far found a goal here in Game 2. Hunter setting up nicely. Nick DeVic tries to get one to bite. Does. Finds a demo as well. Man advantage for the moment. Nick DeVic circling back in. Loses on the boost. And the 50 as Jabber will get rewarded. And Hunter waiting underneath. It's a double commit, but leaves it back to Nitro Knights on possession. They'll break out.
Hunter, nice initial touch there. The 50 goes pretty high, so Tiz can switch the lane. This is all in favor of Nitro Knights right now, though. That demo's big. I don't know if they know if Xinc has low boost, so that's why he turns. But still, goes straight to Jer. Tiz trying to get that off the ceiling. That's a good cut. Those are the challenges you need in order to slow down a team like Nitro Knights, who's been so effective with space.
Speaking of, pops it over. Xinc took advantage of the backboard. Jabber the drop to Jujui, looking for I think that would be the 4th goal that Jujui would have in this game, which is just insane. One demo to help out. Another 50 that leaves it shallow enough for Jujui to handle. Doesn't have enough to follow up on the play, though. And working underneath, as Jabber will grab boost. So, again, kind of keeps the back line a little bit dishonest here, where Nitro Knights can take advantage. And Xinc just trying to work through the midfield. This is an opportunity now where the game starts to stall out and slow down for Panic at the Demo to, again, bring the possession back down to the ground and focus on the ground game. Those infield passes that weren't there in Game 1 that started to show up just a little bit in this one that could make the difference.
Yeah, they can't allow the game to slow down. That's the biggest thing here. Right now, everything is kind of working in favor of Nitro Knights because of that. They're able to make things more awkward when they bring the ball upfield for Panic at the Demo in terms of that transition. And if Xinc's hitting shots like that, I mean, it's going to be a pretty short series. 5-2 is the score line. Jer to set it up off the back wall. Jujui gets the boost. Hunter can't get back, and Xinc seeks the shot. That's everything you need here for Nitro Knights.
It is gimme goals for Nitro Knights. And if you like gimme goals, you also like gimme things, because we got other sponsors like Oakley who will be giving away pairs of sunglasses. You can go ahead and scan the QR code. Your chance to win a pair of Oakley glasses. And you might be starting to see the game like Jujui, who I believe has 4, if not 5 goals in this game, wins a 50 off Hunter, and it ricochets in. Yeah, if you use those Oakleys, you'll be playing like this kid. It's getting out of hand here in Game 2, and for the series, the amount of momentum that's now shifted to Nitro Knights, Daz. This is a difficult one to try to swallow for Panic at the Demo.
It is, and for me, I mean, it's starting to look really bleak. They have to turn things around here and dig deep.
There we go.
Tiz is not getting that defense. Got back in time. Things are starting to tick down, and I mean, Nitro Knights did look really strong. Remember, they were in the lead of that series against Gold Diggers. They just ended up dropping 2 back-to-back. Now we see them in this situation, and they just feel like it's in complete control. They're averaging 5 goals a game, Sean.
Yeah, and you know, kind of watching Hunter rotate through midfield, it just seems like they're kind of working in bunches to get the ball upfield, but once they get some space, I don't think their strikers know exactly where they want to position or how they really want to approach the net. They get a couple of chances here, but there's just not enough time. I mean, this is 4-goal deficit, which had been sitting around 2-3 for the last 2 minutes, but it's just small 50 wins by Nitro Knights to continue to put this one out of reach. And now for Panic at the Demo, they are certainly feeling that pressure as they're going to be down 2-0 in the series, backs against the wall. If they lose this best of 5, their run here in the Coca-Cola All-Stars program for this year is done, and they'll have to wait to next year to requalify themselves and hopefully get back on the field. But this is a tall task for sure. Nitro Knights looking way too comfortable and just like way too consistent. It doesn't look like they're pressured too much. They're winning really easy 50s. They've been taking really easy shots. None of these 6 goals were like mind-blowing. They just kind of went upfield and took advantage of the space in the net.
Yeah, played aggressive. Liked what I saw out of them. Didn't settle. Started to go for bumps and really just try to. It's just great to see when you see everybody playing the right way. You know what I mean? So, yeah. For me, they have a game plan clearly, and they're acting on it very well. Whether it's going upfield, getting those bumps, whether it's sending the pass plays in transition. I mean, you even take a look there at the stats briefly. Xsync, he hops in game 2, didn't play game 1, and immediately makes an impact. 3 saves, shoots 2 for 4, assists every other goal. I mean, well done from him. Well done from Nitro Knights. They're in a clean position.
Mm-hmm.
Panic at the Demo still have 1 game left, and they've got some things to work on and not enough time left.
Yeah, the time is going to be a problem for sure. Here's a look at your instant replay presented by Coca-Cola All-Stars. And, you know, Daz, you and I, obviously, when we watch like RLCS, we've had conversations about when team play begins to break down, that's where individual mechanics either step up or cost you the game. That's where players tend to fall back when they feel like, you know, the game plan, the structure isn't working, so we're going to rely on one player's mechanics to kind of break us out of this situation. It's the same kind of, you know, conversation here where, but in the reverse, where like for Nitro Knights, they don't really have to rely on maybe the team game plan because just individually, their 50s are clean, they're getting pretty easy shots, and they're converting on those looks, and they're kind of just winning their individual one-on-ones, so they don't have to rely on the mechanics to break out. They don't have to rely on the team play to get back to fundamentals. They can get to that point, but for right now, they're just kind of smooth sailing on just simply playing at a better pace. It just seems like whatever they do, they're kind of successful.
Yeah, it just comes down to the individualism of this and how they all work as a team.
Yeah.
Mercy will play here in this game, which could be the final game of the series. Oh, what a save. I actually didn't think he would make that in time. That was on target. Mercy still had a flip, used it to get the stop out. And, yeah, again, Nitro Knights right now trying to see if they can close the series out. Panic at the Demo has to press the red button. We'll have to see if that's going to be enough, though. There's the shot. Mercy with the goal, and Nitro Knights back in the lead.
Full field commit and perfect conversion as well. Xsync sets it up off the crossbar, I should say the post, and Mercy slots in right place, right time. That's like prime Taroko used to do. Shout out Rocky. But listen, Nitro Knights up 1-0.
What the heck?
You know, I gotta give Rocky the shout.
Such a random Taroko reference.
I love Taroko the GOAT. Okay, just gotta say.
This is like when Stack shouted out classics at Worlds. What do we do?
These like Mercy, kind of the closer for this team for sure. You get a couple of roster changes to kind of, again, round out Nitro Knights late in this series like they've done before. If you're Panic at the Demo, you really have to start putting on some physicality. You have to start kind of finding some demos, some bumps, shut down the offense, or at least force them to respect you a little bit more because it just hasn't worked. And if Mercy's going to sit in open space and wait for a pull-up, he's going to hit it every time.
I mean, he literally, they're starting to pre-jump passes now. So it is going to be up to Panic at the Demo. Control the ball more. Don't send somebody forward to challenge. You got to get a little bit more communication going here. chance there, but Mercy able to get the block out. This is good to see because now they are starting to cut things off. But there's the pre-jump, and X-Sync will get the flip reset. But Tiz was on the back wall, so good positioning again to slow down. Remember, it's still a 1-goal game, and still time for you to kind of turn it around, force them to play up. Because again, we're seeing again pre-jump after pre-jump. Now here's a chance here, but no 50 on the play. It's back in midfield.
And for Panic at the Demo, if Nitro Knights are going to pre-jump everything, we'll start stealing boosts at the midfield. Obviously, you want to take away those opportunities, but there's no guarantee they're going to hit the pre-jump, so here's your chance to really try to escape through the midfield and put something on net, as Nick Davic tries. Again, one of the highlight players in this program. Tiz, a standout striker, but downfield again in transition, Mercy on a one-on-one through the corner. Wins the touch, wins the second. Nick Davic takes it away, burns all of his boost through the midfield. And kept alive where Mercy, I think, got the grab. Crossing pattern doesn't work out. Good look there from Panic at the Demo, but not enough to keep the offense up.
But still, like you said, I mean, it's good to see because the bleeding has kind of stopped here in this aspect. They haven't let anything in. They've been making sure to be a little bit smarter on their challenges. And halfway through this one's still a 1-goal game. So Panic at the Demo, just a lot more work here needing to be done. But not out of the woods or out of the competition just quite yet. You can still see the fight that they got in them.
Yeah, Tiz was able to, again, get through the corner, so should be the second option for this offense. Panic at the Demo have to convert here. Feels like this is maybe your one chance so far in this series to really put Nitro Knights on the back burner, but they've been unable to break that goal line down. No demos coming out. Nick Davic losing the 50. Far back, I believe it was X-Sync who was waiting in the corner. Was either timing the boost or was waiting for the rotation to begin. Either way, it does work out. Nitro Knights continue to hold their numbers. Double commit, leaves way to open space. Crash in, not going to matter. Nick Davic doesn't have enough to be able to get up to Mercy, and there's the flick to the midfield. X-Sync leaving it to Mercy, bit of a mistake, and Tiz needs to put this away, trying to read the bounce, and here comes Nick Davic to try to keep this play going.
Oh, and he does keep it going. Oh, the 50 kind of works out right there a little bit. 50 mid, but Tiz didn't play it. Wait, nope, they didn't even try to go for the pass mid either. Now they've got to play a little bit further back. That was their best chance so far this game. Final minute going. Hunter wants to keep this alive. He's going to get it midfield. Tries to get a center, but Mercy on the back wall waiting. Need to be more creative. Need to make Nitro Knights more uncomfortable at this point.
Yeah, you're doing a good job keeping them pulled back defensively, but again, it's these really simple clears to the midfield that kill 10 seconds at a time off of your counterattack and continue to make the offense work harder than they have to. It's a 1-0 lead, and with 30 to go, some odd change on the clock. Who's going to be the player to step up for Panic at the Demo?
Tiz wants to start it. Not much doing there. Tiz will try again, but Jujui actually gets a piece of that, so cuts the play off there a little bit. And now Nick Davic's going to be out of the play for a bit. And guess what? They pressed the attack on Nitro Knights. What a drop down. We got to talk about this. Jujui teals the boost.
Oh my goodness.
It's a perfect pass, and Mercy, man, just banks it.
If your Octane's pointed a little too far down, that spikes off the ground. That's a shot. It's just perfect feathering of both boost and understanding how to turn the Octane and get Mercy right as he connects on the goal line. Again, Jujui stepping up big time for Nitro Knights. I mean, the MVP of this team if they're able to hold on to the win here. Hold on. Almost ricochets in. Jujui clears it away. Up to X-Sync, the anchor, keeping the backline secure and the series alive. It's 2-0 in this game 3 and a 3-0 sweep here in round number 3 as Nitro Knights will survive after the game 5 loss against Gold Diggers and take it to keep their hopes alive going into tomorrow.
And Nitro Knights looked strong the entire way through. From averaging 5 goals a game to only 1, they still just never looked like they were going to be out of this one. It was always going to be up to Panic at the Demo going into this game to see whether or not they could force the issue. And even when they did start playing better towards the end of it, you still saw that last goal. That last goal was phenomenal. So just seeing Nitro Knights kind of step up to the challenge when they needed to.
Yeah.
Excellent execution out of them. And now we end up seeing them also, Coach, congratulations, because they move on to Sunday.
Yeah, they'll get a chance to potentially get a rematch back in against Gold Diggers, but you got to think, man, like the way that Juju was playing specifically, like very comfortable, very poised, like it's those kinds of touches that can just break a defense, but also specifically show the rest of the team that there's levels to this. There's just ways that you break this down, Des. You talk to me real quick. Final thoughts about Nitro Knights going into tomorrow and how we feel about this squad.
Nitro Knights look good going into tomorrow. Of course, it feels like towards the end of today, they really got their game plan settled down. The chemistry seems there. The individual performances seem at all-time high. I would love to see them kind of shake things up as we close out today.
Yeah.
But of course, those are just my thoughts, Sean. Let's send it back over to the desk with Beer Light and see what he thinks.
Well, thank you so much, Daz. Back here on the desk, we have our Championship Sunday decided here, and it's two teams that went to Game 5. So, of course, maybe that series was a little bit anticlimactic, but we'll have a good one for Championship Sunday.
Defense, anybody? But, I mean, oh my God. Like, they were nonstop scoring shift. We're in the green room watching, and it was 6 goals with like a minute and a half at one point. Really suffocating offense coming out of especially Jujui and Mercy. Like, oh my God. Demos to open up the net too. It really was a united team effort, and even you got kickoff plays for Nitro Knights. Like, what a well-rounded roster. Of course, now we're getting near the end of the day for Rocket League, so this is this team really getting to their peak. And even to Joey, we said this is the start of his story. He hit a hat trick in game 2, so I'm looking forward to see the next chapter for this guy.
Yeah, Joey really does fit into the larger picture really, really nicely. And I think the thing about this now going from today to tomorrow is you've got a lot of really good things to look back on and build upon going into tomorrow's game versus Gold Diggers, who looks like they're going to handle business no problem versus Ball Chasers. So they're going to finish the group up 3-0. But, you know, you got to think back to that Game 5 affair between those two, a rematch on the line for first place to be that all-star champion. I imagine that Jujui is probably feeling super confident about his ability to show up and do the exact same thing, if not more, tomorrow.
Well, I have to say that I'm not surprised. I've seen the Spin Showcases live in person throughout the entirety of the year. He's won a couple of them, so that makes sense that you're going to be a playmaker, and we see it again on the biggest stage here on All-Stars. Just a complete, full performance here from Nitro Knights, dominating throughout the entirety of this series, and of course excited to see it. But at the end of the day, when you're scoring goals like that, when you have the talent like Mercy, who we didn't even call their name that much, Space and Daz did throughout the series, still was dynamic nonetheless.
And an important note for tomorrow is that Nitro Knights are shifting their roster. They're constantly subbing people in and out, and you know, that's both a boon to them because you don't know what to expect, but does that lead to inconsistencies? They're facing a Gold Diggers squad that pretty much kept the same lineup. They had Hazen for a little bit and kept up the wins, but it was Nitro Knights that had a lead against Gold Diggers in their first time meeting up and then ended up choking that in a Game 5. So they got to watch out for that and keep composed and close it out.
So Nitro Knights have him exactly where they want him. That's what we're talking about. Let's pull up the standings right now, because at the end of the day, we talk about it all the time. Nitro Knights got close, but it's still Gold Diggers. Now, their series is still going on in the B stream right now. They are in the lead on that side of things, so we might see a 3-0 from their side, but either way, they took care of business against Nitro Knights in those moments. We talk about how the clutch factor is 100% a thing, especially when matches are going to be this close, and we continue to see an exact example of just that. So that sets the stage again, like we mentioned, for the finals here. So we'll quickly see those rosters once again, because obviously when we're swapping in bodies here and there, we want to get the full picture as far as who we've seen. Gold Diggers, by the way, I want to point out, PJ Farrell there, the coach, not able to make it today because Cleveland State had a surprise in their Smash tournament, Ultimate Tournament team, was able to make a land finals, so they're not able to be here. But even with an interim coach, they're getting the job done. That's a quick change that they adjusted to pretty well.
I think the biggest thing for this Gold Diggers squad is the 1-2 punch that we're starting to see between Wavy and Crypto. But when Haz did sub in and get his game time, he was playing some pretty solid defense. A couple of good touches on his defensive half that led to some opportunities for Wavy to capitalize on. So, yeah, really excited to see what the full 4-man rosters will look like between the two.
And I liked what Danielle said. I mean, the casters brought it up that she really wanted to build this, you know, rounded roster, and how they're able to sub these pieces in and out. You would have never noticed unless the names were changed on your screen. That's just how well synced everybody was, and I really love what Danielle did with this team.
And they'll have to continue to be synced and put together a complete effort in a series in the championship, which you will be able to watch here on this channel. So twitch.tv/StayPluggedIn is where the championship takes place. Again, between Gold Diggers and Nitro Knights, kicks off after the pre-show at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. We're about to get into some Valorant as well. Obviously, that'll be 1:30 tomorrow, but we're going to take a quick break because right now we got to gear up. We have a whole other game to go, and we're excited to get you there. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with you.
Ah, come on. Come on. Before I switched to Brightspeed fiber internet, things like slow speeds and random dead spots really brought out the troll in me. I mean, I spent hours causing trouble. But then I switched to Brightspeed's fast, reliable fiber internet, and the rest is sunshine and unicorns. Looks amazing, Barbara.
Ultra-fast, Brightspeed fiber internet. Switch to the bright side.
Hi, my name is Miles Klein. I go by Mookie, and I'm a Valorant student athlete from Lake Forest, Illinois. The one word that best describes my playstyle would have to be collaborative. Before I make a play, I think about how I can do this with the team so that I'm not making a play by myself. My strong mental and my willingness to accept criticism, they really provide me with, new insight or can maybe notice mistakes that I didn't notice. I believe I'm a Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Star because I exhibit traits that you need to have when representing. I challenge myself academically and put time and effort into my studies, into playing Valorant and reaching a high level where I can properly play with the team and encourage my teammates, communicate effectively, and strive for victory.
Mookie, get him off, Mookie.
Hello, my name is Landon Hawthorne. My gamer tag is Leone, and I am a two-time Stay Plugged In All-Star from New Jersey, currently attending Hawthorne Christian Academy. I was really excited. It was really fun. Got to win the event with some really amazing players, and I got to make so many connections with colleges, coaches, etc. Through Stay Plugged In, I got to play my first ever in-person esports tournament. I am the only person from last year that won that came back, and I would really love and be really proud to be the only two-time winner. Playing in person is just such a whole different experience than playing away. Shout out to Coach Lucas. I was his first pick. He wanted to really build that team around me. I'm ready to see all these guests, the great casters, come back. It adds a little bit of pressure as a player because, you have so many eyes on you. You have people commentating your games. Ultimately, I just like that the stakes are higher. It gives me more motivation, more drive, and that's why me and my team have been working day in, day out to get every map down that counts.
Welcome back to the 2024 Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars. We got our chance. Again, my name Bearlight, joined by...
Hi.
This is Lemon Kiwi. This is I Hold Shift. And we are friends here on the desk with you all weekend long as we have for Rocket League, which, of course, we saw. And we got to learn a lot about these players, who they are as high schoolers. To see this much talent at this age, something I honestly see every day, but I'm shocked every time.
I know, like some of us are picking our noses, barely getting through math, and these kids are superstars. Oh, don't act like you were doing weird stuff when you were 13. Come on, but we certainly weren't as good as the video games as these guys.
No, definitely not. That's for sure. I just don't know what your hobbies were when you were in high school.
I'm not self-reporting. I'm just saying. I'm giving examples.
Yeah.
Totally.
She who smelt it dealt it, friends. That's what I heard.
Diagnosis coming out of shift right off the bat. Let's get to the schedule, all right? Let's toss it up again so that way we can check out where we are. Of course, Rocket League, we're done with. Here are the results on your screen right now. You saw them, Gold Diggers, again, with that #1 pick with Wavy. Definitely proving itself here as they were able to sweep through that group stage. So just an excellent performance by somebody who we thought would step up to the plate and be that leader, and we saw that from Wavy today.
It's great to see how close the competition was, too. There was no, definitive sweep in my opinion. It was very competitive, a lot of offense, sometimes lacking of defense, made an exciting first half of the day. Now we get to go into Valorant to see, are we going to get some 13-0s? Are we going to get some OTs? What does high school have to offer?
If it's anything like the collegiate scene, until you start to get to the upper echelons where teams are very well practiced, not to make it sound soft, but it does turn into a bit of a pug where you're just looking to see who can go out and frag the best. Can you get any live experience working with your controller, your initiator? But often speaking, we always look at the duelist to see who's going to pop off.
Exactly right. And I mean, when we talk about this format too, best of one, it's even more so important that you don't know your teammates. That's why the coaches that we had and brought on board, the esports leaders that we saw here at the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars, they were able to get their players into scrims and really get that experience, right? How are we going to play as a unit? Because right at the end of the day, you don't have that experience, and we'll get to see a prime example of that because Lemon Kiwi, just like Rocket League, it'll be a round robin, so each team will play each other once as we check out the team names in front of you. So same situation scenario here, but like we mentioned, that best of one, you got to show up early.
Yeah, and you just get the one map, and there's not a lot of time that you have with your teammates to have a well-rounded map pool, and you could be just going to your weakest map, you could be going to your best map, so the map picks and bans the casters will cover, but yeah, best of one is going to be very unforgiving. At least it's a group stage, you play everyone, but I'm excited to see the rosters, right? Because there's roles, a lot more stricter roles in Valorant compared to Rocket League. You really want a strong duelist. You want some flexible players who can fill out the slots if you want to play maps with multiple controllers, multiple initiators, and you want a solid, consistent Sentinel player. That's usually someone who's not going to swap too much, right?
Yeah, typically the case. I mean, obviously map and comp depending, but outside of the roles itself that are on the agents, I'm most curious to see who's going to step up as an in-game leader. You know, who's going to be the quarterback in terms of getting everyone together. What are we going to execute? And I think just on top of that, what are the financial decisions that come through? Because it is a macro game at the end of it. Obviously, we're going to be seeing how much aim labs time some of these kids have, but more often than not, you look at to see who's got the better macro sense of the game.
And that's really who's going to determine who's going to get to the next level, and we'll pull up the pricing to see what they're after at the end of the day. I know there's a lot of you just tuning in with us for the Valorant side specifically, but Shift, it starts out, everybody is guaranteed that $250 per player, by the way. But then as we go along, you get a chance to double your money along the way.
Yeah, and making it to Sunday just also means more airtime for you. So when it comes to all these coaches and schools that are watching, let alone the ones that are actually directing these teams, you get more opportunities to show what you have on top of course, the financial reward of just being better. So, yeah, really good stuff, I think, in terms of being able to make this a multifaceted reward of more playtime, more opportunity to be seen, but also more opportunity to be more financially responsible down the road.
You know, and one way to be financially responsible is to get yourself a giveaway, which we have a couple of. Oakley, again, thank you. Oakley coming up. Chance to win their sunglasses, the Prisms, which we have an example of. Lemon Kiwi modeling it for us now. Can we get a zoom in on those?
Oh, God, don't zoom in. I gotta go blind for this.
But at least all eyes. Oh, that's sharp. That's sharp. That's
yeah.
what we're talking about
and
here.
they're yellow tinted to help with the blue light and stuff.
100% better. 100% better. The only way that you get a chance to get these, by the way, is by scanning that QR code that's on your screen right now. So we're giving those away. A simple form. Just give us your name, your address, the things that we need to send them to you in the first place. Just the last nine of your
four digits of your
last nine. Yeah, we just need all of it. Just no big deal. Just everything we need to know about you. But you have that chance to win nonetheless. So go ahead and get signed up for that one. We also have another giveaway, by the way. And we mentioned this in the pre-show. But what I want, what I'm interested in, I hope I'm able to sign up for this one because it's 4 fridges we're giving away. 4 mini fridges from Coca-Cola. Again, a big thank you to Coca-Cola for being able to provide not only this, but obviously the opportunities that we see in front of us here when it comes to the students, student athletes from the high school level. So go ahead and scan that. Same process applies. You can be one of 4 to win a mini fridge also. I'm going to give a shout out to the watch party hosts that we have. How great were they? Woo. First of all, let's bring them up to see who they are. I have an apology to Reynolds.
Oh,
I grouped him into being a former pro, and he let me hear it. Let me tell you, had a great conversation. But I mean, yeah, my bad, Reynolds, okay?
It's not just a watch party. They listen too. they listen to what you had to say. And shout out to Curry and Kami, who's helping out on the Valorant side too. They're going to have a lot of analysis, a lot of things to break down today's show.
Is this the part where I say Curry's a former pro? Is he subbing on the Sentinels?
Oh, jeez.
Buy your Sentinels, Buttle. You're gonna like that. Do that.
Again, a big thank you to our watch party hosts. We wanted to show them some love along the way. But we do have the B stream cranking as well. So twitch.tv/staypluggedinb is where you want to be. In fact, we'll toss it over to those casters on that stream. Now I have the magic wand here, apparently, on this stream to start yours off. So Hail Monkey Man, Orbital, take it away on your ends. And for us, we've got a matchup ahead of us that we need to discuss, which will be a Crosshair Champs facing off with Spike Surge here on this channel. And, of course, first pick off the board on the draft was Psych for Crosshair Champs. So we got to see if all eyes on you, can you perform?
Yeah, Psych is going to be an exciting player to watch. He, has competitive experience. First off, he plays with CCG Esports, and he's currently was competing in the Challengers Open qualifier, so really aiming for some big heights. And he's very nasty with the Sheriff. I'm looking forward to seeing Psych, especially in the pistol rounds. He had some nice clips.
I mean, it's one of those things, like, at a certain level, and we saw this at the introduction of, like, CVAL in general. One player sometimes is looked at as, like, go kill. That's your first page of the playbook. Go out, frag, do your thing, win game. That's changed a bunch over the course of the last year and a half or so. Shout out to your Winthrops and your Blinds who have made it to Valorant Challengers and have stepped up and beat a lot of players that at one point in time found themselves at DCT. So I think it's really taken a little bit of a discourse down towards the upper arches of this high school and the college scene in specific of you can't just be that go out and frag type guy. And that's the one thing that looking at his overall record, yes, he does play Raze a lot. Yes, he plays Jet a lot. But there has been instances of seeing him play Clove, which is really cool to see that kind of controlling, initiating style of get good space grab and then go frag. Don't just run it and try to, kill before you die.
No doubt about it. So, guys, that's Crosshair Champs made up of Psych, Mookie, Nash, Preacha, Scarecrow, Martian Walk. We'll keep an eye on them. On the other side, though, we have just as effective of a Raze/Jet player here on the duelist side of things. Komi Bomi is one that I'm keeping my eye on. Actually, in my top 2 as far as, players, playmakers as well. He said good with the Sheriff. Komi the same way. I mean, absolutely dynamic. And to your point, Shift, the way things have shifted in this way to collegiate Valorant being more open-minded. Clove was a big part of that. Clove came out, and some of the aggressive players on the duelist side now have an opportunity to give yourself some value, some extra value through some of the utility that comes through dying and still being able to get that value by playing aggressively as a controller.
Extra lease on life. I think that's the thing for controllers in the game. We've kind of come away from a time where initiators took a lot of focus over the course of the last year or so, but Clove has really kind of opened up space a lot towards what the controlling role could look like. On top of that, you also have, Omen, who's still very popular in terms of certain map mode metas that allows you an opportunity to not just smoke off your own site, but you can also play off of your own flashes. So that is another role to keep an eye on today.
And this is going to be a big battle of the duelists real quick of Psych versus Komi, but also for Crosshair Champs, they have multiple duelists.
Yeah.
Multiple duelists to worry about. You got Mookie, you got Psych, and you got Nash. Who's going to take the primary duelist? Are we expecting some shenanigans for the compositions? 3 duelists, 4 duelists?
I'm
Throw them all in.
Shenanigans.
Yeah.
I'm fully expecting shenanigans. I want to see Phoenix, Neon, Reyna, Jet.
Oh,
send it.
Do it.
Chaos on the Rocket League side, chaos in the Valorant side. We'll have to find out. Let's toss it to our great casters today. It'll be Van Silly and Upmine on the call. Guys, take it away with the map ends.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bearlight. Welcome on in. It's the youngin' boy and the olden boy here. Welcome.
I still look young though, right? This looks young though.
The Valorant side. And listen, like you said though, you still look young. That's why you're here. That's why you're in the child game section still. The Rocket League guys, that's the retirement home. They can do whatever they want. They want their sports analogies. But actually, speaking of sports analogies, I hold shift. You mentioned quarterback, wide receiver, relationships, my friend. We have a big one coming up here in one of our 2 teams. It is, of course, Crosshair Champs facing off against Spike Surge. And at the very top, we've been talking about these 2 picks the whole time. Mookie and also alongside Psych. This is that relationship that we're talking about. Psyche's coming in. He's your Tom Brady. He's your Joey B, baby. He's your Joey Burr. And on the other side, you got yourself Mookie. He's going to be your Randy Moss. He's going to be your Jamar Chase. You need the man to go do the business, to be there, to receive the setups. And here for Crosshair Champs, you have a very stacked high end.
Yeah, for sure. And when you're going to look at maps, everything's going to be a BO1 for today. And it's going to be an interesting one, too, because as they've mentioned in the studio at the desk, that Coach Claypool here for Crosshair Champs kind of picked a lot of duelists in his roster, right? You're looking at Psyche, you're looking at Mookie, you're looking at Nash, potentially Preacha if he's going to play some Clove, and then you have like a 6-man that's actually a main controller. So to see here that you've made it up to Ascent, if you're looking at how things have been picked and banned, I think Spike Surge kind of played this game quite well, because if you're banning Bind, you're banning Sunset, and you're banning Haven, you're taking away a lot of that neon capabilities that Psych likes to play most recently. And we don't see too many neons now on Ascent, but it seems like Psych wants to kind of go for it now.
Yeah, but even then, here on this Ascent side, we are going to see, of course, the duelists be able to sort of fly, stay themselves more in like that spear, join along the rest of the team. They don't have to go off on their own. They're not expected to make a lot of moves on their own. But Komi Bomi, more than possible for this man to try to pull off a lot of those all-star type moves. He's going to be the only duelist for this side. But like you said, still not too much of a focus on that spear. Psych still is going to be stepping up on that Jet side. But as you look through the rest of the composition, anything else spark up to mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to look on the side here as you saw Crosshair Champs are playing more of a standard comp or something here that even Turtle Troops kind of brought up over in a challenger scene by playing this double Sentinel from the Cypher and a Deadlock. So you're on the side here of Coach Hayworth over at Spike Surge, which is going to be very interesting as well, because that double Sentinel is going to be very strong to play against a Neon, where I would expect Psych to play maybe a bit of Yoru that we've seen a little bit coming out from M80 over on a challenge side instead. But now we're seeing the Jet come through, and that's going to be quite good. But as Schiff was mentioning, because this is All-Star and you only had 1 week to practice, it's supposed to be a little bit more puggy. But if you're coming out this way here with Spike Surge playing this double Sentinel, there is going to be a lot of coordination necessary on their attack side. Thankfully, that's going to be in 12 rounds because they get to start off on the stronger side first to take full advantage of the double Senti.
Yeah, exactly. So the double Sentinel is going to be huge here for Spike Surge. They get to start off on the defensive side. Lots of ground to make up in that second half. They're not able to start off strong. So we're going to start the Valorant side of Coca-Cola All-Stars 2024 with a bit of a high here, at least for Spike Surge. Again, best of one. Every round matters. It's a big run here for Crosshair Champs already up towards that mid side. It's a complete abandonment from Spike Surge.
But this is a very, very early wall that comes up here on Catwalk. So a great start for Crosshair Champs to add that pressure, to break that a little bit more. But I love the proactiveness coming out from Komi outside, flipping the map pretty much. So you lose control here of Tree, you push out towards main, you take your player advantage, and now that your wall has been broken down, you have still a buddy system to hold up that tree. So now Crosshair Champs, I respect it. You have no choice here but to fall back to reset a little bit into the mid round.
Yeah, Schweppes had more than enough utility right behind him to be able to stop any sort of air rush if his spear went down there in terms of Komi. But now, like you said, buddy system continues. They take over Cat. They put out a bit of a face. Crosshair Champs, they're back over towards that A side. Leone. Golden ticket last year. Can he be a golden boy now? He's over at the top, and here comes the cross. It's going to be Yuki and Crow picking up one, but here comes Leone once again. One-on-one versus Psych. Psych, that was a huge win for him, because if not, it would have been that 2v1.
Yeah, the setup was quite good too. We'll hold that thought for a bit. There is that 1v2 remaining, though, on Return, trying to take that clutch.
It's a huge play here for Return. Return coming in now from the roof. Psych and Nash just waiting for the drop. It's a bit of a mosh pit, but Return doesn't know it. Makes it to the side, can isolate angles one-on-one, but instead it's Psych with the headshot. Return goes down. Crosshair Champs able to hold things down with the whole group surge into A.
And I'm already seeing from that 2 versus 1 that was won here by Crosshair Champs that there is coordination that comes out to it, and there is a lot of high-level play coming out of how you want it to try to guarantee the trade out on the attack side. For Psych to fully wide swing, hold W, just to make sure that you break crosshair placement so that your teammate could swing out right after to come out right away for that pick. Great job there for that to happen here for Crosshair Champs to win that 2 versus 1. Although Leone to set up the head on defense to start things off, as I mentioned before, was quite good, but unfortunately couldn't hold the site long enough to allow the rotate to happen towards the end. So a great anti-eco round coming in now for Crosshair Champs. You saw the upgrades coming through, and the ADS out here with the Bulldog in the hands of Scarecrow, as you're just trying to make sure here that there's no early pushes coming out from the defensive side. They're still trying to prod to find out where the stack could be. So that's why, like, the extremities, the controllers, literally here, from the Sentinel and the controller, are holding here towards the spawn just to try to find the push, and you're trying to find your escape out of free jail card from your Jet to maybe dash away as soon as you find some oppositions.
It's just so much mystery right now. Crosshair Champs set themselves up well to be able to react to any sort of move from Spike Surge. Does nothing. Does Crosshair Champs. They take up the space that Spike Surge is allowing them, and Return is no man's land. 1v3. Forward, but no, sir. He can't really do anything there. Good utility, trying to spark him out. But the rest of Spike Surge now, they do have the extremities. So if anything here, exit kills are in play.
Yeah, and even playing behind the KJ turret as well, so they really have everybody isolated, although the Omen just threw his flash, so that's going to give an indication that there is at least one flank or a second one here from Leone that was the one that threw that flash. That said, though, you see everything's being held out. The grab net, or they're really trying to keep him within the radius here of the blast. So it's going to cost a little bit of money at the same time, though. Yeah, the wall is good.
No, a couple people do kind of make it through, but like you said, more than good for the kills. And there goes the frags. 3 out for the Sova. Komi comes in with 2. There goes Spike Surge taking away all those guns from Crosshair Champs. And ultimately, they invested nothing. You saw the classics across the board for Spike Surge. That's everything.
Yeah, it almost got the Vandal towards the end, but that definitely, you're looking at the bonus round for the attack side for Crosshair Champs. They have nothing here. 4 Sheriffs, has shields. Even Martian has to go with no shields, which, by the way, was a 6 pick coming in for the side of...
Yes.
Crosshair Champ, so he's actually coming through. So that strategy that you were talking about before, that we were talking about before from Coach Claypool, to make sure that you have one main controller to help out and have just basically 4 duelists that can flex through. They still have a bit of firepower, as you just saw, and how they contained on the defensive side.
Martian Walk. Again, interesting that, again, he ends up getting pushed onto this team. Doesn't seem like the controller pick was pretty popular along the side. You did have the 3 duelists, and basically everyone here has got it.
Although Coach Claypool still pulled out a lot of rings when he was doing the draft, saying it doesn't matter who I pick because we're still going to win, right? So that was pretty funny.
Yeah, no, he was specifically talking about Preach It too. Deep in the draft, 4 rounds in, this dude was like, you know what, whatever, man. I don't even need to explain myself. I know what I'm talking about. Love that energy.
Yeah. It's a nice little clash here that you see from Spike Surge and Crosshair Champs, because it's a 4 duelist pick that came from one side here from Coach Claypool, and then you have on the other side for Spike Surge a coach here for a Hayworth that picked 4 flex players to see how that's going to mesh from round to round. So one, you know, favoring the capabilities of the duelist that could aim, the other one on more of the smart play that could contain.
30 seconds left.
At least in terms of monitoring the space, he was just trying to isolate one duel. Ends up getting exposed still alive. That's really all that matters here. 3v4. Real tough retake here for Spike Surge. Not much utility for the actual retake itself. It's just going to be information psych. And he knocks down one of those spears. 3 more left here for Crosshair Champs. The buddy system here on site is good. They even have an insurance setup back over towards main.
A little bit of an overheat, though, from Psych, because that's the only Vandal that they had in their bonus round, so the other ones have to hold the pulse plan with Sheriffs.
And Mookie is still able to get the 1, but there goes the right click from Yav. Can he do it again, though? 18 HP. Would have to somehow get a headshot here on Martian Walk. Plenty of time has already gone by. Just a pistol shot to the body will do it. So at the end of the day, yeah, the sweat will be wiped off the brow here for Crosshair Champs. But yeah, yet another weird eco round here for the team. But Spike Surge definitely kicking themselves. That was their round.
Sheriffs are good enough, after all, just like Lemon Q was mentioning at the desk. So yeah, good enough for Crosshair Champs to even convert in the bonus round, even breaking the economy on the side of Spike Surge, where it was a perfect opportunity for them to actually start, you know, bringing a little bit more into the economy in the rounds on their side. And peace and love, rather, also known as Yav. This was actually a question coming out from Shift just before we started this game, trying to see in the Puggy style who could really step up here as an IGL. Well, Yav actually did mention that he has that experience and could bring that to the table for a team when he introduced himself here for the Coca-Cola All-Stars. So this is a great opportunity for him now to really showcase what he could do, and probably why he's playing the solo for the team right now and has a Hunter's Fury ready for the go. So they have a stack at this side. They could throw, you know, this wall that if it actually breaks, you could throw the Gravnet and ult into it, which would be very good for them to use on an eco side, where you saw how much value they had with the pistols on that second round.
It's not exactly a question here of the leadership here for Spike Surge, because you have a couple players who, again, they have that experience. I mean, we're talking about
That
Leone
is also
here,
very
man.
true.
Leone, he's been playing for a minute. You already know this. But for Crosshair Champs, let's try to see where that leadership can come in now. It is still yet another one of those mysterious rounds where a call does need to be made. A little bit of reorganization needs to be made. Where's the adjustment here? Where's the approach here up towards the B site for Crosshair Champs, as Nash is going to straggle along with the rest of his teammates?
Yeah, knowing that, you know, you had a lower buy and a broken economy coming in for the defensive side, and already the Deadlock's throwing a lot of her utility on that site. They guessed correctly here to just pivot back towards B, and there's only one player solo in that spot. Beautiful flash, though.
A return, good idea. Can still shift around. Good stuff from Return, at least trying to get himself in a good position to be able to succeed. Leone able to get one. They're trying to deny here. The spike doesn't happen in the middle of the smoke. This is a huge kill for Comey if he could get it. He got it. Can he get a second? The Sheriff running out. Still able to get the frag. frag in the back. The boys have got it. Spike Surge. One more to go. Comey, Bomi, putting on a showcase in the showcase.
It feels like I'm just watching Game Changers Championships all over again, where Zipto and I think it was MIBR going back and forth on ecos and thrifties. So that was actually quite amazing. You saw the value through from what Leone did to just try to keep Return alive in the back of that site. One smoke to cover one side, one flash to cover the other, so that Return could dance around in that back of the site to actually run that clock down. Yes, it didn't result in any kills, but it gave enough time here to create that ruckus, create that diversion, so that Comey could just run through on top of a KJ Molly to get some damage done and allow here a Thrifty to come through from Spike Surge. A great way to activate yourself as well, when unfortunately it was a bonus round that you weren't able to win against Crosshair Champs bonus round 3 rounds ago. But that said, we'll hold that thought. Looks like we want to change the tempo on the attack side. Crosshair Champs already wants to go for a rush here towards the A site.
Yeah, Crosshair Champs, they're going to be up to Spike Surge. They don't have anything to be able to fight immediately. Just have the angle smokes go away, but Crosshair Champs are just inching on back.
And it's smart. Activating here the Hunter's Fury now for Yav. They're actually just trying to pivot back. This could be one of those late mid rounds where you could try to ult into tree for that information, but they just still have to find out here on the attack side where, you know, the Sentinels are kind of really set up in the first place. So you could already see it potentially just a pop flash to allow your duelist to move up. And then you'll scout around here what's going to happen towards the A site.
They're try to spark in Hunter's. Like you said, that side coming, swinging 2 players in the smoke. Can they find him? They at least have an idea that they might be here. Mookie on top of Schweppes, but Martian Walk, good stuff from Martian Walk, just spraying in from main, just sweeping the site, making sure that the cracks are covered. But here comes Comey, already has 2 more to go. Comey on fire, trying to snap on to the last, but Martian Walk, the last pick in the entire draft, is the one to pick away at quite a few.
You have a lot of these players when they're the 6th pick in the draft as technically a sub. They know that they want to have a lot to prove and a lot to show, and Martian Walk did a great job here on clutching 2 individual 1v1s when he had a Sheriff on that bonus round, and this one right here in round number 5. Great job, but that wasn't until Comey at the first place could have had that round there for Spike Surge. He's currently putting everybody into his backpack on his retake capabilities from Spike Surge. When you look at the coordination, it's quite actually interesting that most of the coordination is coming from the team that was picked with 4 duelists on Crosshair Champs.
It is impressive, but again, Crosshair Champs, a whole lot of experience and a whole lot of other roles. But let's see if that actually makes sense for this round. They need to land back on their feet once again. Their spear is gone. Mookie, Crow, the rest of the squad needing to back up into main a little bit. You do have 3 players here for Spike Surge, but nobody on Spike Surge making any sort of map control or controlling any other extremities at the moment. But finally, there you go. They're able to extend out into B main. Now they have full eyes over towards mid. Spike Surge invading the map right now in Crosshair Champs. They're running out of space.
And it's the hat, too, to get the information of where the players were at here, thrown on the defensive side. I mean, in the first place, though, on how you're trying to work that map, I still want to give some credit onto Yav, how Yav is currently playing it, right? He was also the first opener with the Aldrone into A and to Hunter's Fury to allow your Crosshair Champs to get into the site.
He's able to pump one, though. Here comes Comey. None of this strategy really matters when you can just walk into your enemy lines and pump a couple of them down. Good stuff off the shotgun, but B site is still very much locked down. It's going to be a little bit more of a chance here for Crosshair Champs. Let's see if they're able to get a little bit of help here from Schweppes, but 2 in the back of B. It's going to be a little bit of a dogfight, but Schweppes still has the angle. 13 seconds left in Crosshair Champs. They don't even want to attempt this angle from Schweppes. Time is going to run out. Round is going to go to Spike Surge, yeah.
I thought they had an opportunity, like a little window there for Crosshair Champs to try to move in, because that paranoia was burnt quite early by Leone from the back of the site, also giving his tell of where he was at. But again, the first pick coming out from the defensive side, getting the hat out here on holding the A site from Return was actually quite huge, because that really allowed Comey to really get into another great spot with a judge to get a pick. So, needless to say, there's been a lot more individual plays coming out from Spike Surge on the defensive side, which is totally fine because you are playing this double sentinel hold. So you are just counting on some players to just lock you down on a site and for your jet to just take control of the other side, and you could dash away again by yourself and try to get it out to safety. And you're going to try it again.
Homie tuck himself in, but you did mention the Sentinels coming out to play.
Yeah. Dodge the turret, though. If this is not checked in that corner, there you go.
What?
Crows just got picked off.
Yeah, like you said, the turret was everything that they were relying on. But in all reality, Crosshair champs, they had some options covered. They trusted said option. Punished for it. Spikes. I think Comey getting another big play is now. Find some sort of gap. They're gonna force one over towards the mid side. Nat putting up mid, maybe. But Spike Surge, the immediate reaction is to smoke up. Love this.
And he's a little bit too far for the rest of the team to try to scout out inside the site, so they might be running into a lot of util if they're going to make it through.
Maybe a little bit too overconfident that the take wasn't coming in, but look at the positioning once again. 2 over towards the basement. That's going to be big kill coming out from Return. Return gets the one. Do they know about Leone? Leone tucked in the back. Martian walk. They're still covering this up. Good shot from Leone, though. Still has 2 more to go. This is Leone. Totally in control. He's comfortable right now. Sitting in the back. And still Mookie able to take him out. Martian walk goes big. And Crosshair champs, they turn it around immediately. From 3v2 down to a 1v2. This is now the one and only Yav. Yav still waiting for at least some sort of pixel to pop out, but both players under heaven once again. It's going to be a drop in from Yav. We've seen this movie before. Will it end the same way? Do we like the sequel more than the original movie? A little bit rare to say the least, but here comes Yav. Does have the spike over to his left. Everyone is over to his left too. He might be able to line up the heads. It was a chance, but it doesn't work out.
Yeah, you're in a tight spot here in a high-low, but thankfully it works out with the power of numbers on the attack side. But I gotta say, there was a little bit of a misplay and miscommunication between both the Duelist and the Omen of Leone and Comey when they were just trying to retake that site. You heard that tap. Leone was trying to play the bait after his teammate fell down, got a perfect kill. And he wanted to throw the paranoia to blind, guaranteed the one that was attempting to plant that spike up towards Generator. But unfortunately, you hit Comey on the other side of that door, and you couldn't capitalize on that pick, which there foiled the plans of how Spike Surge wanted to hold the defensive side. So Crosshair champs finally able to reset things around back on their side on the attack. Although Spike Surge doing a great job on first blood attempts and also converting these first bloods, but unfortunately just not winning the full conversion of the round instead.
No insane adjustment in terms of the early start. It is just Schweppes putting on a little bit of pressure, but he was just trying to put on empty pressure. He wasn't even looking for that sort of, hard 2v1 as he just ran into. Thankfully, he's alive. The rest of this team can maintain their game plan, which is, at this point, just maintain that turret type mindset. Leone, this time, putting off a rare look over towards that mid-side psych. He's at least wary of it. But Spike Surge, they have walked up, or excuse me, Crosshair champs have walked up mid plenty of times now. Conditioning might be there, but Leone, he's going to have Comey Bomey standing up on B on his own. But good stuff with the Alodron. Great info.
But still damages, what, 80? There's like 20 health left on Nash after
what?
that. I was going to say the ping was there, so it was read by Crosshair champs. Perfect communication to actually start the L drone, bait out and force the jet out. But unfortunately, nobody followed behind the L drone on the attack side. So now you're going to have to potentially just force double ults to get into the site.
This is yet another big play coming out from Return. Return already has a little bit of help from the back. Yav able to get 2. He'll still go back and forth. Leone able to get yet another one. The revive comes in. 3v2 for Crosshair champs. Able to get the spike down cleanly. Again, that was a big hold there from Spike Surge. Not able to get the trades that they wanted. Comey now needs to be a hero. Comes in flying, comes in pumping, and only able to get 1. Leone is gone. The TP comes in a little late. He was trying to run for the hills, readjust, but Crosshair champs does it again.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here for Crosshair champs. Just work that map across, not aware and not afraid rather of the time remaining in the round. they're doing a lot of these. Oh, okay, so we're facing Comey here. Let's just go on the other side of the map, and then maybe even go for a double pump here and there. There's a lot of these moments where they're just converting or converging into a site with 10 seconds remaining. Where what was it, round number 5 or 6? They were forced to even save right at the entrance of B main. So they are maximizing that time in that favor, and I think Spike Surge needs to start realizing that a little bit more, that there's a lot of these stop and goes coming out from Crosshair Champs, and they have an opportunity to take more map control, which they finally are. 3 players are pushing outside of A main, but this is only an eco. I want to see this during the gun rounds too.
It's just the fact that they have so much stopping power potentially here on this B site and Cypher. Really do just a little bit here. This wall, it can only last for so long. Psych no longer has an updraft, no longer has a dash. Finally gets in. Psych has an angle onto Schweppes. Schweppes needs to take him down. Schweppes can't get anything. Still 2 players in this back. Every time we've seen players in this boathouse, they've been wiped away. And it happens once again. Spike Surge not able to maintain this B site by any means. And now it's just consolation kills here for Yav as this round is over.
Nothing you could really do here against pistols so far, or at least against rifles when you only have pistols here on the defensive side. They had the right numbers towards the end with the amount of delays that they threw with Return and Schweppes. But although you're starting to see it here, despite the amount of utility they're putting within these sites, they're also not able to get the perfect crossfire setups here to try to get these picks. Therefore, they are losing a lot of that ground, a lot of that hold, and not enough delay here to allow this aggressive push coming out from the other extremity on the defensive side to meet up on the defensive on the site. So unfortunate there, which is now a great call here to start off the first time out onto the side of Spike Surge, because you still need a little bit more coming out here from Return and Schweppes. The comp in itself is a little bit hard. Yes, you are getting a lot of value for Comey with what he's able to do and provide here with the Jet. But the issue that you have right now is that you don't have that KO. You don't have that possibility of a flash, which is why, as I was mentioned before, M80 try to just put Koala Noob away from that Jet role to play more of a Yoru, because you could still escape, you could still play aggressively, and you have still that set of flash that was missing by, you know, pulling out an extra Sentinel and pulling away a KO. So for them, these retake protocols are going to be a lot more difficult. So your main game is to really try to hold the forefront with both of your Sentinels, but unfortunately they're not.
And you see the commitment to that idea too, and the fact that Comey, he is being that very traditional spear basically for this team. He's getting extremely deep early on in these rounds, and yes, whenever he does get into that retake, he is sort of that first person out, but it would absolutely help if he had a flash. But here comes Psych putting on the pressure, and yet another B setup already getting taken down. Psych able to pressure out Return, and now it's just the Psych show. Psych was looking for a few more with the knives over towards Spawn, has 2 knives left. Crow comes out with the kill on to Comey. Comey trying to be, once again, yet another spark plug for this team. But it's down to Leone alongside Yav, and it's all just going to go to Crosshair Champs. So, yeah, yet another repeat of that movie I was talking about.
Yeah, a nice little answer from Crosshair Champs, too. And when we were calling that timeout on the defensive side, I was mentioning that, you know, Crosshair Champs likes to do a lot of these stop and goes. And what did he do coming out of the timeout? Straight hold W, get into a site. Psych doing a great job creating space like he always does in the execution so far, as he's escaping the utility that's being placed against 2 Sentinels, by the way, and still he's able to find value on top of that to create openers for Crosshair Champs. So literally living up to their team name, and also running away here with the attack side of Ascent.
Spike down A.
Let's spark down the one, but that is all Comey doing his business over. He made no support behind him. It is literally Spike Surge looking for some sort of change, some sort of way forward. But we're back to the setup now. You do have a little bit of Cypher util here. You have the smoke in the front side to maybe be able to pinch these guys off, at least try to funnel them into sites. But over towards B, this Cypher setup hasn't done realistically anything for this team, and they're leaving him all the way alone, trying to see if he can take away at least 1 or 2 kills. Mainly because, again, whenever there has B holds, and hold on, Crow does get pressured out. That was a good 2-man push by Spike Surge. But again, the Cypher has been pressured out. He abandons immediately, though. He goes immediately into the back of sight. Schweppes, he did try holding on to stairs, but he got isolated. Never a buddy setup over in this outside of the B area. And once again, with only 1 person here, you've already seen him do his pivot back over towards the back of B. But Crosshair Champs not tempting B. They've taken on a lot of util. They've taken on a lot of looks over towards this mid side. And more importantly, Psych here to be, like I've been saying before, this spark plug. And that's exactly what's happening here. He is opening things up entirely for Crosshair Champs. One man up above, and that is going to be Yop with the kill. On to Psych. 2v2. Spike Surge have been able to chip their way in.
Has Hunter's Fury, but just got hit by the KO knife, so that's going to have to slow things down for a bit. And that might be the only piece of utility left here that you could try to engage into an entry, but don't think it's going to happen now.
Whoa, 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 this is so risky. Smoke goes down. Mookie, you gotta be kidding me. Straight through the smoke, randomly puts out 2 bullets, gets a headshot with it, and the smoke goes down, and it's just an isolated one. The call out is insane. Crosshair Champs thinking they're lucky stars for sure, but I mean, you're never going to see that type of setup. Smoke on the top of heaven, 2 players behind that smoke, one of them not even ready to go. A tough one, to say the least, for Spike Surge.
Well, I don't know who's calling here on the attack side, but he's doing a great job, because the last time here that they tried to go towards that B site when the Hunter's Fury was available, you were talking about here, the Cypher alone towards the site, they were still able to delay enough Leone with the flash, and they used their Hunter's Fury. So instead, Psych was the one that moved up towards the tree, created some space, got an entry, got a backstab, and now creating more space into the B main. So far, not finding too much retaliation coming out from the site, so they might think here that it's weak side towards B. Oh, but look at the push coming out from the defensive side too, though. Comey's already up towards middle.
Yeah, this is going to be everything here for Spike Surge. Yeah, Comey. But just with the op, though, he really only has the potential for the one shot. He can go deeper into his flow chart, get into a different position. Smoke out over towards Cat, though, to cover up the angle. They do have mid-side taken back, but that's a whole lot of utility. Owl Drone used up at the moment. But Psych, look how quickly he has already shifted his way into the back of B. He's been tempting this spot already, but he has unfortunately spotted return. Unfortunately, at least for the Spike Surge fans. Crosshair Champs fans going nuts right now, because it is yet another clean era for them. It is going to be the B site basically clean for them, but Comey is looking for just one shot. He would isolate the Jet in this situation, trying to take away that spear. Comey able to take away one, but Psych, that's a big shot back coming in. 3v3. None of the defenders are here on B. They're taking a while to get that spike down. And the setup in general isn't going to be amazing. Sova alongside the Omen. The util is already being used up. The ulti comes out for Spike Surge and doesn't get anything.
10 seconds left. Over there. Spike planted.
Here comes that exec. It is Schweppes all the way on the outside. But what is Crosshair Champs cooking here? All the way in the extremities, allowing the defender to just walk into them. And Leone does take back Psych. Martian Walk. Mr. Irrelevant, the very last pick in the draft, trying to go for this. Smoke on top. Oh, teleports in, has to find the diffuser. Martian Walk!
That is such a ballsy play coming up from Martian Walk, but the paranoia to get the TP outside of the smoke, it masks the sound of the Shrouded Step, gets into the smoke and in the spray right after. They had no idea how to hold that pulse plant on that 2 versus 1 for Spike Surge, and that's Martian Walk coming in here once again as the 6th pick and making us regret the choices of choosing him 6, and he should have been first.
No, man, he's not just the last pick. He's not just the last pick. He's the last pick, period. He was forced to be on the team.
That's
he
true.
is Mr. Irrelevant. Nobody picked him. He got Brock Purdy'd, and he's coming out as an MVP. Martian Walk. Yes, we love to see that type of action. This is what a showcase is all about. Unexpected things happening from people you expected. Love it. But here comes yet another half, folks. We flip things. Crosshair Champs already going for something real aggro. 4 players over towards that A site, over towards A main. And they're flipping things.
Yeah, this is going to be dangerous. With no A main control, they might only think that there's 1 or 2 players here playing towards the A main. So Spike Surge, if they commit towards the A site plant, they could still be in one heck of a surprise, but they are pushing towards the spawn instead. That's going to catch Scarecrow off guard, and an opportunity now to flip their own map and move towards B for a plant.
They're already going to try to shut down B main here. Comey is going to have some sort of cross setup with somebody else at some point, but The A main rush wasn't even accounted for at this point. Like, they know that they have that control back over towards mid, but waiting for a straggler back in A main, back in spawn. But here comes the push. Komi has the first pick. He's gonna be able to get the first. This is where Komi thrives. Komi able to get himself a second. Still has plenty of time, plenty of space for him to finish up yet another highlight play. Mookie on the other side. You still have the one and only Psych waiting for his one-on-one against Komi once again. His smoke's about to go down. Mookie on the other side misses out on the one tap. Komi still looking for that get back, looking for the head, and Komi almost able to get himself the ace. He finds himself a part of every single kill in that round. Good stuff from Komi once again. Just good fundamental stuff. But at the end of the day, it is the round going towards Spike Surge, and they had that in control.
Oh my, do you remember when we did the draft for ourselves for fun? Was it Curry that picked Komi and was like, man, I can't believe, we left him so far behind us, and then he took the opportunity of that, and now we're starting to see it.
Hey, but I picked Psych. I don't know about you, bro. I don't know. And Psych wasn't even our number one, at least going into the draft, right?
Yeah,
I took a little bit of a chance. This kid, he has a little bit of spunk to him. So you know what? Why not see if the kid got some moxie? You know what I mean? And he sure does. Still on top for Crosshair champs. But like you said, a great coming out game, more or less, here for Komi, and it's only game one.
And a pistol round here, one on the attack side once again, but this time on the side of Spike Surge. An opportunity here to hopefully close the gap with what just happened from Crosshair Champs' brilliant attack side. And Spike Surge now grouped up with weapons. Komi is going to be the one that's going to be entering first once again. But remember, this is also a composition that really doesn't allow for you to flash in. The paranoia is the biggest thing, and at least it gets value to push Nash away.
It's just going to be control here for Spike Surge, though. Good lockdown back over towards Cat. Just a one smoke doing this business, though. What does Crosshair Champs have to make their way back into this site? They do have a lot more util than what we saw from Spike Surge when they were on the defensive side. They do have that KO ready to go. But look at the situation getting pushed here. Komi alongside Schweppes going on in. You still have Yav right next to him, and it is just a sweep. Nobody here from Crosshair Champs able to do much, and that is going to be the W. Finally coming out for Spike Surge once again. And still, again, just a lot of doubts at this point from that first half being mainly centralized on that defensive side. I don't think you can really worry about Komi Bomi whenever he really is let go off that leash.
Yeah, and oddly enough here, the Sentinels are getting much more value on the attack side this time around too. Schweppes joining up with the team with a couple of kills on the board here in that round. But at the same time, I love that Spike Surge just pushed through the door when they lost return on that late lurk on Catwalk, just to try to guarantee those backstabs and also make sure that whatever weapon that the Cypher had cannot be picked up. And they were not afraid to just deathball into that, play the buddy system rather, and convert here their anti-eco, which is not the best look that we had from Spike Surge when they were playing that first half, but now they have a chance here to have a pretty decent bonus round. Already a Vandal in the hands of Komi, trying to look down.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, this is an overheat.
Yeah, overheat for dang sure. Trying to find some magic. Yeah, definitely too much here. Crosshair Champs, they had so much control back over towards that A site. They had this situation monitored too. Yeah, don't really know what they were cooking there. I mean, you could see what they were cooking. They were going for some heavy disrespect, but yeah, no, not exactly approving of what the chef is cooking.
This might be a call here to just save your weapons. You might not have a choice. I mean, you're already seeing that Nash invest here into an Odin. You have a Phantom in the hands of Scarecrow as well. And you can't commit into this. This, again, it's the bonus round for Spike Surge. And with those kills that they just got on Catwalk, that's automatically 2 weapons upgraded into, what, 2 more rifles at least for Spike Surge. So in a great spot. You already see it now. The last 2 players from Crosshair Champs meeting up towards the defender spawn. And you're starting to see here on a map like Ascent, there's somehow, when it's supposed to be more puggy here, as I Hold Shift was mentioning before, usually when you're playing more puggy in a map like Ascent, this should be more defensive-sided. But you're finding a lot of value from both of these duelists on both ends, from Psych and Komi, to find these gaps and find these entries.
Now we finally get to see a little bit more from good old Crosshair Champs. It's mainly kind of trying to see where this team actually goes whenever they do adjust, because it did not like that overheat in that last round. Do not want to see that in the early rounds. It's sort of just the catch-all answer. Start using Psych like Comey was utilized, and we saw how that went for Spike Surge. So yeah, it's not what they're going for though. They are just going for a little classic hold. It's just going to be 3 players playing a bit of a buddy system. Martian Walk is going to be ready for the immediate smoke if they wanted it, but smoke over towards the mid side to boot on a little bit of empty pressure. At this point, Crosshair champs, they feel no pressure back over towards A main, so now they're just working the rest of the map. Nobody's moving though. It's just empty pressure.
Still a nice little protocol on the attack side to start playing anti-flash, making sure you're playing pendulum swing on that triangle formation in case there was a shark attack coming out from the defensive side. Well, you had your Sova posted up on top middle. He could recon on top mid, making sure nobody's pushing towards M1. And once they realize after, 45 seconds, there's nobody really moving here and making any effort of getting space on the defensive side, they realize that they have free real estate for a split into a site, although they don't know where the stack is. Thankfully, Spike Surge chose correctly.
Yeah, and this is the exact same little formula that we saw from Spike Surge in that first half, leaving that turret, leaving that guy in the back of B to do all of the business. This time, though, with the rotation coming in a lot faster, Crosshair champs at least were able to be a part of the run here, a part of the take that Spike Surge took on. But Spike Surge, good stuff. A lot of sweeping coming in once again from Yav alongside Comey on the extremities. And Spike Surge, yes, they can rely on that firepower, but for right now, Crosshair champs are putting no pressure on them with their approaches. They can just kind of go.
Yeah, I think this is what Crosshair Champs needs to start realizing as well. I mean, granted, it was still an eco round that you had with the 2 weapons that were safe in that previous round, so it was 2 weapons and 3 pistols, nothing you could really do. But now you're playing against double senties. You have an opportunity to pressure one side a little bit more than the other, because there's guaranteed going to be just one lurk somewhere. And now they're realizing that the pressure is actually a little bit faster tempo from Spike Surge on the attack side on A. So they're going for an early rotate, although for the side of Spike Surge, nobody's really lurking around towards middle or towards B site. So this full rotate back towards B, you still need to use a lot more utility to clear towards this area, which is why the Sova's trying to meet up with them, but Comey's so far ahead of everybody else.
You are going to have that walk up here coming in from the rest of the squad. Schweppes, Comey, Yav is going to go for the peak. And Yav goes down immediately. There's Spike at least being spotted, but not much of an issue now with mid being completely controlled. But what are they cooking over in B main? What is this from Scarecrow? Scarecrow able to pull the one, but okay, all right, Comey. Good little showcase the headshot, but here comes, yeah, another play off the knives. Comey almost able to be the spark plug, but Martian Walk now able to get himself at least a little bit of an opportunity onto one, but there were so many players in the middle of the smoke able to just combine now. Spike Surge, a lot different, of course, from the rest of the rounds that we've seen in the half, just in the case that, hey, it's a loss, not a win.
And it worked out. We talked about a little bit more aggression here because you're playing against double Senti, so I love here that Crow Zero was able to make it out towards B main, play that 1v1 against Return, and win that 1v1 against Return, who didn't even clear his corner towards the front of B. So that is one nice little checkbox that you have now on the defensive side for Crosshair champs. But then you're also looking at how things are looking for Spike Surge on trying to take control of Tree. I don't like that it's your Sova peeking out by himself here with the Spike trying to get an entry when Comey's the one that's, again, incredible in these entries to start, to gain that space. So that big mistake here didn't allow Spike Surge to have enough utility to go for a full execute into a site. Now Crosshair champs has a chance, to almost close out this map. Remember, this is only a BO1 in the round robins.
There's pressure already falling onto Spike Surge. That's Comey. Takes his step up. You do have Mookie with that first shot. Mookie has a lot more work to do, but with the smoke up in the middle of sight, Mookie not putting out a little too much of that pixel. He is doing enough here. He starts to get into a one-on-one, but everyone else from the defensive side starts to drop in. Schweppes, big opportunity to even up the round. Martian Walk is going to be there for the frag. A little bit scary there off the shorty, but Return is now on to a 1-on-3.
And no Spike.
And they have his angle. However, no HP taken away. Still has camera. Huge from Return. Return does spot where the smoke came out from one player, does spot the arm, does not know where the other one is, still looking out under heaven. Spots Nash. Surely might spot the second one, but Martian Walk, beautiful TP.
Yeah.
Beautiful time wasting on to return. As return now 19 seconds, needs to take on the double swing of Crosshair Champs. It is not going to work out. Good stuff from Nash alongside Martian Walk. Good fundamental play at the end to put Crosshair Champs one away.
Exactly. And it was a little bit of overheat to start on the defensive side when Sight jumped through the smoke with the shorty first, then Martian Walk did the same thing. I know Lemon Kiwi was talking about her high school days and what her hobbies were. I was playing Lemmings. I don't know if you guys know in chat what Lemmings is. Yeah, that was old school. Very, very old school. That said, though, although there was a little bit of that overheat, there's still some great plays coming out towards the end for Martian Walk. Again, I gotta highlight how good this player has been, TPing away to play with his teammate to make sure that they guarantee the round and put themselves here at map point.
Yeah, I don't know how to tell you this, old man. I was playing Counter-Strike Global Offensive the entire time. That and Minecraft. Shout out to Minecraft.
Older than that.
But yeah, no, that's that. Yeah, no, I don't know how to tell you this. But yeah, we continue here, ladies and gentlemen. We are playing some games. A little bit risky to say the least. Big interaction over towards B main. A little bit too much of an overheat, but it does get traded off, so all is good at the very end. Comey still alive. Comey looking for the one-on-one. Mookie. He's usually a duelist on his own. Let's see if he can do something here on the KO, but good backup here from Comey. Comey looking for the shot off the shorty. Shots through the smoke. Backs up immediately, but there goes Schweppes. Schweppes takes it away. Martian Walk through the smoke. Here comes the opening. This is it now. Crosshair Champs. And they come out on top. Scarecrow and Mookie pull off the 2 kills they need. Schweppes has been pressured out this whole game and still can't handle it. Mookie on top. Crosshair Champs are going to take their very first game here of All-Star Weekend.
Yeah, we didn't have a chance to talk about Mookie too much. He's a return two-time All-Star for the Coca-Cola Stay Plugged In, and he was the one that finalized at least the last 2 kills now to finish here the map for the side of the defense. But at the same time, if you don't look at his amount of kills, look at least his assists. Already at 17 assists. So when you're looking at how you want to activate, how you want to play the retakes, how you want to give space here for your duelist to get through, for Sight to get the entries that he did, he definitely stepped up to the plate at that moment.
Yeah, and again, just a huge show up from Mookie coming in that second half. You saw a whole lot of his assists coming in through either the retakes or in through takes, period. Mookie was just that big pivotal part for this team in terms of opening up that space and making sure that the defenders or the attackers were busy, making sure that his opponents had something else to be preoccupied with. That's what I was talking about in terms of the empty pressure. We saw a lot more of that just proactive utility usage coming out in the second half from Crosshair Champs when they were on the defensive side versus Spike Surge. Didn't exactly make all of the difference. It still was technically a little bit more successful of a defensive half. I would have loved to see what a rest of that defensive half on Ascend would have looked like. But at the end of the day, you did see Crosshair Champs just look more comfortable throughout that game period. Not something that we get to see from Spike Surge at all. They still need to find a way to kind of land on their feet in the next few games.
That's it. And at least there's still another game happening at the same time too, though, right? Because as we're starting day one, there is also a B stream where Rising Phoenix is currently playing Alt Rush, although maybe that already finished. I don't know, but the desk will know. So let's toss it back here to Bearlight, Lemon Kiwi, and also to I Hold Shift to close down this first map.
Thank you, Vancillion. Just like we saw from Rocket League, off to the hard start that we expected here. Now, that being said, we saw some one-sided tilts to kick things off, but on that mainstream, we saw a valiant effort from Spike Surge. But at the end of the day, it's going to get pretty frustrating as Comey coming out there. A great performance, but the team just couldn't quite get it together enough.
Yeah, 5 first bloods off the Jet, which is great news. That's what you want to see as a duelist. However, you're running double Sentinel, and you can't stop executes from happening on a map like Ascent. It all starts to unravel and fall apart from there. Then we eventually switched the sides. I thought it was just good proactive gameplay coming out of Crosshair Champs on their defensive side, forcing the issue a little bit more, making sure that this deadlock Sentinel with the combination of Cypher doesn't get the post plant setup that they want. So really good, I think, just overall playing aggressive and making sure that the composition that they're playing up against never really hit their strengths.
And I think that's the big difference, the compositions. First, Crosshair Champs very good at flooding into sites. They have the power of the KO, flashes, gathering information, and shutting down the util, especially of the double Sentinel on the other side. And they were really left unchallenged on these entries, leaving them with a ton of options on the post plant, including, like, let's say, a Killjoy ultimate or anything playing like that. And the casters went on to highlight a lot of key players, my favorites being Mookie on the KO, who's actually a duelist player, who, like we already said, the power of the KO there, double-digit assists, huge part of their success, sure. Then you had Martian Walk, which Van Silly brought it up at the end. He is on his main, on the Omen, clutch master in round 11, and great understanding of the smokes on the post plan. So I was a big fan of overall everyone's understanding of their roles and how they execute.
And there's something to be said about a player here that's Mr. Irrelevant, if you will, in the last pick of the draft. But listen, turn that narrative around.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to get a spark going. And to see that clutch in that round 12, just absolutely immaculate. And so obviously there was something to prove. And for me, Martian Walk got it done there, Chefs.
Absolutely, dude. Like,
Let's
put some
go.
respect on my boy's name. More like Martian Sprint 1v2. No walking going on at all. That guy looked pretty solid. That's a high level, like, technical play to throw down the dark cover, teleport behind, come through 1v2 on top of the spike. Whew.
And I felt bad for Comey. Dropping 23 kills for the L, was triple positive halfway through the game, and just there's only so much one duelist can do. And just the double sentinels starting on defense, you thought was going to have a lot more firepower, and it's just maybe it was a lot of people on that team playing off role. Remember, that was a team with like 3 duelists.
Yeah,
so.
that's the thing is, like, double sentinel, like, in a game like this, like a match like this, it just feels too cute. Like, that's something that needs to be rehearsed a lot if you're going to get value out of deadlock and any other sentinel, whether it be Killjoy or Cypher. So I would like to see them get away from that, go towards playing more initiators, more controllers, more duelists. Play one sentinel if you feel like you have to.
We talked about, you know, how you have a little bit of time to scram, but not enough to put it together in this instance. I totally agree with you. We also had the other match on the B stream, of course. It was Ult Rush taking it over Rising Phoenix, pretty dominant fashion as well. So Ult Rush coming out to that hot start like we saw. So let's check out the standings here and see where we stand. That means Ult Rush at that 1-0 mark here. And then, of course, Crosshair Champs at that 1-0 as well. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not over here for Spike, Surge, and Rising Phoenix, especially when we talk about Spike Surge. You, again, had a bit of that momentum rolling in. So, again, keep eyes on that as well as we move forward into the second block, which, of course, we'll be getting to in just a second. We will have Spike Surge and Ult Rush here on this channel after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, my name is Andrew Losser. I go by the Valorant student athlete from St. Anthony. The strengths that I have are team oriented. I encourage my team to goals, and I encourage them on a positive route. I have very strong leadership skills and decisions around definitely a part of mine. Some high school advice for sports players is to definitely communicate with your coaches, set up a bunch of meetings. That's definitely what I've done. Make sure you show up to your meetings on time and stuff like that, so they know you're reliable and you can get. I believe I should be a Coca-Cola All-Star because I am pretty experienced in the game. I like to hype everyone up. I'm a very positive person, and I think that in the years to come, I can become a very valuable asset to any team.
Welcome back to the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars 2024. Again, Bear Light joining Lemon Kiwi. And I hold shift all weekend long. Well, we got done with the first Valorant block, and we're on to the next one. It's a battle between a 1-0 team and 0-1 team with Ult Rush and Spike Surge, respectively, here in Lemon Kiwi. Of course, we saw Spike Surge, even though they're 0-1, they did make a bit of a push there towards the tail end of that last block.
Yeah, a lot of weight being pulled there by Comey on the Jet, and I'm excited to see if he can pull off another 20 bomb, but it's got to be a united team effort. And, you know, there is a substitute option, but they pulled out the double Sentinel. It didn't really work out on Ascent, but Ascent is a very special map. It's very one of flood-sided, very attack-heavy, and the defense just could not pull up enough rounds, and they looked better on offense, but we'll see if the next map choice will help them
Because
out.
you're going up against this individual right here that you're seeing right now. Blocks as part of Ult Rush has been a dynamic already. This is the submission prior to just some of the things that they're capable of. We see a raise here in the kit, which obviously means some more damage, but KJ, the leading agent that we saw coming in, so you get a lot of value from that shift.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, there's a time and a day and an age in the Valorant space where, like, Sentinels were just not talked about. And then all of a sudden, we started talking about how duelists are everything, and go figure, you get a 1v1 between a duelist and a Sentinel, and after some of the duelist nerfs had come through, Sentinel started to kind of rise up in the conversation field. So I'm really curious, I think, just to see what Blocks is going to do. However, on the other side of things, you have the greatest in-game name ever created on the other side, Chicken the Lord. I'm pumped to see what he's got to offer here as well, and he will be running most likely a duelist for his team.
Yeah.
And to go up against Comey, that is a big challenge. So a lot of eyes on Chicken the Lord, but also love what Blocks does for his school. He was the one who created his Valorant team at his high school. He not only did that, but coached it, and he IGLs for the team. He's done a ton of stayed plugged in tournaments, and Blocks, I think, just someone who takes that initiative, who also has such a good attitude around the game, stays calm when they lose, stays motivated, you know, when they're winning, but will never trash talk. I just love the guy, so I'm excited to see him on stream.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, we saw the reaction from Blocks when he was got picked up by that team. It was definitely an interesting one and a leader, but absolutely talented as well. But there's only one way to find out if they perform up to our standards or the standards of Van Silly and Upmind. So guys, go ahead and take it away.
All right, thank you, Bear Light. Thank you, squad over on the desk. Welcome back. Up mine, Van Silly here once again. Van Silly, what are your thoughts on this matchup coming up? Ult Rush alongside Spike Surge.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because I haven't had a chance to watch, Team Ult Rush because they're just playing on the B stream, but I do like the strategy that Coach Nando on how he brought this team together. What he focused on a lot was just trying to make sure that you have your fundamentals in terms of your anchors for the team, literally defensive anchors. So he went with picking up a Sentinel player first, then he went with picking up a controller player second, being now Blocks and Chonky Bonk respectively. So now we get to go into the map picks and bans, and I wouldn't be surprised if you're able to choose potentially a map and try to veto into a map that allows you to play a little bit more defensively as well. Because he went with, what, 2 controllers, 2 flex players, and a Sentinel player. So that, for me, is quite a complete roster when you look at how, the evolution of Valorant goes from patch to patch.
Yeah, and flexible just in the case that we can realistically see anything. I mean, again, the team is full of flexes. It's full of surprises. I mean, their second highest pick, he doesn't even have any semi-professional experience. So film is just heavily lacking on guys like Return, on guys like Comey, So again, it is just that type of X Factor team that as long as you can put the right options around them, they're going to be able to succeed. It's just, again, we don't know what those factors are. We don't know how they'll be able to succeed. But again, we know exactly what this Ultra Rush team is kind of going for. Again, they are focusing on that defense. And for Ultra Rush to ban out Haven, I would like to think that they would have liked Haven for that defensive edge. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at everything that's being banned so far, there's only Pearl that's left. So there's still a possibility, again, of playing that defensive edge that you were talking about before. Because one,
absolutely,
you're playing a map that just came out that just came back rather in a rotation. Secondly, you have a composition that allows for you to play double controller. Where in the past, when Pearl was out like last year, back in like 2022, there was a lot of Viper and Harbor that was actually being played. So there's a possibility that could still come out here from Ult Rush. And for Spike Surge's side, though, I mean, they already have the double Sentinel that they tried to play before. I don't know if that's going to help this time around, but we'll have to see.
Yeah. It's just the fact that, like, we're looking at a little bit of a weird composition too here with Ultra Rush. It's a new format this year. For those who watched last year, we brought in the draft this year, and we were able to see it live, and it ended up coming a little bit of a strip there in terms of drafting. The controllers were rare coming into the draft, and by the time you got to that third round, you still had two teams who still needed a controller. Last one left on the board was Lefty. It's not like this team needed an extra controller. They already had Chonky Bonk, but they still went for Lefty, and Coach Nando is still trying to make something out of that pick, and he's going to leave Lefty on the KO.
Yeah, and as you're looking at it, though, it's still quite good, right? You have something that is very, very strong. Having an Astra on this map is huge, so I think it's a no-brainer that both Chonky Bonk and Leone are picking her as the agent. The rest is going to be the supporting crew to look. It's looking to be almost a mirror match, with the exception of the Cypher and the Chamber here for return, which I'm actually quite impressed looking at the side of return, because unfortunately, if you're looking at the first map, if you just witnessed the first game on this very stream, return didn't have the best of days here on playing a Sentinel role as a Cypher, but now you're playing an agent that forces you to be on point in terms of hitting shots, because if you're not hitting headhunter shots and you're not getting kills on your first attempts, then you're already lost a lot of map control and potentially even your life, and also the sight on the defensive side. So this is going to be quite interesting. I'm going to have to say maybe the first map is going to be a write-off. You know, you have the jitters. It is the All-Star game. There's a lot of eyes on you. There's potential for scholarship, picking up prize pool, the golden ticket to visit, potential to build your future, pretty much, right? So if you're going into this, it's almost like playing a championship stage match. So a little bit of that pressure is definitely there. And now he has a chance here to really be warmed up and show us what he could bring. You already see him buying a small shield, which potentially now could be small shield, 4 bullets here off the head hunter, and seeing where he wants to lay this on the attack side, he's just going to try to contain rather the B side first.
Yeah, and Return does have a little bit of that semi-pro experience, at least a little bit of that competitive experience. Barely even played Sentinel in those games. Usually played Initiator more than anything, maybe even a controller, but he's a little bit in his he was a little bit uncomfortable, to say the least. But we are heading underway. But game number 2 between these two teams, it is Reach. Already reaching out over towards that mid side, collecting the one, more importantly, staying alive.
Yeah, and then try to play it a little bit more aggressive on the mid side to start things off here for Ult Rush. Cavalry is the first to fall, low HP on the Astra 2, as he was trying to battle and hold the B main against who we were just talking about before here as that Chamber of Return. So they're doing a great job, at least for Spike Surge, to kick off the attack side, to get health advantage, player advantage, and now work in the map. They're actually choosing, not necessarily the weak side to hit, but they still have power of numbers that could render this a weak side on their A side take.
And here comes that controller. Here comes the Astra pulling up a little bit of utility. Tag in the middle of smoke, just trying to find any sort of pick, but you still have the man in the back. You still have the Cypher currently covered up at the moment. Tag not able to find anything. Nobody on this side able to find anything. Spike Surge, they now stretch their legs all the way back into A main. but they can get plugged out here. Ult Rush, they still have quite a bit of utility to go. The Fade does not have anything in their arsenal right now, though. Would be real nice if this Fade had something for the pressure, but instead they have guns. They have the pressure. They have a couple of taps to go. Ghost doing their business. Comey able to get one back. Player over towards Cat. It's all going to be Comey. Now Tag. Now in a one-on-one. Body shot for both of these players. Tag! Tags them all, now they're down. What a play from Tag.
Tag, and you're it and falling down. That was actually a great play on the attack side for Spike Surge to kick things off, to try to delay as much as you could from the KO and the Astra to allow Comey, who has no utility left, to go for the late lurk. Unfortunately, not planning for him. Secondly, why actually is Leone playing in the corner as well on the tight edge as they were trying to fight back here on the retake? But Tag, another player, once again, that you're going to have to highlight potentially here in the second game, because he was the 6th player picked here for the side of Ult Rush, and then coming in the role as a flex. And as Coach Nando mentioned, he's the type of player that you could just pick him and fit him anywhere. So play whatever role that you need, just play the Fade and just clutch it for the team.
And like you said, pure flex. I mean, he prefers his duelist. He's played controller in semi-professional play, but now he's playing up the Fade. Again, I love this. I love this. Forcing these kids to really showcase all of their skills and try to really pull out everything they have in the arsenal. Excuse me, I can't speak. That's my job. That stinks. But hey,
it happens.
Tag, it does, unfortunately. But hey, Tag here making no mistakes, which is why at this point he is doing a good job for that showcase. It's only been 1 round, though. That's open Spike Surge. Not a lot to really work with. Worked out. Let's see if ult. Technically, they can pull up that util and make it theirs, but no, sir. We still have the angles being set up here. Blocks is able to get himself 2 kills. Tag even joining in the action. Lefty is there, but the pistols actually did way too much there.
And that's Blocks. I mean, he's probably was the first pick for a lot of players in the draft too, being just a ranked demon as well for anybody that has cross pass against them. I think when he signed up, it was as Derek, and then once they realized, oh, it's actually Blocks, they're like, okay, we're gonna have to go with him. And just with a Ghost to get taps like that, very, very huge. At least, though, I like what I saw from the synergy of Spike Surge moving into the site. You're allowing Hirkomi to get hit by the trip, and he's not turning around to break it. Somebody's going to break it, so he could dash across, hopefully create enough space here. And he did. It's just the people falling behind had to run through an Astra Smoke and just got smoked themselves, literally here, by the Cypher.
Calvary, unable to do much there with the smoke in his face. Takes on the 50-50. Of course, the rifles are just going to be able to spray, be able to take on any pixels that are behind that smoke. Lefty and Tag left to do the business here. With a little Spectre from far away, it's not going to be able to do much. Ult Rush. They try to get a little bit cheeky there, but they end up getting plugged away.
This Concubon, good thing it's being watched, though he wins that fight. Okay, and makes it
We're
out
not done.
unscathed on top of that.
And look at the HP here now for Spike Surge.
Obscuring vision.
Leone down at the very bottom, and you still see return on half HP. The Spectre could do its business. The 1 full HP player has been taken out by Chonky Bonk, and now all you need are a couple gusts of wind. All you need are a couple paper cuts now. Blocks is here. Chonky Bonk right next to him. A return has isolated the 1 angle. Blocks still has not been spotted just yet. They would have expected a man coming out of B main by now, if there is anyone. This is a good delay by Blocks. Blocks might have the angle. Spike still needs to go in. Chonky Bonk around the corner, picks down the 1. They just need 1 more bullet. It's all Chonky Bonk.
And look at him, he's still full HP running through. How does that happen? How does that happen? Made it out. He was being watched. I was just about to mention, great job here that you have reach, watching that push, making sure that your teammate could cross over back from the A to the B site so that everybody could move over for a plat towards B. He loses that fight. There's no trade capabilities, and then there's not enough communication coming out here from Spike Surge to just try to make sure that it could take down Chonky Bonk in that spot with the Spectre. 4 battles, long range at that, with the Spectre that he won. And of course, 1 drive-by that he had on the Spike Planner at least. But nonetheless, this is unfortunately a nightmare that continues now for Spike Surge, that plagues from the first BO1 that they just played. They're just lacking that extra piece of chemistry here to make sure that they could tie down and get the spike plant down.
Here comes the hold now here from Tag. Tag backing out, still looking for a better angle. Definitely has it now. Couple cages in front of him. Players need to step out in a bit of a 50-50. Comey's going to get taken down, but Tag is all the way down too. Same thing with Blocks. Things are still very plausible here for Spike Surge. Blocks gonna get a second ping, but not able to get any wall bangs from it. Schweppes and Reach, they're down so low right now. Lefty could take them down both, but Blocks and Calvary there for the combination, able to take down two. You still have the pull here from Leone. Leone does delay the one, able to get two. Leone, the golden boy from last year, won the golden ticket. Can he maintain that pressure now? One-on-one. Calvary all the way in the outside. He goes down to half. Leone trusts it! Tries to find the timing, but Calvary ends up picking it up. Had the off the whole round, picks up the rifle, and still does the same biz.
And that's going to feel good for Calvary, too, because that was, what, the first round and third round when he tried to walk up and try to get some picks and unfortunately just got punished every single time. And that starts, you know, starting to grind at you in terms of the confidence you could move into, especially when you're moving into a round where you're going to pull out an operator. And thankfully, he's able to win that 1v1 and build that confidence back in his favor. Those 2 kills that he got, or the 2 kills that he gets so far here in this first map. And now he's going to be able to anchor up the B long all on his lonesome. But this is now Spike Surge finding so many different facets here on how Alt Rush is currently playing it. The first time they tried to push back towards the A site, stopped by the defensive side Cypher. Now they're going to try to attempt the A site hit one more time.
Yeah, very different from Ultra Rush. Usually you see Tag inching his way into the back of side, but with the Cosmic Divide, no chance. Lefty able to pick down the one, but that's just a risky take there from Spike Surge, going straight into the Cosmic Divide. Lefty able to find the one. There goes a kill back from Blocks too. One by one, the players from Spike Surge giving up one-on-ones. Player going into the defensive side there ends up going down to the one-on-one, and now Leone down a 1-on-4 and not going to be able to pick up the pieces.
No quick flicks coming through this time around, and you're starting to see a little bit of the patterns that Spike Surge currently does here on how they're trying to hold the pulse plant on the A site. Plan towards the default spot, delay as much as you could, and try to have your last person lurk around here from Art and try to come back towards the short side. Yes, it was a different player this time around. For the last 2 rounds, it was Leone, but the first round was Comey. But this is starting to get red here by Alt Rush. And as I was talking about different facets on the defensive side, not only are Alt Rush are able to anchor quite well with how Blocks is currently playing the anchor on the A side, but the retakes and the amount of utility that Tag brings is amazing so far. 2 rounds ago was a nice little haunt that actually pinged players back towards Cathedral and allowed for the flood retake to happen. Second time, of course, an ult covers the whole site, gets pings on 2 players, so they know the last player is or flanking or playing towards A main, so did his job. And now Alt Rush are rushing towards a quick potential 13-0.
Again, it's all been down to Blocks and Tag. It's all been on this one side of the map basically this whole time. And even if they have shifted back over towards the B side, the one round that they did, you did see a lot of pressure from Ultra Rush. You did see a very different look, a not so replicable look from Ultra Rush. Spike Surge has no idea what to expect at this point from this Ultra Rush team. Yes, they can get space over on that A site, but now they have the factor. Now they just know. They have the info that, yeah, we just can't touch that back of sight. I mean, again, last round, you did have complete cleared of that area, and even then, you still had 2 players from Spike Surge going down to a peak back over towards spawn in A. But here we go again. It is going to be Spike Surge tempting that B area, and like I said, not replicable. Ultra Rush is not going to be going for that same look that we saw a couple of rounds ago. Spike Surge, they're not even spotting that at the moment. Just the chamber now over towards B main. Finally inching his way up, but this is going to be a flood in now for Ultra Rush. How do they react now with mid pressure?
Okay, so they tried to go for a fake here. They went for a Cloudburst recall to potentially throw players into a loop, maybe that the Jet dashed across here towards Ivy. And you can see this is the reason why that the KO's all the way back here towards the spawn. Just trying to make sure that they have all their angles watched. That means that potentially the A side's weak, but look at the proactiveness coming out from Alt Rush. Double push, taking control towards the orb on the A side. No players pushing across on the attack side too, so you know now you have an inkling that the split should be happening towards the B site, especially with that KO knife now towards mid.
KO now out. Here comes the Astra around the corner. Chonky Bonk does his job, and now it's down to Lefty here on side. Lefty peeks out, able to pick down the one, and you still have blocks from up top as the double hold. It's all Ult Rush now. 6 rounds have gone by. 6 rounds going the way of Ult Rush, and that was probably the easiest one yet.
Yeah, and all playing towards angles where Return could get any value with the Dilda Fuss out from the chamber into the B side, forced to flick into a close range to hopefully hit his player out towards the spawn, but misses unfortunately. And now when we're talking about and hyping up Comey that had to drop a 20 bomb, looks like he's running out of a bit of that gas rather from that first map and needs a little bit more. Give a chance here for Spike Surge to get a lot of value on their attack end. But when he's dashing in and fighting no opponents and Ult Rush is playing great retakes, what can you really do?
Spike Surge now still trying to find their own answer. I mean, yes, they're inching up that B site right now, but with a lot of easy exits. Just relying now on Leone on the other side of the map, trying to get something. But again, Spike Surge, no real challenge. Again, it's been multiple different looks on this B site from Ult Rush, and this time it is very false hope for Spike Surge. They see absolutely nothing. There's no util out in the open. You are going to have the KO back over towards mid, taking on some pressure. The Astra Smoke there. They know that the pressure is here now finally. Chonky Bonk inches off, going to be able to get into a one-on-one, but Return still takes him down. Great reaction. Because now Spike Surge, this is their greatest chance yet, 4v2.
Very, very nice little change here coming out from Spike Surge. Just one little change, making sure here that you're not being as aggressive on the extremity because you have free real estate on middle. Because you know here on the defensive side, they try to push out every single time that they lose space. They waited for them, got the pick, and now they have an opportunity to finally score on the board.
Yeah, there goes Homie doing his business. He's super sharp fragger. I mean, he is that type of all-star fragger that you want on your team. He's kind of the one that you want coming out of that first round. Sharp headshot, but still a lot more work to do here. Tag. Most likely not going to be able to do much. They've already had plenty of rounds now. But Spike Surge, it's not like their eco is completely out of the water just yet. Still 3 kills going back against them. They're still going to have to reinvest quite a bit. Ult Rush finally dropped their first round though.
That's why I was a little bit not happy with the fade swing coming out to fight against Tag. When you know exactly that he's there, you could always fall back with the rest of your team and making sure that you're able to save those weapons out towards the main. Yes, you still have weapons to work with into this round. You can already see the money, but Schweppes, I mean, he could still buy full shields if he wants to. I'm assuming at this point it's because he didn't take a lick of damage in the previous round and he doesn't want to spend the extra 1,000 credits instead of a discount in different games here to buy the extra shield, right? So maybe making sure that he's able to also save an operator into the next round for his teammates. And that said, an opportunity for Spike Surge to fight back.
And they almost had the opportunity. Spike Surge had 2 players fully flashed from Ult Rush trying to go back towards their... Ooh, trying to go back towards their space in A. Now hold on a minute. Do have the chamber Return, who has been consistently over towards the B side for the last 3 to 4 rounds, finally finds himself a 1v1 opportunity, and he executes.
They're pushing out here towards the spawn. I don't think that he's going to be in range of this trip anymore, which somebody has to stay back and start watching it, which is why I see the Astros just holding into a safe spot by control. That's at Spike Planet. 3 players grouped up. KO ult available for Lefty, which could potentially help for them to fight back towards U-Haul.
Leone is going to get spotted here. Blocks here, but good stuff from Leone. Off angle just worked. Lefty is going to get taken down immediately. Need the frags back here from Tag. Tag only able to get 1. They know that there's still 1 isolated. This is just chunking time off the clock. Almost beautiful from Comey, but Cal had to push out the situation. Cal marked and decayed. Went all the way down. Oh, went down extremely low on HP, but they actually picked Up lefty. Hold on a minute now. Hold on a minute. 2 players still there. No time, but where are the kills now? Cal able to take down Leone. Reach is gone. Everyone's gone at this point. Ult Rush. Their eco is still on level pegging, but Spike Surge once again just on the very edge.
Yeah, you're going to have to thank Leone at that point here for Spike Surge to allow for the team to get that second round on the board for the attack side, because Return got picked off, and it seems though Blocks thought that it was going to be nobody left because he actually did get the pick onto the chamber. It's like, okay, well, obviously it's going to be the one watching the flank, and Leone could be anywhere across the map playing his star, so let me just run through and try to get an ult across. And Leone playing a little bit of a bait, allowing to get that pick and making sure that he can convert these stars towards the end to the late enough here to have that second round now available for Spike Surge. And the economy, as we talked about, was a little bit low before, but now winning 2 in a row gives them an opportunity to really fight back here on the map of Pearl.
Still got time. Still can get a tight scoreline here. Cal in a one-on-one against Return. Return has control of the situation. Cal needs to back up from his angle, and good stuff from Return. This has been sort of that opportunity here for Return. A lot less responsibility when you're talking about a chamber, and Return has been able to flourish a little bit, just focusing on the frags.
And it needs one too. He just had to stand there every single time because Cavalry, again, feeling that moment that he feels like he needs to fight, and continues to re-peek in the same spot. Picked off now, an advantage on the defensive side, but Chunky Block once again.
He wants some more
here on the B side.
Has a whole lot more to get, but had to get the 1v1 on to Reach. Lefty in the back of sight, able to get one. Tag is still with him. Lefty still putting on a whole lot of damage, but he still goes down. One more left. Schweppes, hold on a minute. Almost able to scrap together a 1v3, but it is Tag to hold things together. Still 7-2 going back towards Ult Rush. But it's not like Spike Surge didn't have that chance. They had a little bit of the advantage going into that B site. But there goes sort of that focus now for Ult Rush, going back towards that defensive side. The still had the pillars doing their thing.
Yeah, it's quite surprising too, though, because this is now, I could count literally 3 times where Cavalry dies first, but it's still a 7-2 scoreline for Ult Rush. So Spike Surge, still doesn't have what it takes here to convert this early 5-on-4 that they currently have against the full eco plays or the full defensive plays that Ult Rush has in the anchor players in the back lines. Again, Chonky Bonk and Blocks continue to be a nuisance onto Spike Surge's attempt to flood really these sites. You see, they continue to want to hold this slow paced game. Just very similar to what we just witnessed on Ascent before, leaving the spike towards the spawn. I mean, they are again getting great value that way from getting first picks, but a little bit too far from each other when it comes down to the actual hit, and not enough delay to allow the one that's super late lurking right now in this example is Return to meet up with the rest of the team.
Spike Surge are now scrambling a little bit.
Yeah. I'm not too sure why we're going back towards this B side yet. It almost feel like they think they have the map control with how far up Return is.
Very interesting idea.
Towards mid.
Yeah, at least got 1 kill down. That's not exactly a problem, but main thing here is the reaction here from Blocks. Blocks basically gives this up. It just seems like the idea here for Ult Rush period was to kind of give it up, get that buddy system going into a retake. Blocks spraying through, just trying to be that insurance option, but Leone with the stinger. Lefty feels the pressure. Schweppes is on him. Schweppes is able to get the kill. 2 more remaining here for Ult Rush, but they get sprayed on the spike. 5 seconds left. 4 seconds left.
No
time is gone. Leone, it's all on Leone, and he's not gonna find Chonky Bonk. The round is over, and you could see what the Cypher was cooking that whole time. He was the insurance option.
And that's what I was mentioning. Yes, it's nice here that Return was still able to get the entry in the first pick here towards the B site, but they never really tried to find how many players are playing towards the A link down towards the staircase, who's pushing towards the IB. So you're really trying to go blindly into the site with no initiator utility, because most of those initiators, there was 4 players still hanging out towards the A side by the orb. So you just try to gamble through, get across, and now you're getting hit by trips, and it's really slowing down your tempo into the sites. Hopefully they have an answer back on the defensive side, but this is really looking like Ult Rush is quite comfortable with putting a lot of trust here into both Chonky Bonk and blocks. Sorry, one more time.
Heard focus on the defensive side from Coach Nando. Tag. You can see his awareness here already showing off a little bit of that defensive prowess. He was that main pillar for the first 4 or 5 rounds or so in terms of his awareness to that defensive battle, to the space coming in, or to the space being taken up by the attacking side. But Cal, this has been the big question of this defensive side. What can he do in these first picks? He's going to have a whole lot of action in front of him.
Off flash too, beautiful here for the attack side, but it's immediately traded out. Still gonna be frustrating though for Return, because every time he has the ult out with the op, nobody's giving him a chance here to get a pick. So he's gonna be trailing behind, forcing to play long range once again, and Chonky Bonk using his own smoke to play around that once again, and it's not communicated.
Unreal. And now it's Schweppes left on his lonesome. And once again now, just a fundamental mistake from Spike Surge. Ends up leaving them in the dust.
Yeah. And that's the thing, just the fundies. If there was that extra piece, right? Again, just trying to fight back, getting back control. I mean, it was still nice to start things off when they pop flash to move into the mid side, to take the take towards B on the B link. But outside of that, you still haven't really gotten too much space on the B side. I mean, your operator should have been there towards the B just to try to fight against Chonky Bonk, realizing that he likes to play around the smoke. The aggress back on the extremities when they lose mid control. That's what we mentioned a couple of rounds ago, but unfortunately, maybe wasn't picked off yet here by how Spike Surge has been currently playing this attack side. And this time around, they say, okay, let's try to do the extremities, but they haven't added that mid pressure. It's a little bit all over the place, but at least they have aim.
Okay, yeah, that definitely helps. Here we go. Lefty, how does the aim serve him now? He just runs in, a little bit headless chicken-like, but he's still able to find himself a couple, or at least a little bit of frag, a little bit of a frag, a little bit of damage. But Cal, alongside blocks, able to do something here. But Cal, he's the one pinching forward. Spike Surge, they still have an idea of what's going on here in Elbow. But here comes the fade. Here comes the ultimate, clearing out some information. Good shot from Leone. Return still holding on now, still looking for a pick. He's been spotted. You know that they're trying to re-peek onto site now. They have 45 seconds left. Plenty of time to still work into this site. Tag not peeking. Blocks only holding on to the back of site. And by the time players can get into that angle, Tag can swing. This is a huge communicative moment for Ultra Rush. Can Blocks get this info out to Tag? Tag trying to peek with a Vandal. Blocks still around the corner. They do have the spike down, but Blocks can isolate the 1v1. Where's the help from Tag? Tag not around. Return gets the one-on-one versus Blocks. And now Leone and Return follow up here for Spike Surge. One-on-one now for Tag and Leone. Going for the defuse. Fakes it up. Leone with a headshot through the wall. Tag tagged all the way down to 32. Now it's a headshot for Tag. That's all he needs. That's all he can get. The opportunity is there, but can't get the mouse one on the headshot. Spike Surge still skate out of this first half with a third round.
A save in the end for Leone here, because that was unfortunately a mistake when they were trying to hit towards that B site. I think that was their own cosmic divide that didn't give them the space to even get the plant towards B. So you're forcing your KO to run through the wall with the ult and lose a spike on top of that. But thankfully, you're clutching it towards the end. Now we see how it unfolded on that first half for the defensive side of Ult Rush, playing such a great job on the anchor plays. If that continues now onto the attack side here at Mine, I think this is unfortunately could be potentially an 0-2 going into the first 3 games now on the side of Spike Surge.
Yeah, and again, we were very, at least we were focusing on that defensive side, right, going into this game. But again, big mystery. What does that attacking side look like? And the one tip that we could get about this attacking side is, of course, the duelist. And you had your questions about Cal. Cal wasn't stepping up whenever he actually did get that first contact, whenever he was sort of that roaming spear for the defensive side. What is sort of the answer here for us? Are we going to have to just see Cal in a different play style here?
I mean,
like what are we seeing in the second half? What are we expecting?
It's not too bad overall, right? Because even if Cal was actually getting picked off earlier on, it was still a round that was converted here for the team of Alt Rush. They were winning these 4v5 moments. The issue where we saw at least Comey, unfortunately, wasn't able to get the same value as they played on Ascent. So this time around, I think it's just because of the nature of the attack side of how they're trying to enter the sites as a team didn't work out. So hopefully we'll see this on the defensive side where we switch things around so that we have a chance here to see Kami be a little bit more aggressive like Cavalry was trying to do here on the defensive side. Although when we saw Kami on the defensive side pushing up towards middle and Ascent, he was getting great value out of that. So there's potential here for the defensive end of Spike Surge, to do quite well and come back.
Yeah, and of course we did see a couple of players who Lefty, he was sort of kind of plugged into this roster, forced onto this KO option, just trying to see what he can do here with the KO. If it's just pure fundamental, if the flashes are going to be on point, if he's just going to be utilized as sort of just a second spear alongside Cal. With this team, a lot of adjustments. We were sort of expecting more surprises, quote unquote, with Spike Surge. But again, with just the fact that this team has so much going for them on this defensive side, this attacking side is the litmus test for the rest of this tournament. Of course, y'all who watched the second stream, who watched the B stream earlier, could have given us a little bit more of a vibe check on Ultra Rush and their attacking side. But that's the magic here of live production. We got other things to do. And, we're still bringing that action to you. But, all right, yeah, good times. But, ladies and gentlemen, of course, still expecting the second half to come around as quickly as possible. We are on a little bit of a delay with sort of what we've seen from the Spike Surge team. Is there really any sort of sharp indictment that you can make? Is there any sort of sharp criticism that you can make of this team at this point? Or is it situational? Is it really their opponents getting to them?
Yeah, I think it's themselves getting to themselves again, right? It's been shaky at some points from the first map when we witnessed them and we casted them on Ascent. It just didn't look like they were able to shoot back. And this second map, yes, we saw some players being warmed up, Return finally getting some entries, getting some openers too, playing as a chamber. But overall, the extra buddy system, the fundamentals going on through that, the execution in itself from time to time just not working out around the cosmic divide that I mentioned before that Leone was doing. So thankfully here, they switch sides here where Spike Surge should be playing the defensive side now, and they have a chance to just focus on their own, on what they need to do. So Chamber, hold down the long B. Your Astra is going to anchor towards the back of the A site or vice versa, and you have a chance here to just focus on your own crosshair and let your players or your opponents, come towards you. And that might be the winning grace and the winning factor here to allow the Spike Surge to come back, because that will then give a chance for Comey to just do Comey things.
Exactly. See, that's sort of what I want to expect here with this map, that the roles are a little bit more established, that Return, of course, gosh, I mean, we have no idea how Return is going to play out in this map, because this dude could be absolutely insane, or he's just gonna get fried. No, or he's just gonna give it to be just a hard pillar, just really deep in the sights. Are they really just gonna let Comey do his business? Again, this is Pearl we're watching. Of course, we're gonna get ourselves a bit of that chamber action, a bit of that long range action, as we're already seeing over towards the B site right now with that headhunter. But we are off here in the second half. Thank you for the patience, folks. Thank you for sticking with us here at Coca-Cola All-Stars. It's going to be Comey doing Comey things, ladies and gentlemen. 1v2 in front of him. And Lefty. Hello, Lefty.
Yeah, nice little clean shot in the end. But him doing his own things at least got the entry onto, one of the pivotal players coming through. That's no smokes now for Alt Rush trying to hit a site. So this is a great opportunity. I just wanted to focus a little bit on Return and how he's setting up. Remember, the return of Pearl also is along the lines of the new buffs coming out from Chamber as well. So the TP's a little bit longer in terms of range. So I like his placements that he currently has. Could stay in range here of the turret at the same time. So he's isolating B on his own, which then allows here the rest of Spike Surge to just really play the triple setup on A, although a little bit more passive. They really want to just not give a chance here for Alt Rush to go further than the line of scrimmage after they plant. But although I'm not sure what's the call for them to just pull back at this point. Oh, they broke the turret. So you broke the turret towards middle. They pivot back now towards the A site, and they threw Spike Surge for a loop.
Yeah, turret going down, you would have had so much pressure back over towards B with nobody on site. They would have had that full B main control. That's all that they were kind of accounting for with the chamber. But here we go. Players rotated back towards A now. Nobody really making any options. This is going to be Schweppes now, showcasing some of his KO action, getting lined up with the flash, trying to get anyone flash, but everyone from Ultra Rush is away from sight now. Cal, alongside two others right next to him. Lefty alongside Tag, still trying to get something out of this, and the trades don't work out. Lefty's not able to get his frag. Reach gets 2. That's all down to Blocks alongside Return with the marathon, with the sprint all the way back towards B. Spotted now. Blocks inching up towards Return. Return has time to step off the spike. The headhunter not finding the head, not finding anything on the Blocks. It is still going to be a win here for Ultra Rush, but Spike Surge had the control.
For Alt Rush to still be able to get into the A site like that with no controller, with Chonky Bonk falling, and still win a pulse plant where it's technically planted in a safe spot to play with the KO and the Astra utility, and you still won the round. That is huge there for Alt Rush to convert back. Again, another one of those situations. Spike Surge getting first blood and then not converting it.
Oh, it's just tough though, because it is just Alt Rush finding that option, finding that timing. You can't. Can you really pin that onto Spike Surge? They had the idea. They had, again, the chamber turret ready to go. It gets taken out. That's Alt Rush being proactive. That's Alt Rush playing the whole map here, something that Spike Surge, they took a lot of time to do in that first half. For Alt Rush to take away that turret, immediately start making their move back over towards A. It's that pacing that Spike Surge at this point would like to adjust to, but it's 10-3. We're already so late into this game.
Yeah. And it's actually quite interesting, too, that you're seeing, you know, no choice for Spike Surge but to go for a force buy in this round. But the timeout is actually being called by Coach Nando on the side of Alt Rush when they have this 10-3 lead. And technically, you're playing an anti-eco at this point. Maybe they're realizing that moment that you could potentially have this force buy coming out from the defensive side and how you could run things out. You saw the plethora of pings that came out on the attack side, and they're potentially trying to sell a fake towards B to start so that Blocks can get value on middle.
Blocks is not going to be able to get anything, though. Spotted. Too many pixels for his liking. This is all Return now. Return just trying to get extra credit. Indeed, he got it. Well done, Return. 2 frags on his back. Ultra Rush down to 2, and more importantly, Spike Surge. They put in such a surge back over towards that mid side, and nobody goes down to it. Everything is working out A-okay here for Spike Surge, but here comes the take. It's going to be 2 players here for Ultra Rush. They do have a bit of a buddy system. They're hiding now. Chonky Bonk peeks around the corner. They're able to get one. Then, can Chonky Bonk get anything? He's so low. The wall bangs aren't going to do anything. Good stuff here from Spike Surge, but you got to think your lucky stars. If Chonky Bonk does get his kills there, then Spike Surge may have just given them just a little bit too much space to work with. But they win, so all good.
Yeah, I like the attempt of the 2 versus 4 from Alt Rush, though, from Chonky Bonk to place a star down towards the outside, like out in the open. Not really placed to suck a defender off the defuse. It's actually being used to make sure that you could vulnerable a couple of players and try to swing out with the lower weapons that you have, because it was a Spectre, a pistol, and hopefully with the double damage you get from the vulns, you could actually get some picks, but unfortunately the shots didn't land, and you have a chance here for Spike Surge with the force buy to convert around and to stay in the game for now. And they haven't lost too many players in the process, and they've also upgraded, I'm pretty sure, into a couple of Guardians here and there, when I'm pretty sure one of them over at Alt Rush had a Guardian on that previous round, so now an Eco for Alt Rush grouped together and fighting towards Art. And they already forced a dash away coming out from Spike Surge.
And Spike Surge is actually still able to just hold on to this. Comey, this up-front position I was just scared of here, but it's not really going to matter. It would have been real nice for Comey to get one, but the buddy system here, Reach was there as that option, and of course still had plenty of utility behind him. The buddy system against the pistols was always going to work off, and no Astra util necessary, as you were talking about earlier. Whatever you meant to say about defenders and whatnot.
Yeah. If anything, though, on the defensive side, it was now the 6-man Reach coming out here as a 6th pick for Spike Surge as a Spectre. So both Fates doing a great job so far on both of these teams. Reach, by the way, who's not only cracked at Valorant, but also cracked at Rocket League, apparently. So I don't, maybe he was playing all day.
Nice.
I don't know if he was playing on the B stream for Rocket League before going to Valorant, but definitely keep an eye on him. Prowler now on the attack side, tempo up into A, but this is once again a similar strategy for Alt Rush. Just try to make some noise, trying to have your Cypher stay behind and cut some rotates.
But again, it's just the noise. It's just the empty pressure, quote unquote, here for Ultra. It's just the fact that they're not showing any pixels. They put up so much noise over in A main. It's going to cause some sort of reaction from Spike Surge, and they were hoping that that reaction came back over towards the mid side, but nothing from the Cypher. They execute now. Leone already starts off with a big one, and they had no idea about Comey. Comey with the shorty, able to put on just a little bit of damage, but more importantly, take away the attention. Ult Rush, heads on a swivel. Nowhere to really focus on. Spike Surge have started off this defensive side cleanly. 45 seconds left now, and blocks. He could do something insane here with this control.
Definitely. As he caged across here to
What
get
is he
through the
cooking?
trip. But he's actually cutting rotates to go towards the A side, and that's where the spike is heading towards B, though. So there's miscomms coming through.
No way! Oh, yeah, everything from blocks there alongside the rest of the team just kind of falls apart. But Spike Surge, they're not going to care about really anything here. I mean, yes, they leave the turret down up towards the mid side. It kind of hurts there for return, but all good. All good. Lefty.
Hey, return started to be a menace, by the way, up by towards his B side. He's getting a lot of these 1v1 conversions and wins, and now getting damage with the off. A little bit of an overheat there. But at least the trades are good enough. And I gotta say, at least on how they really threw a wrench here in the plans of the attack side of Alt Rush. Spike Surge started things off well from Comey of pushing within that smoke out towards the entrance of the A site, which then forced Lefty to just throw a flash out in the open because he was caught with utility in his hands and it flashed his own teammate, so they didn't have a chance really to allow Cavalry to get into an A site. So that was actually quite nice here for Spike Surge on the defensive side. That's now 3 rounds in a row for them. And you mentioned, you were asking that question, what could be the turning point here for Spike Surge? Again, just having the game plan that we thought was going to happen is happening. You have one guy just locking down the A site. That's Return now, this time playing towards the A site. Comey doing Comey things, and he's trying to push towards B to fight against everybody else.
Yeah, the comp is there for them, but Comey still scrambling a little bit, but he has 2 other options right behind him. Cavalry is still going to go down. Blocks going huge. 2 headshots off the Guardian for him, and Schweppes has nothing to make it out of this. He does have a flash, but he's not going to right-click himself out. Lefty's going to spot him down. It was a great start for Spike Surge, but instead now Ultra Rush is able to pick up the pieces, but it's all on blocks. You got to give it up to blocks for even having this situation go down now. Spike Surge, they have reach up front. Utility here technically from the chamber, but don't think they're going to be in range here for their turret. Back over towards short. Ultra Rush, they can take their time now, 55 seconds.
Yeah, and it was just a delay attempt here coming out from Reach to kick things off, and now they barely have any util left. Thankfully, though, Rendezvous now available. Han's going to be thrown first, avoided. And because of that, they're... Oh, okay, well, never mind. They had a great opportunity there on the attack side for Alt Rush to just pivot back into the into the B site. They threw the knife, gave their position away, but at least they have power numbers and also an ult to slow things down in terms of if anything's coming out here that's remaining for the defensive side for the retake. It's going to be...
They've won the What? They've won the information war, but they still keep pushing 2-man swing on a 1-man and return! My goodness! He knew exactly where Lefty was, or at least an area of where he was. And all he needed was a single bullet. He doesn't catch it. That is Lefty for you, ladies and gentlemen. Pulling it forward for Ultra Rush, keeping them up front. But what on earth was that at the end? They had full information. They still kept swinging.
Yeah, and Lefty saved his KO ult as well because he knew that you're playing against a Fade that doesn't have util left, a chamber that's a chamber anyways. So now you have a chance to just group up and tempo very quickly behind this. So 11-6, not the best buy as you just saw here from the scoreboard, but still an opportunity for them to really fight against the the chamber ult out from Return.
Return has to back out. Immediately, though, good pressure finally here from Ultra Rush, but they've just put everything into this site. They still have a Cosmic Divide.
planted.
You can still get the information off the Cypher, but Spike Surge now, this is the first time that they're going to put themselves in a clean 5v5 retake against Ult Rush. How do they start it now? They started off dueling Cosmic Divides. Comey gets fully flashed. Good peek out from Tag. Everyone peeking out one by one right now, not throwing out too much of a look. Return is able to take down Lefty, but Rach and Leone had the positioning. Tag's able to take down the one, but this is all Spike Surge. 2 more left for this team. Reach is able to get 2 for himself. Same thing with Leone. And at the end of the day, it was just pure chaos. Ultra Rush, they had Tag as that main responsibility to be peeking in and out of that Cosmic Divide. But Spike Surge, they put on that Surge, overwhelm a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it was a moment where he just had to be quick on a reaction time, just running through the Cosmic Divide on the retake for the defensive end. Looking from the POV of whoever's staying towards that back. Looks like the shots really came through here for Spike Surge. And that really breaks the economy of Ult Rush this time around, and this is the first time that we're starting to see Ult Rush struggle a little bit right now in terms of finding avenues on their attack side. Spike Surge are pretty much giving a taste of their own medicine. They're able to play some nice flood retakes, good buddy system to fight back. And Ult Rush cannot cross any further than the line of where you could plant.
I mean, that's the thing here. Ultra Rush, they're not going for those insane options. But here we go. This is everyone spilling out now, but Cavalry was the one to kind of spark things with the wall bangs through. They're not able to get the spikes down, and it's Leone! Leone with 3, still looking for one more. But Leone doing his business, just acting as a turret, head on a swivel, does the business. Here goes Jonky Bonk, he's done. It is Spike Surge with a big round. Again, that was an eco coming in for Ultra Rush. They made it seem pretty volatile. But
3, 2,
again,
1. I'm going to wide swing into that one. That was very, very nice. A beautiful haunt on top of that was thrown here by Reach. That got that ping onto the players trying to run inside the site. That allowed Leone to just pop off here in the back of the dog pit. And that's actually quite nice. 22 kills to his name so far. Winner of the golden ticket last year.
Let's get set up.
2-time now All-Star for the Coca-Cola. Stay plugged in. Now a chance here to maybe hopefully win a second time if he could. But what a cheeky camera coming out from Blocks to start things off here to look back towards the mid connector. We're going to spot a bit. That's really not going to give an avenue for Ult Rush to say we want to commit into a split towards a B site. You try to group up once again because they do have the Fate ult to work with, and they know that Return has to be playing somewhere with the Chamber up. One more time.
It's just interesting because this information grab from Return is so deep. By the time he finally gets a pixel, these players are so deep into main, but he finally gets something, if I'm not mistaken. But the call is not affecting Surge by any means. They're still sticking towards that A area. A lot of util now into Return, and like I said, with that angle from Return, they're basically on the doorsteps of sight by the time you spot them. And with as big of a site as it is, with as much control as we've seen from the Astra as it is, they are going to be able to get a plant. Return's trying to do something about it. Good rotation coming in from the mid side. Still no spike. They're struggling to do so. Spike Surge now on. Leone able to take down the one. Ultras have lost the chance to be able to do anything here in terms of the spike. Tag able to get a second. Needs a third somehow, but they know exactly where he is. 1v3. It is Blocks in the back line. Trying to find anyone, but with 18 seconds left, no option, no line of sight for him on site. Ultra Rush get plugged out, but what a way for that to happen. It's just the fact that Ultra Rush, they find Return, and Return somehow still able to get some time for his teammates to rotate over.
And that's what I said, right? There, he has a chance to warm up. He has a chance to play the defensive side where players are going to come towards him. And even though it's not the most consistent shots coming out from Return, he's gotten great impacts from the rounds that he actually did get those kills. I mean, he's already stepped up here to the plate on the defensive side, currently at 16 and 18. Doing enough delays, landing some good shots, and allowing here a Spike Surge to be a little bit more mobile and agile around the map. And I think that's what's missing here from Ult Rush. They could go back into this type of strategy where they could fast tempo and start cutting rotates across, which they haven't done for a bit. A lot of that focus is towards mid to start.
Whoa. This is huge. This is Cal.
This
is just Cal doing his own thing. Not something that we've seen too much. There's a lot of focus on someone who kind of needs to prove themselves right now. Cal in a one-on-one, not able to do much. He just allows time for his teammates to rotate in. Lefty does get the kill back. It was always going to be tough for him to get a kill off the pistol, but not able to get the information. Hold on a minute. Leone is there for the insurance option, but do they know about blocks? Leone looking out for that angle. Does have the A side compensated for. Leone with a headshot angle. Can Blocks get a headshot? He does find the spike. These players know that he might have it. They've abandoned it completely. 50 seconds left. The buddy system is back here for Spike Surge.
Yeah, you can't really be in a position to watch that spike, especially if your second teammate is stuck in towards the spawn. You're going to have to try to run through the little murder hole to try to get across and trade. It's going to be impossible. So you're going to leverage now the power of numbers and play the retake as a group. I love it, but it also gives a great opportunity right now for Blocks to even plan and push back towards the spawn to really try to catch his opponents off guard.
Ooh, funny little business there from Blocks, trying not to get called out. They're not even going to hear the spike, so Blocks. Unfortunately, with this cage, you wouldn't have seen any sort of peek, but he does slowly make his way into spawn. He's going to try to find a one-on-one. Good luck, Blocks. He's got one opportunity. Oh, but the shot doesn't go through. The op peeks him out. Return Leone, two of the sharpest shooting players in this game so far. Blocks does have an angle to maybe pick off one, but the timing, the second guess from Leone, and Return gets punished, and Blocks puts Ult Rush one away.
4 stars and a retake that you could do, and then yes, it is difficult because Return has the op, but he still has the headhunter. You saw him just holding W with the gun out, trying to make sure here that they could try to clear all corners, but they did none of that. They cleared 0 corners, and they actually turned around a full 80 to rotate back down towards the staircase instead of backpedaling just in case Blocks could be up there. And that's the dangerous thing of giving up the spike and giving up space, is you have to make sure that you stay on top of your toes of where your opponents could be aggressing to and where you could be hiding towards to.
Okay, all right. Fun times here from Komi Bomi over towards that mid side, but Ult Rush, they are going back to that buddy system setup once again with nobody on the extremities. 4 players going towards that mid side. This is going to be a big test now for Leone. Leone backing out from the ultimate. The Fade not catching anything. Such a deep spot for the Fade to get that ultimate in. Might have been a little bit better to utilize here in the A site, and they might just get punished for it. The extremities for Spike Surge, regardless of ultimates, regardless of utilities, they still get themselves a couple of early frags. And this is a real good look here from Spike Surge. Now tag 1v4, trying to finish this off now somehow, but Komi found him. Good stuff.
When you have to take matters into your own hands, you're going to have Komi that's going to try to just push forward and try to bring people back here in the game. He has been quite quiet here in this second map that we witnessed here. I mean, the second series, rather, because the first time they had to play against the Crosshair champs, and unfortunately, they also fell short from making the game competitive in the first place, but now they have a chance here to bring this into overtime with Komi pushing forward first and leading the charge, leading the initiative, and also 3 strong ults for the retakes. Give a chance here to narrow it down to 12-11. But they are looking to start things off with a lot of aggression towards middle. Double Prowler's already being used. This might be an opportunity, though, for Ult Rush to start working back towards Art.
Unbelievable. There goes Cal. Finally, a bit of a shot here for Cal, but they're still gonna have to deal with Blocks. Blocks has been so good on the Guardian. He's gonna continue to stand tall, and that is the big one. Lefty is gonna find Leone, and Ult Rush, in a pretty unceremonious fashion, is gonna be able to finish off game number 2 and put themselves up above Spike Surge.
Out of a thrifty to get the second victory here in the Coca-Cola All-Star, presented by Stay Plugged In. And now that means that they go 2-0 in the round robins, which then means that they should be making it quite close, if not already confirmed now, to move into championships. I mean, they still have one more game to play, but it's definitely looking pretty good here from what we just witnessed in the second series from Ult Rush to potentially even win the whole thing.
Yeah, and again, just that last game, we had plenty of questions about these two teams in terms of what the strengths even are. But Vansili, at this point, if you had to point at one player and be like, that's a golden ticket right there, who are you giving it to from this game? I think I already have more or less an idea, and it might be a 2-time, but you let me know.
For me, I'm going to have to say Chonky Bonk. I think maybe some people might say it's blocks because of that clutch, but Chonky Bonk has done a great job here as an anchor player as well and as a controller player to really try to create the space for the team. Got to give it to him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think my golden ticket might just go to that 2-time, though. Spike Surge, again, they haven't been able to have themselves the greatest of group runs, but the one player who has been consistent is Leone. We still see a little bit of that decision-making. Yeah. That comes down to multiple people on that roster. Leone still showing up in terms of the numbers, and he is not playing that role to be able to get said numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching so far, but we have one more game left for us, one more best of one left for us. We're going to send it back over to the studio to try to wrap things back up, give you guys an update on the B stream as we've had that B stream going on. We've had games going on in the background, so send it over to Bear Light. Go take it up.
Hey, thanks up, mine. We appreciate you back here on the desk again, Bearlight, Limikiwe, and I hold shift. And what I've noticed is Spike Surge, unfortunately for them, it's been tough trying to watch them get off to a hot start. It seems like that slow start's been haunting them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the map, I think, just kind of lends towards one side or the other being kind of favored. We saw a little bit with Ascent, saw a little bit more of that here. I just defensively, the retakes looked really solid for both squads, but I think it just comes with more surprising fashion from this ult rush team. You have the opener from Tag on the pistol, but then Chonky Bonk, I agree with Vansili, he got the job done when it mattered most with a lot of adversity built in front of him. I mean, the 1v4 essentially in the round that we saw in the replay with nothing but a Spectre is impressive to say the least.
Yeah, if I had my golden ticket to give out, I would agree to give it to Blocks. We highlighted him in the intro, the IGL stepping up, and what stood out to me maybe was that difference of IGL. And not only that, he was playing Cypher, and he was able to top frag, getting 23 kills. I thought he was a fantastic anchor on defense. That's where they led a lot of their rounds. Had his trips on A, focused a lot of the hits on the B site. And just overall, his team, Ultra Rush, had stronger fundamentals. I think when you have a commanding leader like that can kind of help guide players in a unified direction, that was really great. And kind of knew that, well, Spike Surge had maybe some weaker counter util and was able to just hold these angles, and Ultra Rush stayed stoic in that way.
It's really impressive to dominate as a Sentinel because A, not a lot of players are playing Sentinel at this event. On top of that, you come in as a major pick in the draft as a dedicated Sentinel player, and then you provide. He definitely, I think, is getting looked at by a number of our schools being like, I could really use this guy to lock down a site or two come next year.
And prime example of that leadership from Blocks is what we saw from Lefty, too. I thought Lefty did a great job in moments, right? And so you really want to thrive and lead by example. And for me, I saw Lefty with a few plays of his own that he was able to make and just absolutely come to life in some of the bigger rounds whenever Spike Surge, made it close. Common mistake there. But listen, we've got more Valorant action for you. This isn't the last one. Final round of the Coca-Cola All-Stars. Of course, group stage coming up after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Ah, come on. Come on. Before I switched to Brightspeed fiber internet, things like slow speeds and random dead spots really brought out the troll in me. I mean, I spent hours causing trouble. But then I switched to Brightspeed's fast, reliable fiber internet, and the rest is sunshine and unicorns. Looks amazing, Barbara.
Ultra-fast, Brightspeed fiber internet. Switch to the bright side.
Hi, my name is Decker Kelly. My gamer tag is Pollux, and I'm a Valorant student athlete from Smyrna, Georgia. I think a really good word to describe my playstyle would be flexible. I've worked really hard the past year diversifying my agent pool so that we can play whatever comp we need to without having to worry. I think one of my best personality traits is that I don't just want to play, but I really want to help build a program. And that after college, when I'm done, I can look back and I say, I really helped that program. I didn't just participate. I was really involved. I know my path to this is going to be much different than someone else's, and it's really cool to see these journeys that people are going through. The reason why I should be a Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Star this year is because I want to represent my journey through high school and esports. I'm very grateful for the opportunity last year to get to play and show what I could do. I think one thing people forget going into this event is it's not just about esports, it's about what you've been able to excel in outside of esports as well. For me, that's being a student pilot and excelling academically, and I think that these things make up what Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars is supposed to be.
Hi, my name is Fletwitz. I'm a senior from Indiana, and I'm a Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Star. I was pretty surprised with how high up I was on it. The first thing that went through my head was honestly just relief. I don't have anything in VLR or much of any tournament experience, so I really wasn't sure how good of a chance I'd have. I was really happy with my draft, and I'm really happy with Coach Link. I like the way he picked the team. He prioritized kind of having good roles a lot more than the other coaches, and I like that. Like I mentioned before, I haven't been able to play in really any tournaments. This gives me a chance to prove myself. I think we've all experienced gamer rage before. It was definitely hurting my play, so I spent a lot of time kind of working to get a better mentality about the game. There's a lot of factors to think about, a lot of factors in the game, out of the game. You gotta take in all of that, but if it's something you're really passionate about, if you keep grinding, you can definitely get there.
Welcome back to the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars, where we're making the final push into the group stage here, and we've seen some insane action from Rocket League all the way down to the last match here on the Valorant side, where we got to see the Crosshair champs 13-8 over Rising Phoenix on the stream B, rather. So that means that we have two teams up here at the top after that 13-10 performance. Ult Rush over Spike Surge, leaving us with, we know who the finals is going to be. We knew who's making Championship Sunday. Crosshair champs and Ult Rush is going to be a good one, guys.
Yeah, the Giants rise up. This is going to be an exciting match. Take a look at the rosters one more time. And there's a lot of people to highlight. Who do we start with?
There's so many good ones on here, but I got to start with Crosshair Champs here because Nash has been absolutely dynamic, and we got to see the submission from him a little bit earlier. The way that Nash handles things has been dynamic shift. I mean, he's been a spectacle to watch.
Yeah, and I think it's just one of those situations where, you know, it can be tough, I think, on the coaches to determine and pick how you want to build your team when there are so many great individuals. But when you've got someone like Nash who has so much flexibility built into his application, you can see through his clips here, he's throwing a lot of initiators in the mix. He's also played a bit of controller. That really stands out, I think, to a coach, because you're going to find a pop-off duelist. That's just par for the course when it comes to events like this. So seeing Nash stand out on a role that's more flexible, I think brings a lot of value to him.
And Nash is such an incredible person out of the game, and this was a big reason why he was picked as an all-star. First, he's top 2% SAT test takers, like incredibly smart, and he does a lot of charity work, and he talked a lot about it in his application. So, and you love that Nash works as a social media person, also in gaming, makes Valorant content. Like, he lives and breathes passion for his team, and I'm excited to see where his future takes him.
No doubt about it. On Ult Rush, also my favorite name in the game, Chonky Bonk. is who I'm keeping an eye on here as well. Chonky has been not only dynamic, but as you see, all-stars inside, outside the game. Like you mentioned, Lemon, and again, a 4.0 there in California, but he does a little bit more than that when you get him in the lobby.
Yeah, Chonky really popped off on Astra in the map that we did just see. Van Silly brought that up. He's also the president of his esports club and wants to prove that Valorant gaming can be taken seriously. And that's why this tournament matters. It's not just about the money and the impression that he's making to colleges, but to prove to his school and the people there that when he leaves, that the program can still live on. And he also has been to a LAN with this team, so he's just starting to get his feet wet with Valorant.
No doubt about it. The cool thing about this matchup that I want to point out is that, yes, this will be the championship, but then you take all the weight off the shoulders and you'll get to see these players play in a matter of let's go mano a mano, show exactly what our strengths are. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and get right into it because the preview of the championship, really, this is about who gets the first ban when we get to Championship Sunday as well. So that's what's at stake here as we'll toss it over now to Upmind and Van Silly as always. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Bearlight. Thank you to the desk once again. It is already a taste of Championship Sunday, even though we are on Saturday, aren't we, mates? Ultra Rush versus Crosshair Champs. We've already made it to the last two teams in our competition. My name is Upmind, here with Van Silly. We're already kicking off with our vetoes. Here by the very end of this veto, we might be getting a brand new map for these two teams. Again, we've only seen VO1s. It is all still a question for what these two teams are comfortable on. So let's try to parse through it. We're looking at Split and Pearl being banned immediately here for Ultra Rush alongside Crosshair Champs. What are some strengths here in terms of what you saw in the last game from Ultra Rush? What type of map should they be going for here? Van Silly.
I think all maps are good.
Oh, great.
Back to you, Upmind. No, I'm kidding.
Great. Amazing.
No, quite honestly, though, having had a chance to witness how Crosshair Champs and both Alt Rush are playing, I think they'd be comfortable on any map for real because they were looking like the most coordinated teams that we were able to cast so far today. And adding star power and aim on top of that is going to be quite good. So going into Sunset as that map, I think it's actually pretty fun because now we might actually have a chance to see a little bit of Neon to close out the day. Because if you're not playing Neon in this current meta, you're kind of capping at this point here, Upmind. So I wouldn't be surprised here if I'm going to see Psych on a Neon.
I like how you say one Zoomer term and you're immediately talking to me now. Like I'm like, okay, like I understand your language. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, go get him. Go get him. But here, with this type of map, we should be expecting the Neon pick. And, of course, they bring out their fifth, not their sixth. They bring out one of their original five, Nikto, to play out this game. Of course, he's going to be your Neon main at this point. Psych, he was your duelist earlier. He was already your Jet earlier. Going to be going over towards the Neon once again. No double duelist. Nothing big to expect. But now just going down for the rest of these picks, how does the flex of Lefty end up? Chonky Bonk looking at quite the different pick from what we've seen from him.
That's the interesting thing. If you're looking at the rest of the agent composition around Alt Rush, everybody's playing it in an orthodox agent. Because Blocks, you'd think, hey, they picked him because he was going to be a main Sentinel player, but now he's playing Clove. So now you're adding extra aggression on top of that to maybe even do sort of like a semi-double duelist type of play here for Alt Rush. So I kind of like it, but I don't know if it's proven yet here for Blocks. I don't know if Lefty's proven on a Sentinel role, and they're playing solo Sentinel as a deadlock, which is going to be even more interesting because you're going to lack a lot of that early information from cameras or from trips even to hold the defensive side. So I think it might make sense and it plays well into what Alt Rush is trying to do because you have a Breach and a Neon and a Clove. You don't want to play more reactively on the defensive side. I think you're going to expect this team to be a lot more proactive, and I like that it's actually Nikto coming in here for the team of Alt Rush because that is the main agent that he plays as a duelist, and it's not the bread and butter for Cavalry, so it just makes sense on that substitution. But this is, I think, overall is going to be a very good game between these two teams. Again, what is on the line is the first map ban going into the BO3 Championship Sunday tomorrow. And Chonky Bong, let me see what you got here on this Breach, right? Chef was mentioning before that, he plays a lot of controller, but flexes into a lot of agents as well, and I haven't seen him play the Breach yet.
Yeah, and at least for the rest of this squad, it is more or less shocking that, again, no Sentinel for a team that they focus so much on that defense. But now again, it just allows for yet another question or yet another showcase, basically. Where is Chonky Bonk, or how proactive, how fluid in the early round is Chonky Bonk going to be? Again, you mentioned proactive. It's really just going to be chaotic. It's going to be a lot of face hunting for this man in the early round. But here comes Psych. Psych already blazing through that mid side. He gets shut down immediately. And now Nash is stuck between a rock and a hard place. But the rest of his teammates are just fine. They end up helping him out. They can make their way through the wall. They can get that spike down. Chonky Bonk already going to get taken down by Martian Walk. Good watch from Martian Walk. Everyone from Ultra Rush coming in from the back of spawn.
And a late lurk, too, from Martian Walk all the way back towards Boba. This might be the saving grace no matter what. So the last two players in front of B main, all they have to do is delay here for Crosshair Champs.
Yeah, and here he comes. There goes the rotation, but Nikto finds him. This is possible now. 3v3. Tag getting tagged down. He's all the way down to 10 HP. They haven't put down another one on him, but finally he's gone. Great setup. The utility, they're just to pressure, my friend. I mean, you had the Sova, you had the Breach utility, and not only that, but you still have the cam still around, not even being utilized, only utilized here for the 1v2. They had all the options covered. Good stuff from Crosshair Champs.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake, too, for Ult Rush at the very beginning because, well, actually, the very beginning was really, really good. You avoided the Neon utility. You avoided also the Omen Flash coming out here from Martian Walk. And then you forced here a site to move into the crosshair where Blocks got the kill. But what happened right after was Lefty stayed out in the open towards the B site, where he's getting now flooded by Market and B main instead of falling back into Boba. And then on a rotate, you kind of just left Chonky Bonk alone to rotate back towards the Market as well. So there was no opportunities to go for buddy system instant trades, and then you have to play a retake with only 3 players left alive. Much more difficult to do here on the post plan, especially with the changes that you have now on this map of Sunset. So that needs to be ironed up a little bit, and quite earlier on, if not Crosshair Champs are going to be looking quite good here in this map.
They're already going in for a bit of a face check, but that's beautiful. Good stuff off the Aldrone. They know that the pressure's there. They're going to have some utility to draw in. Wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff. Fundamental stuff. That's the rest of Ultra Rush. Nobody's over towards the B site right now. It'll be quite a while before we see anything here, even though they actually do pull up a little bit of that oppressive utility just to throw off the look, just to maybe even fade into utility. Crosshair Champs to try to clear the site. But one thing that we haven't really mentioned here, Van Silly, is because both of these teams are into Championship Sunday tomorrow, yes, the stake is still there in terms of the map pick, but also just fainting picks, fainting rolls for some of these players. Here comes a little flank here. It's actually going to be Preacher. Preacher, somebody who we didn't get to see a little bit earlier, pulling out the Cypher, even though he is mainly on that Clove and Viper. Still, Cypher is not exactly a not manageable agent to take on in comparison to those guys, but it is Crosshair Champs taking away the second round. And yeah, Van Silly, I mean, if anything, again, things start slipping for either one of these two teams, they don't really need to press on the gas pedal as much as you would usually need to do in a competitive game.
For sure, and you don't want to give too much either, right? And maybe it only makes sense that you could play these different rules that are unorthodox to see if it works out. If it doesn't, you could go back into your regular rules. You could also take Sunset out of the rotation. So win or lose, this is still going to be a very big learning experience for both of these teams, and especially with the caliber that you have so far. Again, as I've mentioned, we had a chance to see Crosshair Champs and Ult Rush on this very stream, so we know the firepower that they bring. And speaking of firepower, here's a fight here, a control towards the elbow as Nikto is able to pull back.
Nikto able to slide on away. Interesting point here. Crosshair Champs has already played Sunset today. Ultra Rush has not. So Ultra Rush, we have no idea what we're looking at for this team in terms of a baseline, but we can do a little compare and contrasting with Crosshair Champs with the pick that they did earlier on Sunset. That was on the B stream earlier. But the Crosshair Champs for the actual round itself, again, they do put out that face check over towards A. Might have had the chance there just with a single pick. Nikto was very close to going down. Nikto goes down, basically that whole A side is gone. Crosshair Champs. He's just baiting at this point for something.
I mean, he just stayed here the whole time and heard the Neon run away. So now you just have to make sure that you clear towards the left side of short. And if you do, they know now it's a weak side on A. But as we're splitting off for Crosshair Champs, they're trying to sell a fake towards the B side first.
Beautiful. They show something over towards A.
30 seconds left.
So now things are deep. somehow able to get this kill. I'm going crazy over here. Psych able to pick up Chonky Bonk, but out goes Blocks. Old Rush, they're still spilling, trying to pick up the spike now, or trying to pick up a line of sight onto Spike. Hey, there goes an ultimate that might have been a little too last second. 1v3. Can they shut down the spike? Oh, no, they cannot. Lefty does get the kill, but now it's a 1v1 on Psych. Psych sprinting, pulls out the Vandal, able to get the ace. But, I mean, did he need to get that ace? There was so much action there from Psych, and the rest of his teammates, they're all scrambling.
Let's say he needed to get the ace because we're going to now call it the Coca-Cola ace. That was sick. No, but I do agree with you. I feel that the Rolling Thunder did have to come out, though, because how they scaled across the map, they were trying to sell a fake towards the B side. Once they got discovered still lurking up towards A to play contact, I'm sure the comments were like, oh crap, they know we're moving towards A now, let's move back towards B because they haven't fought us towards B main yet, and everybody's just running around. So you have Psych, the only one that's able to get the backstab and able to create space and open things up, and you have to make sure you convert the round with how mixed those comps were.
He's going to take full advantage of that, but hello, Tag. Beautiful shots from Tag. Tag has been quite the show-out player so far in this short little showcase we've had. We've only seen 2 BO1s from him, but Tag in some high pressure situations have actually been able to stand on his feet.
This is a lower buy that you had, right? This is Sheriff buy that you have on the defensive side. You've done some damage, and getting a third is actually not bad at all. But Psych combining, what, 8 kills now in 2 rounds? And also now builds the econ, has the overdrive ready to go, and he's already going, even on top of that, a Bucky. So you're expecting potentially a quick slide back into market control with the breach fault line, or even top middle with the Bucky, and then go back with the finger blaster and just try to take everybody down. I mean, look at all those pings. They're definitely going for some sort of a split towards this B site, and it seems as though, though, Alt Rush could be ready for it. They are holding it on the strong side at that spot.
And they're holding quite a bit away. They have a player holding down the lane. No utility on him. Chonky Bonk! He just gets juked out. Legs broken. Snapped his neck real quick. Man was out on the swivel, but not the swivel that you like. Here comes Tag. Tag. They're going to be able to take down 2. As, again, Tag doing his thing, man. Nicto. Not able to get down, yeah, but, excuse me, Preacha. But got to give it up to Tag there. This round would be completely out of sorts if Tag didn't react that well.
Seems like both Neons are playing different shotguns and overdrives here. But thankfully, with the neural theft, it gives a chance for the defensive side to set up a bit, but they are split across, which is not looking good.
Oh, with the locked away, though, they're good. Be able to tag down Breacher. Breacher needs to get down real quick. Blocks. Peeking through the smoke. Might have found the timing.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my goodness. That cage was so clutch. Still 1v1, and Nash repositions himself, gets himself the 1v1. The Sovas goes nuts in this round, but I mean, a little bit of unnecessary drama going on both sides. Got to give it up to Tag for pressuring out the situation, but my goodness, you almost had the Clove doing Clove things.
It's exactly what happened on the pistol round. They have great control, they have information on top of that, but when it comes down to just trying to pick up the pace after they slowed things down for a bit, the comms are split. They should have stayed on the buddy system, especially in the back of Boba, when the hat showed both players on the attack side also grouped up to play the instant trades. So instead, they split off, and then it's 2 individual 1 versus 2 that Crosshair Champs is able to capitalize on top of that in the end. So not too great, but at least the first initial spots that we currently see on the side of the defensive end for Alt Rush is all right.
That's all right. I mean, the ideas are there, but
yeah, ideas, first bloods. Just again, it's once the action just calms down for a bit, they need to just be more assertive on what they're trying to do on the defensive side. And it doesn't matter if their opponents know where they're at; they could just trust their aim because they have so much firepower on this team. You know what Tag could do from the previous round? Blocks, we hyped him up. Every single one of these players, outside of Nocto, because we didn't get the chance to see him on that previous series, has been playing lights out. So just trust now your aim and trust your confidence that you're able to fight back against the head-to-head duel.
Let's see how Ult Rush reacts once again to the comfortable part of their round, the early round. The Clove gets, or excuse me, the Deadlock gets overwhelmed. There goes Lefty going down, but there goes the Clove. Blocks is down already. Mookie with a big kill. Martian Walk just comes in with his own cross, and my goodness gracious. Yeah, Ult Rush. Like you said before, the early round was pretty important for them, and the early round goes by, not able to get anything, and they get swept immediately.
Yeah, now Ult Rush. I mean, there were a couple of rounds that they did try to go a lot more aggressive, as we've mentioned, looking at this composition. Potentially something that they're going to try to do is because they can't get the best active information outside of the Sova, then you're just trying to capitalize on floods in the very, very early rounds, which seems to be the case this time as well. 4 of them on the top of middle. The Breach is getting ready for a fault line into tiles, and there's that push down, but they don't realize and nobody's there.
Ooh, Psych! Almost pushing the situation real quick. Is able to get away somehow. Is able to get some time to get away from the nets. Still Ult Rush down to 4. They still have Tag. Tag could have came up so big there, but not able to do anything. Chonky Bonk just looking for some consolation more than anything. If he was able to get a 3 there, then yeah, maybe. But just consolation just with the 1 kill. Blocks completely far away from this situation. And Crosshair Champs, they go back to that formula that just worked. This link back over towards B has just been their zone.
And it's never been the fastest tempo from Crosshair Champs so far on their attack side, except for the pistol round, because they know now at this point, since they've played now 7 rounds, that it's Ult Rush trying to engage the initiative to fight against their defaults or how they're trying to work the map. So they just stay a little bit more passively towards the spawn. You remember a couple of rounds ago, Nikto tried to walk through the smoke, and Psych was just waiting there on the bottom middle and got that pick as well. So they're just playing slightly more patient, and Ult Rush is running right into that. So that's where it gets a little bit scary, and that might be a moment where Ult Rush is going to try to play a little bit more passively. Maybe not this round because it's an eco. But when that happens, there's going to be a Rolling Thunder and a Hunter Sphere on top of that. But as I say that, though, the Sheriffs might win.
Yeah, hey, who knows? Who knows? We're just going to have to watch the video game. Can the Sheriffs do the thing? No, but here comes Chonky Bonk. He has a little bit more than a Sheriff. He has himself a Guardian, but the Guardian's not able to do much. Nash is there, but great flash coming in from his teammates. Once again, blocked. On and away, not able to do much with said ultimate. Still two players left here for Ult Rush. Tag needs to do something big here, able to get the 1. But Martian Walk, he's just been in the right place at the right time multiple times in these takes so far in this game. Shout out to Mr. Martian Walk's awareness and positioning. Good fundies, my friend. Crosshair Champs, 8-0.
Yeah, and as we have an opportunity to see just Nash open things up as that Silva, and you know, Lemon Kiwi is gassing him up a bit. I have to gas him as well because he's, you know, she was talking about him doing a lot of volunteer work, and one of them is actually helping out, you know, some unfortunate people out in Vietnam, and that's gonna pull the strings here of my heart, as if describe myself. So a little bit of Yet pride coming out of that, and also adding the frags to his name, and also flexing into a Silva from the first match that they played today on Ascent and now, and showing that he has a lot of comfort playing in this role. Not necessarily needing like the biggest lineups or whatnot, but doing the bare minimum that allows for them to get such good information and get the best here out of Crosshair Champs, currently at 8-0. And he also, why not? Main duelist, 2 kills on the top of middle. It is your main role, so when it comes down to that, just shoot him.
Just shoot him. It's that easy. It's just that easy.
Just be Nash.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, this is a shining game here for Nash so far, to say the least. But it's not like realistically everyone here for Crosshair Champs has gotten their chance to showcase themselves, which is, again, just going on a little bit of a tangent. It's sort of funny that Ult Rush, realistically, all 5 players except for Nikto has had some sort of shining moment, has been able to show fundamental, has been able to show some strong mentality, has been able to show at least some sort of usage to their team. And even Nikto early on, at least on the Neon, we were able to see at least a little bit of that tech, and able to see a little bit of that movement. But we've seen nothing basically from this team throughout this game. It's just been Tag putting on some sort of look. Crosshair Champs, it has legitimately all been them throughout this game. 9-0 is where we end up now going into the next round. This time, The breach on the A site is the only person to get a little pressure into A main. He pulls out. Oh, he pulls out a bit of utility into A main immediately, but Lefty actually takes down Preacher. This is actually a chance, more or less, for ult rush. Still only depending on one player over towards A, and now at this point, look at these ultimates. They can rely on the retake. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. What? What is Nash doing right now, dude? 3 kills out of nowhere from Nash. I mean, listen, I'm flabbergasted. Everyone is. Production is flabbergasted. We had no idea it was happening. I mean, heck, at this point, probably Nash is flabbergasted. Good stuff.
As a Sova, nonetheless, when you have a Neon that's able to get some space, and he's going to get another kill on top of that. I think he's already going to be 1 away of getting another Hunt the Fury or something like that, right?
No way.
This is insane. No, not an ace. Coca-Cola
Incredible. Oh, yes. Nash. Wonderful, wonderful business. 19-5.
Bro,
we're only 10
going
rounds
on?
in. This man is playing Sova. Let's go, dude.
Right there. That was nice. That was nice. As a Sova player, I mean, even if those kills all happen off camera, if you were paying attention to that radar, he was definitely pushing forward and not afraid to fight against his opponents. And it's not necessarily him playing for the trade. It's just like, bait me instead. I'm going to try to swing out and get these kills because I'm gonna try to get closer to an ult as I can because they've been holding on to the Rolling Thunder and the Overdrive for the longest time here on the attack side for Crosshair Champs. And it shows they haven't been really needing it.
Tag doing his business again. Great in the high pressure situation. Able to get himself 2 frags once again. Mookie. Put on a bit of a look here for Preacher. Can't control the aim. Can't get anything through that Rolling Thunder. Mookie scrambling a little bit, and this is just a head scratcher no matter how you look at it. Mookie! 17 HP, 1 shot, 1 opportunity. And no, he actually, he does have a chance to blow, but he blows that man's forehead. That is unbelievable stuff. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm
You're
loving
too
it.
young to start these dad jokes like me when you're starting to drop Eminem lines.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
you're doing
I'm
8
at that
Mile
point.
soundtrack. This was like 2007 or something.
Dude, no, I know. I listen. The experience, it's you know, it's rubbing off here, Van Silly. We're doing a lot of. No, I don't like this. I don't like the word.
We're doing pure shenanigans on the mic, but there's pure shenanigans on that previous round.
Exactly.
As well, where everyone's just running across, missing shots, and now also all these kills happening towards middle, individual duels going left and right, and finally potentially an opportunity for Ult Rush to survive in the first half and not get 13-0. But as I say that, again, continuous individual plays happening from everybody. There's no strategy anymore. This has been team deathmatch in round number 12.
Gaming. This is pure gaming. Lefty. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Preacher, do it to him. Okay, no, never mind. Hey! Ult Rush got around. We have a ball game.
Imagine if Nikto wasn't playing as a Neon and there was no slide and Preacher was able to nail that shot as well, fully stunned. But that was a big round by Lefty on that previous round. Beautiful graph net, a double K on top of that, and also using Sonic Sensor to take control of Market and really just controlling the whole B site on his own, which he has also done in the pistol round. There was just unfortunately not enough support behind what he was trying to do in terms of delay to allow here Ult Rush to get the best value off this composition on defensive side. So let's see what happens now as they take the attack side, where the deadlock could actually be quite good on how they want to take these sites, especially when they throw towards Market. The changes towards B could prevent players from running down towards the staircase on the B side. But they're definitely not going for a split into Market here at Mine, which then means that it's going to be hard for them to play the pulse plant on the extremities. Should stay contained here if they can.
It just seems like they're going to have that late option, though. They are going to have Nikto on the other side of the map, but now they just know that it's all going to be in B. Oh, my goodness. Nikto would have to go now if he wants to help. Oh, Sight, yes! The showcase of the aim is there. Well done from Sight. 3 headshots. Come on, man. Literally, the team name is Crosshair Champs. Do you expect anything different? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, that's the issue of playing a deadlock and not a Cypher or a Chamber or even a KJ on top of that. Sonic sensors, you're placing on the flank. It wasn't placed this time around, but even if it was, both players that were flanking here on the defensive side for Psych and Nash, they were literally shift walking to make sure that they make it behind enemy lines, cannot break any info. And then, or give any info to their opponents, and you saw those beautiful shots come through from Psych. I mean, this is one-sided overall for Crosshair Champs, and you said this, well, we all, you know, introed this game as the taste of the championship finals tomorrow, but at this rate, Crosshair Champs are looking to be just champs.
Yeah. Very simply put, these guys have not had any sort of challenge in this BO1 that we've seen so far. But again, just to reiterate, both of these teams already knew that they were going to grand finals tomorrow, and if anything, Ultra Rush has the information advantage. Crosshair Champs, they already played Sunset a little bit earlier today in a more important game, in a game that actually mattered for their qualification. But Blocks here with the judge.
He's got
tries
this, right?
to get back
Marshall.
at Nash, and this is all on Lefty. Unironically speaking, go get him, champ. Go get him, Lefty. This is it, baby. Good showcase of your skills, of your mechanics, of your technique, of your emotions, of your mentality. Lefty, come on, son.
Two players on top of that spike, too. This is going to be so hard, but you do have GraphNet, but
30 seconds left.
not sure how much that's going to help.
Throwing net.
It's kind of working out, at least to pick up the spike, but with 20 seconds left. Yeah. Paranoia in his face. Lefty scrambling a little bit. They're about to peek him, and he is gone. Crosshair Champs, one step away from declaring themselves as champs of Coca-Cola All-Star Weekend. But Ultra Rush on that other side, yes, they took a debilitating loss, but they will get their get back tomorrow.
Dude, that's crazy how this game came through. All these multi-kills that came out from Psych and Nash that didn't give a chance for Martian Walk to do anything, for Preacher to do anything. And then when Muka has an opportunity to get a multi-kill, he gets a 4K to finish the game. So there is so much firepower in this team right now for Crosshair Champs. And you know what? It doesn't sound crazy after all with how Coach Claypool built this team.
No, man, literally, all he did was pull off a Tom Brady, show off his championship rings from over the years, and was just like, any questions? Any questions? No, I have zero
None
questions
anymore
whatsoever.
from me. None anymore from me.
Proven product at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the action. 13-1 from Crosshair Champs, but both them and Ultra Rush are going to be making it to Championship Sunday tomorrow. It is a little bit tough to already see two of our teams go away, 2 out of the 4, so we haven't even seen half of the competition really be able to get their stride fully in motion. But it is what it is. It is championship. There is money on the line for a reason. This is a competition. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, grand finals, it's going to be a good time. But we're going to wrap up the whole day by sending it back over to the desk. Bearlight, take it away.
Thank you so much again, Minds. And yes, that'll wrap up the group stage for both Valorant and Rocket League. Before we talk through that, I mean, Crosshair Champs, they came out with a mission. They were just running everybody down. And it all started from Psych, like we saw a little bit earlier. And we also called out Nash as being a difference maker. And no surprise, that's who showed up.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, again, Sunset has a tendency of snowballing like this a lot, especially if the offense continually finds not just good plants, but great post-plant situations. It's very difficult to break down, even if you do have a deadlock in the way. It's just so tough to get the deadlock utility value until you get the offensive side. But the interesting thing here was that flat out, it's just Psych was able to get so much space for free. And I think that's the biggest difference maker, was that there wasn't much challenge for the Neon. And when you've got good initiation behind that, that's going to lead to the results that we saw, especially for the first half.
Yeah, I just had a big problem with the defensive comp right from the get-go. I mean, just the biggest kryptonite to Neon is those Cypher trips and just Sentinel play in general. And the deadlock and maybe even the clove smokes, just nothing was able to stop that Psych Neon play. You had 10 consecutive rounds. I mean, we kind of were able to shut our eyes after that, because if you can't slow down in Neon, you're going to get run over, you're going to get snowballed, and really that's all I saw. And I mean, Crosshair Champs, we're looking at maybe just the champs tomorrow. That was the most decisive win we've seen today, and their closest match was 13-6 against Spike Search. But these are all best of ones, so I'm
Yeah.
thinking tomorrow, once we go to best of threes, this will truly test the map pool strength of Crosshair Champs and maybe if their opponent can do better.
Look, don't sweat. Alt Rush was just trying to hide strats, right? That's
Okay,
all
yeah,
he wanted,
yeah.
hide strats.
That's all you gotta do. Sometimes you gotta be sneaky when you go into this one. So, listen, we talked about it. Weight off the shoulders. How will they perform? Nothing on the line except for just first ban, by the way. So, Crosshair Champs putting themselves in the right spot, putting themselves in the driver's seat when it comes to Championship Sunday. Let's go ahead and check out the results from Valorant first, because of course we know who the champions are, or who the championship finals will be, which is Crosshair Champs versus Alt Rush. But you got to give some love to Spike Surge and Rising Phoenix, although their day not done yet. That'll be over on the B stream if you want to watch them follow up. That's twitch.tv/staypluggedinb. Even though they're not making the finals, y'all, they're not going home empty-handed, though, Shift.
No, not at all. Everyone's going to walk away with $250 at least. That's per player, mind you. But for our top two teams, it's essentially going to be a $3,000 game of Valorant tomorrow because you've got $1,000 per player just for winning, doubling up on the $500 per player for finishing in second. I'm expecting that best of three to be really spicy. I know that last map was anything but again, I think All Rush is high stretch.
And the Rocket League side of things was
Yep.
very, very competitive today. Like, we had to wait until the very last match to
Yeah.
determine
Yeah.
our top two. But not only, does everyone get money, the golden ticket doesn't necessarily go to the best team, the number one team, the number one player. So there's always that golden ticket to fight for.
100%. And by the way, if you'd like to, let's bring up that QR code on the screen and toss it up because we're very thankful for Brightspeed Fiber Internet partnering with us here at the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars. And what you can do when this QR code arises here momentarily, you can scan it and find out if Brightspeed is in your area. But, of course, like we mentioned, oh, there it is. Hey, right on cue. Right on cue, right on me. So,
Scan him.
Yeah, exactly. Scan me right here. My right arm specifically, your left. And find out, because I mean, it's definitely at the end of the day a product you want. Also, we want to mention that Rocket League grips, we'll pull those up again just to refresh our memories. It's been a little bit of time. I think it's been about 3 hours since we were able to see the standings, so let's check it out. That's Gold Diggers and Wavy in their squad going 3-0. Nitro Knights with a clutch victory over Panic at the demo on the tail end we got to see on this stream. Those guys showing up when it mattered most.
And our top two went all the way to game 5 in their group stage. So y'all want to tune in at the start of our show tomorrow because that's going to be a banger.
Excited for it. I mean, they literally could not have been closer in that best of 5 matchup, so that's going to be a thrilling one.
That's right, absolutely. But again, you mentioned the Valorant one's going to be just as entertaining, but you'll have to wait on that Rocket League Finals as we'll pull up the schedule. It starts the same time. You'll want to tune in for the pre-show, which is not going to be listed here, but again, it'll be 11:30 Eastern time when we talk about the pre-show, 11:30 a.m., and then, of course, we get down to business. The All-Star Grand Finals day starts and kicks off with Rocket League Finals here at noon, and then Valorant shortly after at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. We're extremely excited to see those teams in action and really put on a show for us, as we've seen all day today. It's been pretty fantastic overall as far as these matches go. I do want to say again, thank you to all of our watch party hosts that we'll pull up in just a second. I mean, to be able to see, let's put yourself in those shoes of a high schooler who it gets to appear on Squishy's stream, for example. To get to appear on Curry's stream, for example. That's pretty nerve-wracking, and these players did pretty good considering that fact.
And you get to be evaluated by, well, what you call former pros, but like, I'm just kidding. I just had to bring up the joke one more time.
Get out of here.
There's a lot of eyes, but also some very important eyes. So not only, some cool content creators, but the recruiters from the colleges, because that's where their future is. College, not only for the education, but also to be paid to play video games. That is the big dream all of these players are gunning for. And the golden ticket,
it's the longest weapon in the game. They're going to see that way well before they cut themselves over the window. Playing cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah,
absolutely. They know they're right around the corner. So coming Bowman in the game saying, you know what? It's time to go. You break that tripwire. They did not actually shoot it, so they're going to aim for mid, and there's only one left to receive them as they're playing kind of this cat and mouse game from around behind window, so they all travel through. Feels like they almost want to go back over towards A, but Flights does fall.
We had a Vice earlier today.
Oh yeah, the new
That was
agent.
snap as well. Reach was able to make it.
Getting some love here. You see this, again, Rising Phoenix and Spike Surge. A bit of a consolation prize, but at the same time, of course, we love to see them in action. Right now, Chicken the Lord, the two-time All-Star there.
Sheesh.
Yeah, running it back, and right now finding a little bit of success at the very least, but they'll need to do a little bit more. Oh, this is trouble.
I thought Leon was about to just jump peek this with the op shot. He's still going to try to pull it.
Yeah, Zudo wants this right now, but you're still in a tough spot nonetheless. Trying to get in this position, basically just playing time at this point.
And we were highlighting Chicken the Lord as in
Wait,
another
is he coming
match,
back?
but oh my god. What a clutch. 12-11. And Chicken the Lord's not playing duelist is what I wanted to say there. And I like that when these teams have multiple duelists, we didn't get to see our 5 duelist comp that we were hoping for.
No.
But
We got a 3 duelist comp, I think, in one of these
Yeah.
matches, though, so we'll take that.
Well, Zudo with the not dead yet, and neither is Rising Phoenix here as far as making the finals, unfortunately. But at the same time, they want to go out with a bang, if
almost
you will.
30
You'll have to see
kills
them
for Comey again?
That's what I'm
Comey's
talking about.
Oh my
disgusting.
god.
And Leone, I think, of the 22, I think he got like 10 of those eliminations in the last 3 rounds. He's already got it. He literally had a dimensional drift 2 rounds ago.
Comey has been the go in every single match.
Bro.
I'm glad it wasn't a fluke. And now he sees the
You're
whole
right.
team. Oh, he died. Never mind.
No, he's still up. He's good.
Comey?
Oh, no, sorry. I thought you were talking about
Oh. Comey died. Yeah, I guess we dimensional drift did something.
Nice shots.
Hey, 3v4? It's
such
not
a
impossible.
peak. What a shot! Are we joking? And now you're stuck on site. 3v2.
We going
but-
to OT shift? I don't know.
Might. Leone's on a good spot here. He just needs the help.
Okay, cool.
This is good timing on the peak.
It's the caster curse.
That
Ah,
close.
the Odin
That
for the
close.
W. Good job, Bob. Good job, Bob. That rhymed.
Good job, Bob.
Bars. Wow, we get to OT. We ended up with a basically 13-1 match or something, and this one goes into OT. This is why y'all got to pay attention to the B stream. You just never know what's going to happen over here.
Both Cloves top fragging right now. Color me surprised. Flights is going into the glass cannon neon defensive operator for a first round of OT. Just talk about throwing
No
all
shields,
your,
just vibes.
Just throw all your eggs into one basket. No shields, just sprint shell operators.
Where are they going? Are they going C-long? Man, the monitor's so far away. Oh,
They
no,
are
they're
definitely stacked
oh,
at
they're just
A.
going at garage. No, the neon
Oh, the
with the
neon.
op is going garage.
Early peak. Oh, they're just running it. Yeah, there's no way this breach is in big trouble.
That's a lot of colors. Best neon is like, well,
welcome to Valorant.
Neon's just running through it, open for the best.
How has no one cleared chicken out yet? Hello?
Comey just had a knife out?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. Good hold off
This
on
is
the lurk.
hectic. 3v3. Ah, the good old Odin.
Goes Burr.
Bob has it from the last round too.
Well, not in overtime. He's gonna still have to purchase
Oh,
it.
he like bought it, but I was like, he went for it again. I meant to say.
This is definitely breakable. I think that's just down to how do you execute here with Flights still holding on to an op. Like, I would love to see him back up, drop the op, grab the rifle from the player you already picked, and then dive in.
No,
Be the
someone will peek
initiator.
you. Someone will peek you, right?
This is bold from Flights. This is bold from Flights. This
Someone
is
peeked
bold
the op.
from Flights.
Someone peeked the op eventually, but it wasn't good.
I mean,
Didn't
you
help.
got 2 players at critical health. Surely your teammates are calming that. You gotta pick up a weapon that can get you into a site on Neon. That feels like a miss.
Or just like don't tiptoe onto the site, which is what it seemed like he was doing there.
Yeah, a little
You got to be a
tough.
little bit more patient if you're gonna pull the trigger that way.
That's a mistake, I think.
I love the Odin buy on OT.
Nothing wrong with an Odin Maya, especially on this map. Like the walls are literally paper mache.
That was push up from defense Clove here. Comey.
That's all you need. You got the intel. Get out. You know that they're lurking mid. All he's got to do is hold this.
Oh,
If they can,
here.
surely they. Wow.
That's it.
Wow. I'm so surprised they don't even throw a recon dart or an owl drone just to get him a little bit further up. But now return knows it's all.
What is
coming
that
his direction.
crosshair? Is it a ducky? Well, they're dead now, so it doesn't matter. But it was a ducky crosshair on the Odin. Damn, looks like this overtime's gonna keep going.
Oh, nice shot.
Unless.
Wait, did I just cast a person?
Unless.
No way, a 4 versus 2 gets
Oh,
choked.
well.
Sneaky, Clove. Sneaky.
Nah.
Watch your back.
Yeah, when I realized they didn't have the recon, I figured it was over at that point. 1v too hard to come back from in that situation.
That's just, I'm surprised that there wasn't more enabling effort to get Comey deep through window. The first kill's great, but just to bottle them all up, it's a weird rotation. It's just so tough because, again, like, these players, I'm sure, just they're still learning each other more than anything else. So Comey's sitting here like, I got 30. I'm going.
That's honestly fair.
Whether you want to help me or not, I'm in there.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to the collegiate level, sometimes you play teams that you're familiar with, so therefore you're familiar with every single player in the lobby. In this case, it's literally the opposite.
It could not be further from the
Exactly.
From the Another little lurk play up through garage late. Flights still holding on to this off. That's a good opening pick. Makes this post play a little softer. Leone, good.
Oh,
please,
wait,
please.
Turn around, no.
Why'd you put on your gate crash out, brother?
Okay. Is the hose down as they they came out?
That could not have been better of a flash. Just unfortunately.
The follow-up, though.
Yeah, he's like, let me throw my teleport into this. Little panic moment, I think. So Flights is working out with this operator on the defensive side. Trusting it.
Ooh, it's stacked towards C. No one actually on C, but now Comey's gonna get some help pushing courtyard. Or
this is one of those things. I feel like at like mid, low-level C-Val, we see this a lot, where it's just like, hey, we're an OT, we have an edge. Let's do something crazy, because then it just goes back to neutral again. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
And I think after you got surprised by Comey at mid, why not try to just run it down through C? Yeah, just have your Cypher watch the lurk. Flights, we're going to flash and dash in. There's the wall. Spam the corner. Flash deep. Shock deep. Pretty good. Get the spike down, please. Thank you.
Your defense is going to play for retake. I thought maybe with the recon they would... I guess when you don't have a jet, you can't just like dash in and do something.
Okay.
Interesting.
Right up there. I didn't even check.
Ooh, wait, the retake's working out.
This lurk is so disastrous, though, for Spike Search. They have to clean up on site.
They know where this Cypher is, surely. They just broke trip.
Yeah, this is enough.
Whoa! Or did they? Oh! I wanted it so bad. I wanted Yuno to finish that one. That one hurts. But hey, more overtime. More Valorant equals better. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean,
that never ends.
We get that spike down. We get a pick. We just got to be playing for C-Long there. We got the lurk in through garage. Just trust that Yuno's going to clean up on site. So that'd be kind of overheat. We just chow that back window after all of our utility's gone. Muy unfortunado.
Run it back.
Flights on the glass cannon again. It's so tough seeing the op pulled on the Neon. But the other side of this is like the Neon doesn't have the same ability without shields to take these aggressive peaks like through A-Long. You have to take to what you can get first, which is going to be the sewer peak or what we saw last round, which is a garage. But the hit is going the opposite direction. Now it's going to be a 5v4 for a while.
Good smokes from the Clove. So again, just a lot of retake from the defense, which worked out. Ooh, the aftershock
stops the plan. Oh no, it doesn't. Just kidding. We have no sound, so I don't know.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it. I thought it did too.
It looked like it did. There's the recon. We gotta go, boys.
Tick, tick, tick.
Is that the vulnerable?
Oh, Leone!
Oh. Flights is always getting picks with his op too.
It's working. The problem is, how do you go from here? Like,
Oh, well,
Oh,
that's it.
You don't
Yep.
expect him to be that close.
For that run. Yep.
Well, that's the other part. Is like, I feel like sometimes we kind of forget about like how technical the macro level of Valorant is. Like, you already used your aftershock, you already used your counter smokes, and a couple of your counter flashes, and we're not on site yet. Like, we haven't even challenged site yet. So Comey just sees all that and says, they don't have much left. Let me just step up into the smoke. There's nothing to displace him, and it worked out nicely. Good decision making from Comey.
Just having to cross through smokes is so annoying, especially as like a pug team. You know, you have to coordinate that.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
The problem is I haven't seen Spike Surge win a defensive round in a minute, so.
Power Neon. Whoa, shorty. Shouty.
Shouty.
Yeah.
Oh, the 31 HP, the Odin.
Yeah, take your numbers to C.
Okay, we've only seen C hits.
Oh, and returns in such a good spot. Just hold the corner, brother.
Okay, it's trip on one side, cage, force them into one. Oh.
Yep, the reveal.
Shoot him through the box, maybe? I don't know.
Oh, my. Oh, my.
No. Oh, no.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's too much pressure. Ooh, at least we'll have the longest OT in this
History?
All-Star.
We're breaking records?
In history?
I think we're
Maybe.
breaking records here.
You know,
All-Star history.
technically, this game could last forever.
Yeah. This is true.
What's the longest OT you've seen?
It was in the 20s. I don't remember what the exact number was.
Ooh.
It was like one of those that was like, all right, they're on match point. Never mind. Now it's tied. Now the other team's on match point. Like, it was so swingy.
We've definitely been around 40 at Stay Plugged In plenty
40?
times. Yeah,
That's
20
40
piece.
total?
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
20
I was
piece.
like 40.
No. At that point, you pull the cord out. You say we're done.
Flight's not going for the op. Instead, just one taps the Vandal. That works too.
Gotta switch it up sometimes.
Click heads.
Oh my
win
god,
game.
Comey just with the swing
We're
one
just-
tap.
We're challenging like that. It's good reveal. Nice.
Oh, chicken.
That's chicken the Lord to you.
Oh, my bad, me lord.
Chicken the
All
Lord.
right, 1v4.
PhD. Show me the biggest decoy play you've ever seen. Oh, he doesn't have it. Never mind.
Wait, it like droning the other way, but anyway.
Okay, I'm making a prediction. Rising Phoenix wins here. That's the first defensive round that we've seen one.
You just pick the team who's in the lead.
Yeah, this is par for the course, though.
Okay.
It's like all offense
That's
for
true.
for 6 straight OTs, and then it'll turn to all defense for 6 straight OTs.
All right, gentlemen's agreement. Everyone, go classics.
Knives only.
Little pistol. Oh, knives only OT.
Vi gauntlets only.
Ooh. Comey can hit the 40 bomb too. By
Oh,
the
look
way.
at this. Spike Surge is going to triple stack C. Where's the gate crash? I can't see. Oh, it's up top by A. Okay, so he's just... Okay.
It's almost like C has been hit every single
Yeah.
time. Oh, I guess last round they went A, but
They're in love with this mid lurk.
Yeah, this has got to be a C hit again. The trap is what's the interesting thing, and the problem is, like, Leone already used his gate crash to get back over to A, so he doesn't have a spot to quickly rotate back to C. Like, this is going to fade, so now he's got to commit, and as soon as the fast lane comes up, Reach is just like, help! Help me!
oh my god.
Oh.
Oh, trades.
Leone going for the Giga Flame.
Oh, didn't fall for the clone. Still took an L though.
Leone, when you need him
1v2.
most.
1v2.
It certainly hasn't been a perfect.
No, he knows.
Yeah.
You knows that the Euro was in the corner here. He saw the gate crash come out. You know there's a player in the corner. You should know there's a player in the corner. You know. Oh, he teleported. Oh, he should have gone A. That would have been the Giga play.
Did they smoke themselves off?
He's got
Wow.
dimensional drift. This is over.
Yeah. Yep.
The good old Call of Duty jump out of the smoke.
And like we foretold, nothing but offense turns into nothing but defense.
Maybe Bear just cursed it because he said Rising
definitely did.
Phoenix would win. So.
Yep. I haven't slept in 3 days, so let's keep that trend going here.
How many years? Has it been just defensive round wins so far?
Last 2.
Jinkies.
Jankies.
Wanted to point out as well, obviously, this is the Cool Kids Club here on the A stream, where we're doing a little bit of watch partying, but you can also support Hail Monkey Man and Orbital on the B stream as well. So just open another tab to support them, twitch.tv/StayPluggedInB, where they've got a more formal cast going on, and they're probably losing
homie.
their dang minds.
Such a good timing on this lurk. Yeah, this is... Spike Search should not lose this round. Hello?
Wait, is this
Hello?
hit him? Oh, yeah, I think he thought he was going to hit him.
I mean, he kills the clock, I guess, but...
Probably
This
didn't
is
hear
still
him walk
doable.
up because of the aftershock.
No one's playing long. This is still doable. If Zuda just pops right here, this is super winnable. This is super winnable.
One
How are
step
we
at a
not
time,
playing
one step
Ghost
at a
Plant C
time.
long?
No, they decided, hey, right on
1v2?
default is where we
1v2?
want to be.
Please.
Oh.
Oh, the heads were so lined up for Zuda there. The fact that that was almost choked after Komi did
Correct.
as much work as they did.
Correct.
Like,
That's Yav, by the way. Obviously, different name. We haven't gotten to see them on
Ah.
screen yet, but Spin Land Champion, right there, front and center. Yav the Lord, maybe? Or do we leave that for Chicken? I think we leave that
Chicken
for
the
Chicken.
Lord,
yeah,
for sure.
100%, yeah.
It's Chicken the Lord PhD.
Zuda with the 30 bomb now. Komi a couple away from the 40.
At what point do you think Comey's just like, yo, guys, throw this round so I can get a 40 bomb?
Nah, he gets it here. Oh.
1v1? Easy.
Yep.
Oh,
Free cash.
Komi's so good.
Game. Ball game.
Oh, the ducky
Game,
crosshair.
Set. Match. Hey, Chicken the Lord, 1v5. Hero, not to be.
Oh, we got to it. 18-16.
They said, let's go multi-overtimes, and then let's get a flawless round out of nowhere, and then finally finish the job there. So, gotta love Hail Monkey Man's beard there that we get to see on there too. That's well, a lot of good things developing here throughout the entirety of All Stars, and well, at least we got some love for those teams. They may not be making it to the finals, but obviously there was no quit in those teams regardless.
Lots of good players, man. I mean, legitimately, I mean, we're dealing with 40 total for both games, let alone the fact that you're filling out whatever 24 total players. I did math real quick there.
That was so
For
good,
Valorant
dude. That was so
overall,
good.
That's not a lot of players,
Oh, yeah.
considering how many people applied. So.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, let's go ahead and it's been
A lot of good impressions made. I think Komi has been a huge standout. Zuda obviously got that 30 bomb too, and I think a lot of this you got to be able to show your agent pool too. So I'm wondering, do you just stick to your best agent and drop high numbers, or do you kind of try to show all your faces? I guess a lot of today we're best of one, so there's not a lot of game to show.
Yeah, I think the other side too is like I would be curious to hear from the coaches that were coaching the 4 teams in terms of like how were the comms for certain players, because it's like one of those situations you could flex on your immortal rank, your radiant rank, whatever it happens to be, and you can pop off on a duelist or whatever it happens to be in the clips and stuff that you post, but being able to hear the players as they calm through, I think that's where you really learn a lot about where the ceiling could potentially be for certain players, because you can sit in name labs for hours and get marginally better, but it does take a lot of I think development in terms of working on communication and coordination that especially in Valorant is very evident when you get to the collegiate level.
Yeah, and even at All Stars, we talk about like the other side of the coin of that. You have multiple leaders here, so if you have like multiple leaders on a team, I mean, obviously it's cool to have multiple comms throughout, but like who's going to actually take that leadership role? So kind of the opposite end of that coin might apply. That's with any pickup game, of course. Well, let's wrap up and go ahead and check out the standings once more for Valorant to see how everything finished up here. So that will be a 0-3. Unfortunate finish there for Rising Phoenix, and Spike Surge again. They stuck with it. That 0-3, I mean, you got to put an asterisk next to it after that incredible overtime that they just fell short with, and just simple little mistakes. But next time, all the juniors will have their opportunity next year, and then for the seniors, obviously down the road, it's going to be some college experience there on the Valorant side.
Is Crosshair Champs gonna lose it all? Like they could go.
Perfect.
They could go perfect.
Yeah.
Depends on how the best of 3 is going to go. They'll have the advantage of the ban and shift. I mean, to be able to get rid of your worst map is a big advantage.
Yeah, and I wonder what that communication looks like in terms of like, do we just put up a vote of like what's our favorites individually, what's our least favorites, and then just kind of pick and choose based on whatever the results come out as, or did we find something today? I think the interesting thing, just kind of thinking through it, I don't think they played the same map twice in all 3 of the maps that they had played. So there is some level of, hey, we did look good on this map. Hey, we did not maybe look as bad as we would have liked to here. Maybe we try to use that as some litmus towards what we want to do tomorrow.
Yeah, again, tomorrow is where it's at. You better show up here as well. We'd love to have you. Let's go ahead and check out the schedule now. Of course, we kick off with Rocket League, like we mentioned, noon Eastern time. Gold Diggers made it through. Again, Nitro Knights on the other side of that tilt for the championship on the Rocket League side. On Valorant, 1:30, so you have to wait a little bit, but it'll be worth it as the Crosshair champs look to go perfect unless Ult Rush has something to say about it. And I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit closer than most would like to see. We also have some thank yous to give out as well, including the watch party hosts that came through and had a good time. We love to support them because, I mean, they had a good time. I get to watch some of their chat come alive, some of what they were saying, analyzing the game. I mean, these are studs at the end of the day. We got to see an example of just that.
Yeah, we got RMC at home. We got Reddles, Musty, and Curry. So it works out. I hope they were entertained. Especially we got to end off the day with a super long OT. So kind of funny how that ended up.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. Got to thank the teams, all of the All-Stars that came through for your incredible journey here. We talked about it in the pre-show. I will say it again, that it was a process that dated all the way back to mid-August, putting in nominations, making sure you make the most of yourself in conversations. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what these players were looking to do. They did a great job of it nonetheless, and we saw that process develop it. So thank you to all the All-Stars for coming out and making it happen. A list of them right now. You got to see them on stream, and you'll get to see them again. Rocket League and Valorant both just showing up and doing great things. And it can't be unsaid that the coaches did a big thing too to organize these teams that didn't know one another. The scrims that they put in, the communication with their teams to have them show up on time. We know in esports, not always the case to make that easy, especially with high schoolers specifically. But they are able to do that as well. And a big shout out to all of our sponsors as well. Starting with Oakley, came on board, and we were able to see an example of that, as Lemon Key will very much. We appreciate the modeling.
I'm trying to do my Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah. So big thank you shout out there as well. No, you're good. We're giving one of those away, by the way. QR code not only good for today, but it'll also be running tomorrow. So make sure that you fill that out. And of course, we want to thank Brightspeed for their bright futures coming in with the golden ticket. We saw plenty of players that, in my eyes,
it's gonna be a tough decision.
It really will be. Yeah.
And that, of course, you can scan the QR code there, too. Find out if Brightspeed Fiber Internet is in your area. And then, last but not least, of course, the opportunities that Coca-Cola brings has been second to none. And you can win yourself a mini fridge. And keep cool, keep calm,
keep these
collected.
babies in.
Yeah, keep your mini
Literally,
Coke
these
bottles.
babies are quite small.
Go classic.
He's doing his. Oh, see, pretending. We don't have bottle openers, so.
No.
And it was crazy. I didn't tell them to do this. I promise. It's not scripted whatsoever.
We're improvising.
You know what? That wraps up the day here at the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars, but that means one thing. Championship Sunday will be right here on this channel, so go ahead and favorite this link right now, and we'll see you at 11:30 a.m. for the pre-show. Thank you and good night.